Tannehill hands off Ward, swarmed upon, tackled just beyond the line of scrimmage, and that's going to do it. The Texans take down Tennessee 26-3. They lock up a winning season in DeMeco Ryans' first campaign and take another big step toward the postseason with the horseshoe up next on the road.
It's an exciting moment, and our guys have earned this moment, and that's what I'm most proud of, right, to be in this position because of the work, the sacrifices that they made, the work that they put in to have us in this position. Man, it's a huge honor to be able to still be vying for an opportunity at this point in the season. So excited for the opportunity, excited for our guys to experience it.
Yeah, Mark Vandermeer on the call, on the final call from Sunday. We know there's a lot of you just jumping in today that weren't with us yesterday, so we'll be repurposing and revisiting what was a great day on Sunday at times throughout the show, but we're going to be looking ahead too because it is a huge, huge Saturday night coming up that you'll hear right here on Sports Radio 610, 7:15 kick. Texans and the Colts. That's the opportunity that DeMeco Ryans was just talking about there. That was on his coach's show yesterday. Good to be with you on a Tuesday, and everything's moved up a day because of this Saturday game.
Oh, yeah.
We're fired up, man. We are fired up.
Today's Wednesday.
It is hell week. Well, no, Seth, don't do that. Today is Tuesday, but it's...
No, it's Wednesday by the coaching schedule.
Yeah.
That's it's Wednesday, Sean.
That's what I meant. I just don't want your schedule to get off by a day.
You're the one that has it. Yeah, listen, I have issues with everything else, but you have issues with the days.
I know, and we can't have both of us having that issue. That's what I'm saying.
I'm taking Friday, which is Saturday, off.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah. So, so things get started up today over there, man. They're back at practice today. We get an injury report today. Everything we would normally be doing on a Wednesday, we're going to be doing today. Very fired
That's
up.
good. You know what? I know a lot of people were wondering whether the Texans would be hurt or helped or what have you because of their injuries if they had to play, with 1 day less rest. I think that is a factor. It's worth noting that the Colts secondary has been pretty banged up and shuffled around too. They've shuffled some players around. They have injury issues at offensive tackle. So I think both teams are probably equally hurt by this. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Yeah. We'll get into the injuries in just a second, but Happy New Year to all of you who are just jumping in with us here on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great holiday. Hope it was a Happy New Year for you. DeMeco Ryans was on his coach's show yesterday. He laid it all out. What's on the line this Saturday?
Yeah, like you mentioned, man, it is the playoffs right now. You win and you stay in, and that's the mindset. That's how we have to approach it. That's what it is, win and stay in mentality. But for our guys, as we talk about it, as we go through our preparation throughout the week, your focus still stays the same, just as you prepared last week. Don't make anything bigger than what it is. It's still about going out and playing clean football, about executing, about swarming, playing together. If we do that, then it takes care of itself. Yep. Well, we can't have our guys get too hyped up about it being this playoff opportunity. We just have to remain confident, remain calm in the moment, and play clean, and it takes care of itself.
I was thinking about this yesterday, Seth. This is a big game. This is a game the Texans have played in a lot of important games because that's the nature of the NFL. When you're hovering around 500, every game matters. They haven't played any primetime games. They haven't had their schedule knocked off kilter this year. Every game's been at noon on Sunday. So that if I were handicapping this game, I would factor that in. Like, okay, their routine is going to be different than it's been all season long. That matters to a degree. The biggest thing for me, though, is like, okay, what's the pucker factor going to be with this team playing in a game like this? With all these young guys, with all these young guys on the team and so forth, and my trust factor is pretty high that they're going to bring their, at a minimum B+ to A- game on Saturday.
It's a really good point, and it kind of goes back to one thing that we've noticed about Caserio and his drafting over the last couple of years is that he's taken a whole lot of Power 5 conference guys, and not just Power 5 guys, but guys from Alabama, Ohio State. You look at the two number one guys from this year, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, I think have plenty of experience with championship caliber football and games that really, really matter. So the biggest pitfall is something that you and DeMeco just talked about there is the guys that try too hard or try to do too much, or they decide they're going to be a hero that day. Like they feel like they got to do something. They're going to bring something special to the table that day, which is an awesome attitude to have. But ideally, you've got a lot of guys who have that attitude every week. So I think the way I've always looked at it is the guys who are wired a certain way are going to naturally rise to the circumstances and don't need to consciously try any harder. Mm-hmm. And if anything, a lot of times you see in championship games or playoff games, guys that choke or make mental errors because they're trying to do more than their responsibilities ask for. Yeah, as young as this team is, I really don't worry about that at all. A lot of that comes from D'Amico as well and just his attitude.
He talked about that yesterday on his show. CJ's the one that you think of immediately because he's a quarterback. He's going to have his hands on the ball on every play offensively. And I love this answer. I love this answer about what D'Amico saw in CJ on Sunday against the Titans when it comes to looking ahead to this Saturday.
I felt CJ, from the warm-ups, I felt he was very calm. Yeah. Throughout and it showed just throughout the entire game. He was very calm. He didn't get too high, too low. Even if he made a mistake or something, he was like, oh, okay, my bad. And he just kept moving. He put that behind him, and he just kept pressing forward. So I really loved his demeanor in the game, and I think that calmness, that confidence, everybody felt that. He played really well, made great decisions with the football, when going through his reads, exactly how we coached him up to do it. So he did a really great job in this game.
I was thinking about CJ last night, and I was remembering an article I had read about how a lot of great leaders from history, despite all of the cult-like focus on being positive all the time these days, a lot of great leaders have actually suffered from depression, have been downright melancholic a lot. Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Bill Walsh. Those three guys always lumped together right now. And I do think that there's something that's a little bit old school about CJ in that I think he hates himself a little bit, which I like. I miss it when guys used to just kind of hate themselves and it drove them, and they'll be constantly agitated. They'll just be constantly kind of miserable about things. And CJ doesn't have a miserable personality whatsoever, but he made a comment in the post-game just about how he has to remind himself sometimes that he doesn't have it as bad as he's making it out to be, to himself. I think he gets down on himself a lot, and he has to kind of consciously focus on keeping an even keel. But and there's the difference where I would say those great people like Abraham Lincoln or Martin Luther King Jr. or Bill Walsh, there's an element of they get agitated and they're unhappy with circumstances, but they are also proactive about it. Yeah. So they do something about it. So they could get incredible bouts of being morose. But they also are action-oriented, so they're constantly trying to actually do something about it instead of just moping around all day. And it's fascinating. I think that's where honestly, all these damn coaches, they read too many books in the offseason, and they look at Bryce Young, and he checks off all these boxes of whatever latest self-help guru has caught their ear, or whichever TED Talk the coaches have watched. And they look at a guy like Bryce Young, and they're like, gosh, he just glows. He's eyes as wide as the Sphinx.
Yeah, the Sphinx.
And we're no. How about just give me some dude that hates himself and drives himself relentlessly and will never be happy no matter how much he accomplishes? Please, can we get back to basics here and start hating ourselves a little bit more? My God.
Yeah, I know. Come on, people. Welcome to 2024. CJ's super interesting, man. I'm looking at the obviously watched the whole press conference from after the game. We played big chunks of it on the postgame show. He gave a 2.5-minute answer on pressure and why pressure is a privilege.
That's the end. I wanted to play that cut, but I'm like, it's too long. But I'll get
really good.
It's really good. I'll send Chris the part I'm talking about where he mentioned that he has to remind himself that he doesn't have it that bad. Yeah. And I honestly. When I say I'm exaggerating when I say he hates himself, but I think there is You watch Bagwell sometimes, or you read about Bagwell and the way he, like, Bagwell kind of hated himself when he played. Like, he'd get down on himself, but he would use it to drive himself. Yeah. And I think sometimes when you'd read these quotes by anonymous scouts or what have you, it was almost like these foofy, stupid Generation X brethren of mine are just so damn soft. Like, and they want these guys that are super positive, happy, joy all the time. And it pisses me off. It makes me so angry. Like, no, be miserable. Well, be miserable and go excel. God damn it.
But we've had Nick Caserio on this show probably, I don't know, a minimum of like 7 or 8 times since they drafted C.J. Stroud. And every time we talk about C.J. Stroud, he brings up the word edge. You know, like I think that's something, and I think, Seth, if you're espousing what you're talking about as a positive like that, you know, if you want to call it like hating yourself, you know, if you just want to call it some form of accountability,
self-loathing,
whatever it is, but whatever it is, the Texans look for it. I'm confident that the Texans look for it.
And I'm exaggerating somewhat, but there is that balance, you know, of like, and that's where it's funny. Those 3 guys, D'Amico Ryans, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud, are just like such a cool blend where I put CJ at one side, where super, I think like he's super serious a lot. Like, and he's mentioned this before that people would always ask him like, why are you so serious all the time? You know, but he also consciously knows that he has to lighten it up sometimes. Whereas Will Anderson just seems to be like have so much energy that he doesn't know what to do with it, and he knows how to focus it. And then D'Amico's like the perfect in the middle.
It's awesome. It's a great blend. In fact, let's stick with that because CJ said something in the post-game show that I thought encapsulated why I'm glad they picked him as the quarterback of this football team. We'll hear from Will Anderson as well from the post-game show as we roll on here. By the way, Michigan and Washington winning in the college football playoff last night. So those of you wanting Alabama v. Texas over at NRG Stadium, you're going to get the number 1 and 2 teams undefeated in the country in the national championship game. We'll talk about that as we roll on with the show today, too. It is a Tuesday edition of Payne and Pendergast. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson coming up next. Stay there.
Andre Johnson. Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was C.J. Stroud following the game. This quote got a lot of run, and I think it's. I'm happy that my quarterback has this mentality going into a do-or-die game on the road, on prime time on Saturday night.
And you can see just like the vibe. Like today, I think we probably, I don't know how many fans we had, but it felt like that was the most we probably put in the stadium probably in a long time. And to show up today, I think that was pretty cool to see. And I definitely think that we're going to just keep this going. And the time is now. Like, it's not next year. It's not the year after that. It's right now. We had the opportunity to control our own destiny, so I'm excited to do that.
Yeah, it's you get a young team like this, and people are like, well, and I know I'm sure I probably said it. I know I've said it. Like, oh, I would have, whatever happens on Saturday, I would have signed up for this before the season, and it's been a great year, and it's the first winning season since The head coach and the quarterback are not entertaining any of that thought.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I think
get a ribbon for all this.
Yeah, I don't think there was any part of C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson that thought, yeah, boy, hopefully we can go 9-8 this year.
Yeah,
wouldn't that be awesome if we go 9-8 this year? So especially when you're young and I'll say dumb just because that's an expression. But like when you're young and you haven't been through it before, there's no reason for those guys to be kind of grizzled and cynical about like the state of affairs. And they just plowed forward, and D'Amico plowed forward, and I don't think it's probably a huge surprise to them that they're doing this well, because they would have been like, even if they ended up being 2, like they expect to be winning. And I think the good message though too is that in balancing out the positivity and everything, Will Anderson had mentioned that D'Amico is always constantly saying, hey, like, okay, we're not there yet. You're never going to be there. You just got to keep pushing.
Yep. Here was D'Amico on what CJ had to say in his post game.
Yeah, I love it because that's the truth of the matter, right? No one can predict what's going to happen in the future, even though people may say, oh, the future is bright or we have young talent. Like, every year is different. Things happen. You lose guys, teams change every year, so you have to own the moment that we have right now. And right now we have an opportunity versus the Colts. So that time is right now. If we handle business the right way, we know how good our team can be. We know how good of football we can play. So that time is now, and I definitely agree with what CJ says.
Yeah, that part hit home with me, Seth, in a couple of ways. One, like the part where D'Amico said there, you never know what's going to happen in future years. Things can happen. And I think a team like the Cincinnati Bengals, you know what I mean? Like the Cincinnati Bengals, since getting to the Super Bowl, there's probably been within the fan base, I'm not saying in their building, but within the fan base, this comfort that, hey, we're always going to be in it every year because we have Joe Burrow. Well, what happens if Joe Burrow gets hurt?
Exactly, yeah. and or just, guys surge and then just peter out. Or the Colts, the Colts are the perfect example of it. I'm saying I don't know how the hell they have the record they have right now. They're very opportunistic on defense, and I think the run game's better than the stats show because they really, really lean on it and depend on it. So it doesn't necessarily lead to the most amazing stats, but they can lean on that. But yeah, the Colts. Yeah, when did Andrew Luck retire? Was that 2000?
It was after the 2018. It was right before the 2019 season.
Yeah, going into that season, you would have said, "Oh yeah, they'll be the next decade. You got to worry about them because every year they're going to."
Dude, I'm sure we were. Because Andrew Luck beat the Texans in a playoff game at NRG Stadium the year before. I'm sure we were. Like I like Andrew Luck. I think he's awesome. I was thrilled when he retired. You know what I mean? Like I think we were together that day. We were watching a preseason game in the Verizon Lounge when that news came down, like on a Saturday night during a game. Remember? He's walking.
Oh no, it was crazy.
It was crazy. So I remember being like, "He's retiring. Good on him." I think he should retire.
He was getting booed. He was getting booed by Colts fans on his way out to stadium. And it wasn't just like a smattering. Yeah. It was a lot. It was the diehards, too. It was the people that were there for the last preseason game.
You know what?
Just booing their hero, Andrew Luck.
I'm writing that down because this Friday we're going to do 5 reasons to hate you. 5 reasons I hate you for the Indianapolis Colts. I'm putting that down. They booed Andrew Luck, who gave.
They hate architects, the people who actually literally put roofs over our houses,
right.
Over our heads.
They boo him. They boo one of the finest architects in modern history.
There's never been an architect's football player quite like Andrew Luck.
Nope, there never will be. I like CJ's mentality. I like and D'Amico talking about it there. You mentioned Will Anderson. The snap counts came out on the games. I mean, I'm sure they were out like right after the game. I didn't see him till yesterday. I didn't realize he only played 12 snaps. like
you were the first. You didn't realize that. You were one of the first ones to point it out. I thought.
No, but I didn't.
Yourself credit.
I was no. I was that graphic that you and I talked about.
Yeah.
On the telecast came up in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it felt like he played 10 or 12. I was guesstimating because he was only playing on passing downs.
Yeah.
But I'd forgotten that they shut him down for the rest of the game once they got up by 3 touchdowns. So I didn't realize that he just sat the rest of the game. And I guess maybe, too, it jumps out when you find out that the number – I mean, like I said, I'm guesstimating in my head that he had been playing that number of snaps. When you see it on paper that he played, 19% of the snaps, and he had he played 12 snaps, and you could argue he had – maybe the most productive game of any defensive player on the Houston Texans.
Yeah, he did. I took it at face value. I didn't realize you were exaggerating because it seemed about right. It made sense given the number of third downs and extreme passing situations. Yeah. I think that the big thing with Will Anderson is how well he's done over the second half of the season. And JJ, it's been well documented that JJ, whose sack record Will Anderson broke on Sunday, got off to a slow start his rookie year. Will acknowledged in the press conference that he wasn't doing what he wanted to do early in the season. He would say himself, he said, look, you can talk double team rates and all that, because a lot of people were using that to bolster and say that, no, Will Anderson's doing awesome. I'm telling you, a couple of both of those sacks that he had in that game were very clearly and resolutely sacks that he would not have had early in the season, because one of the things he wasn't doing well was adjusting to the double teams. So the double teams, and this is what Will knows, okay, it's great that teams are double teaming you, but you know who gets double teamed a lot? Guys
great
players.
Yeah,
great player who get a lot of sacks. So Micah Parsons gets double teamed a lot, but he still gets sacks. So the first sack that Will Anderson had, he got chipped by a running back, and it was like he'd never been touched. He just handled it perfectly and kept on being the Terminator right on through his block and got the sack. The very next play, he got a chip block by the tight end at the line of scrimmage, tried to give him that jab, and he kind of ducked inside and then came back out. There were so many examples in the first half of the season where just chips and double teams by tight ends completely stopped him dead in his tracks. So, he worked his butt off and made those improvements, and he's a better player now than he was. It was great that he was commanding those double teams, but it wasn't ultimately for where he wants to be and where he can be. It wasn't an excuse for not having the production.
Well, you talked about, you talked in the open about CJ, tongue-in-cheek hating himself, but hating himself in a healthy way, being self-critical, holding himself accountable. I mean, Will himself in the post-game show, Sheldon Rankins on the Will in his post-game availability, and then Sheldon Rankins with me and Clint, both talked about how critical Will was of himself when he wasn't putting up sacks for that. Remember, he had the first sack in the season against Lamar Jackson, and then anybody who was sort of trying to stump for Will Anderson had to lean on all the advanced stats to show that, no, he's still doing good things. He's just not getting the quarterback on the ground. And Will, I think, took a lot of not getting sacks, it sounds like, to heart in the way that you were talking about CJ in the open.
Well, and this is the other problem, too, is that a lot of those ESPN stats are they're messed up. They're not right. And Will Anderson knows this. When it's all based on GPS. So if a guy gets close to the quarterback, within a certain distance, they call it a pressure. But in the first half of the season, there were a lot of times where Will was getting a good bull rush and getting close. But in the NFL, if there's a solid offensive tackle who's a wall between you and the quarterback, it doesn't matter that you're a yard away from or what have you. You're not affecting a good veteran quarterback. Yeah. And I think that was being credited. It was funny to see some of the sites that grade it using their eyeballs versus some of the sites that use the GPS stats were way off on just how effective he was winning these That's what it was, that ESPN pass rush win rate.
Yeah.
So it was the win rate stuff that was a little messed up. And he acknowledged that in the press conference, and he's gotten better. He's gotten better at finishing. It was he was very, very close. He was getting within a yard or two of the quarterback, but he just had to get better at finishing, and that's what he's turned on these last few weeks.
Dude, I would totally be gaming the system if I were a player. I'd be helping the quarterback up after every knockdown. Even if I didn't knock him down, I'd be walking over. I'd be dapping him up after he gets rid of the ball each time, and they'd be like, wow, Sean sure does spend a lot of time around the quarterback. Wow.
Try to hack his whatever the the little transmitter
Little
is in
green
the
dot?
quarterback's shoulder
Yeah.
pads. I would just, you know what I would do? I would take my little transmitter from my shoulder pads and just throw it at the quarterback and then pick it up real quick. I just like toss it at his feet. Nobody would notice. I just stand there at the line of scrimmage and toss it at his feet. Yeah.
Here's D'Amico Ryans on his relationship with Will Anderson Jr.
When it comes to being connected to players, I try to make sure I'm as connected to all the guys as possible, right? It's a little tougher on the head coach level, but it's more work to do, and I just want to make sure we're all connected, understand that my biggest thing is players understanding that I'm here for them, right? And I'm here to serve our players and help them in any way possible, right? Just to see them be successful in their careers, right, throughout their season. Just want them to be successful players and also just successful men in the community. So I'm all about being connected with the players, had a conversation with Will just about, his injury, just him pushing through, right? Will's a tough player. He's a competitor. He's a guy you got to try to hold back from not going on the field. And that's the mindset you want from all your players, right? He has that relentless mindset that he's going to be out there no matter what, and he's going to find a way to help us win games. So love Will for his mindset, love him for his toughness, right, and just his will to win.
I think that the tricky part of that as an NFL coach as you move forward, and I don't think it's going to be an issue for D'Amico at all, but the tricky part is having that relationship, and yet at the same time, you got to cut half these guys every single year.
Yeah.
So that's where being genuine is really, really important. That's where, honestly, Belichick, despite all of Belichick's difficulties with human relationships, he's very honest and straightforward, I think, with players for the, blunt and very bluntly so, to the point where it rubs some people the wrong way. But I do think it's one of the reasons that guys come back into the fold as often as they do. Like when Belichick lets you go, you don't have any illusions about oh no, I thought we were best buds forever. He's just very honest about things. And I think D'Amico has a different personality, obviously. But as long as you're upfront and honest about stuff, people can actually appreciate you as you're firing them, because they understand your word. They believe what you're telling them.
Yeah, this is where with football coaches, this is I'm like stack ranking and power ranking the coaching jobs professionally as far as difficulty goes, interpersonally or whatever. Like this is where football coaches, even the ones where I'm like, God, this guy's a moron. Still, they're all managing gigantic enterprises, relatively speaking. And head football coaches have more support than maybe baseball managers or NBA coaches or what have you. But I think a coach like D'Amico Ryans, who it does seem like values relationships and being communicative top to bottom with the roster, we'll see if he can hold that up over time. He's in his first year.
Yeah.
But that's where I gain a greater respect for football coaches, because there's just the sheer volume of players that they interact with on a daily basis.
Well, talking about interpersonal relationships, this is why I like Will Anderson so much. I feel like he's appropriately prone to buying into propaganda, which is what you want in a defensive lineman. This is him talking about fighting through injury and how his experience at Alabama helped him out.
And I remember I had a similar situation happen to me in college. My sophomore year, I got cut blocked, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to play that week. They was talking about surgery, all this other stuff. And I remember Coach Sabin sat me in his office, and he was just like, nobody's 100% right now at this time. Like, everybody's banged up. I know you got your injury going on. And he was like, it just shows that you're a warrior. It shows what type of competitor you are. And those are the type of moments that you never forget. And you go out there and you ball out for your brothers and everything like that. And God's taking care of you. So for me, that's all I was thinking about this week, was just like, how can I be a warrior? How can I be a competitor? Trusting God, knowing that, He makes no mistakes. Everything happens for a reason. And my brothers got my back and I got their back. So that's just where it kind of was going into this week.
That's true. Man, you got to have somebody who's just flat out gung ho. Sabin. Listen. When you're a football player, you got to sign on for the gaslighting. Okay, you just gotta listen. Yeah. Tell me what I need to do, Coach, and I will do it 100%. But there is something about the culture of it is really, really important to have veteran players or the best guys on your team willing to play through injury. That has to become the standard, because otherwise, you see what happens. I mean, you see guys make business decisions. These guys in the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball just flat out pull themselves out. And it's if you don't have a culture that comes from the players that like, oh no, that's what you do. You play through this kind of stuff, and the young guys see that, it can get bad real fast.
Yep.
You get too many guys, especially young guys, making business decisions where like the genuine pros understand that like, yeah, I'm sacrificing my body a little bit to be a good football player, and that's just what you do.
Yep.
So it's not just playing injured, it's playing well when you're injured.
That's true.
It's like doing what Will did. It's not an excuse. It's not, you can't just go out there and hobble around on a peg leg and be like, look what a hero I am.
Yep.
Like, you got to actually produce too, which is what he did.
All right, we'll start to look ahead to the Colts game. We'll do that top of the hour, but we do have some headlines Texans related that we'll get to. Injuries we're keeping an eye on for this weekend. Practice starts back up again today. Everything's moved up a day because of this Saturday night game. College football playoff in the books. Rockets drubbed the Pistons last night. We'll get to all of that in headlines next.
Like it doesn't matter about being overly excited. You have to be calm in a moment. You have to be focused on the task at hand. You have to be focused on what's in front of you. And that's just going out and executing the details of your job to the fullest. And when guys do that, that's how you play winning football, right? The excitement of the game really doesn't matter when that ball is snapped. You just got to go out and play the right way.
We'll talk more about this game at the top of the hour and some of the facets of it, Seth. The Texans are a 1-point underdog right now. Colts -1 is the line. The game is in Indianapolis, and I would imagine they're getting full credit for a home field advantage in this because, one, they got a good home field advantage, and two, it's a primetime game. The crowd's going to be gassed up for this thing, and it's a winner-take-all kind of deal.
It's a playoff environment.
It's a playoff environment, yeah. But a 1-point spread for the Colts would indicate that the odds makers think that the Texans are definitely the better team. Not by a ton, but definitely the better team. Do you agree with that?
I do. And look, a lot of it just flat out comes down to the quarterback. If it were anybody but the Colts, I might make the point that, wow, it's kind of weird that the Texans are the darlings of the league in a lot of ways, and yet the Colts, who don't have their first-round quarterback and are playing with the backup all season long, have the same record, and they're largely an afterthought. And I think that a lot of it just simply has to do with C.J. Stroud, the excitement over C.J. Stroud. That and the Colts have been they've been victimized when they face genuinely good weapons on offense. So I think that Colts defense looks, they're opportunistic. They can get after the passer, but they're built a little bit like the old Colts defenses of the past. They do really well when they have a lead, but they're not necessarily built to really stop the run and to hold up to genuinely good offenses. So that's where it comes in. One of the Colts writers said they've struggled against teams that have two genuine weapons on offense. So I thought, okay, is Nico Collins a genuine weapon? I believe he is.
Yes.
Who's the second genuine weapon?
Their second most dangerous skill player as of right now is Dalton Schultz. Especially if Noah Brown and Robert Woods are banged up. I mean, the Texans are teetering. This injury report is going to be real critical this week when it comes to
very, very critical. Yeah, this might be the Dalton Schultz barometer game. If he's actually a genuine offensive weapon, then he'll help the Texans beat the Colts.
I agree.
And if not, then they'll struggle. The one thing, Alec Pierce beat the Raiders twice on deep balls on play action, and this is something the Texans have struggled with as of late. Yeah, how did the Texans almost let up a deep shot on the exact same play on the first play of the game last week that they did the week before? That part freaked me the hell out. And we can't be playing this game. We can't. You cannot let Alec Pierce become the new T.Y. Hilton or something this year. Please do not do this.
God, no. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the injury situation with the team.
Well, we'll see what we have. We have a few guys that got nicked up in the game on this past Sunday, but we'll see, how the week goes, and hopefully we can get a few guys back. Whoever is available, we're ready to roll. We're excited about the opportunity. Right? We're not, as always, throughout this entire year, we're not going to, make excuses about injuries or who's up, who's down. Right? We're going to go and play our best football and see what happens.
Grenard, Tunsil, Malik Collins, and then the two wide receivers we just talked about. Those are the biggest names that I would say are of concern right now. Grenard and Collins both missed the last game. Tunsil, Woods, and Noah Brown all left the last game with injuries.
Yeah. I didn't like it when Woods left the game, just looking up and seeing it on the TV copy, because he looks his age. He looked like he was an older guy walking off.
It's also a hip, which feels like an old guy injury. Anytime I see a hip and the guy's 33 years old, I'm like,
He looked like a guy walking off the courts, like when he realized that he can't be coming to open courts anymore.
Yeah,
he's I guess it for me.
He's fallen and he can't get up. Yeah.
I gotta find a different 24-hour fitness.
Yep. All right, so we'll keep an eye on the injury report today. It'll be a big one. Texans back at practice today. College football playoff. The final game, the championship game, is over at NRG Stadium a week from last night, 6 days from now. And whereas I think a lot of folks here locally certainly rooting for the Texas Longhorns, and probably a lot rooting for them to get into a rematch with Alabama just because that's a sexy, sizzling matchup,
Sexy Sizzly.
We will not get sexy sizzly. Well, I mean, look, you're getting the number 1 and 2 teams in the country. You are getting actually, Washington wasn't favored against Texas, now that I think about it. But they are the 2 top-ranked teams in the country, Michigan and Washington. They both won last night. Some good games, too. Michigan in overtime, kind of a sloppy game with Alabama, but it was close throughout. And Michigan, Blake Corum scored an amazing touchdown, their running back, their star running back, in overtime. Alabama could not answer. A lot of talk about the final play of the game. Alabama had 4th and goal, and Jalen Milroe, Katy native, really good quarterback, was in the news this week because of some comments about Bill O'Brien. 4th and goal, ran it straight up the back of the center and the guard on what looked like a QB draw.
It looked like it was a called quarterback run, and I guess the question is whether he should have followed the pulling guard off to the left and gone around the left end as opposed to, I don't know. A lot of people seem pretty certain about that, but who knows? But one thing I've learned is whenever somebody looks like they're doing something stupid, there's a very good chance that somebody else did something stupid before him, and that's why it makes a guy look stupid.
Here's the problem for Alabama, Seth, is that their center could not snap the ball to Jalen Milroe the whole game in shotgun. And I think you watch that final play, and it was not a good snap. It was down at his ankles. And on a play like that, in a confined space like that, one little tick that throws the rhythm off, I would imagine, can do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people watching this game. There were multiple muffed punts in this game, both of them, I think, by Michigan. And then one of the 2 teams, I forget, Texas or Washington, muffed a punt. It was Washington, I think, muffed a punt in their game. And so a lot of people on social media last night were like, these are the 4 best teams in the country. They can't find someone who can field a punt. It's like, well, no, it happens. And these are college guys, not NFL guys. Nothing's automatic in college. Good teams.
God, yeah, special teams. Alabama, no, honestly, think about some of the championship runs Alabama has always had curiously awful plays on special teams.
It's
like
college.
The most disciplined program in the country. They'd be dominant, and you get into some of the bowl games, and you're like, "What? How the hell does this happen?"
They're 18 years old. But that was the other thing. How can Alabama not find a center who can't do something other than roll the ball back to Jalen Milroe, which is probably a fair question, more so than just randomly a dropped punt. Consistently, a center just snapping the ball at his quarterback's ankles. Michigan was a better team. Washington won the late game 37-31. That was a game where Washington was really in control. I know it was 21-21 at the half, but Texas never led in this game. Washington either led or it was tied throughout. Michael Penix threw for 450 yards in this game. I tell you, he's an argument right there, Seth. Michael Penix and not that he would opt out of a playoff game, but for quarterbacks who are looking to get one last chance to make a big impression. I think the pros like Michael Penix, but he's not on the same level as Caleb Williams and Drake.
Yeah.
But he was impressing a lot of people last night.
I mean, honestly, what's C.J. Stroud without the Peach Bowl?
100%.
Are things different? I don't know. Maybe not just because of last year's class. Obviously there are huge questions about Will Levis. Anthony Richardson was a huge. That's another reason to hate the Colts, by the way. Remember the Colts and they acted like they got exactly what they wanted?
With Anthony Richardson?
Yeah. Remember they kind of looked shocked and stunned and confused, and then all of a sudden after the Texans trade, and then all of a sudden they were like, yeah, we got him right where we want him now because they're taking Will Anderson.
Writing that down to draft day. Another reason to hate the Colts.
I think it's
Penix. We were talking about Penix.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So is that one game? Does that one game make that much of a difference? I don't think it would have with CJ, because CJ had other examples of him scrambling and doing things athletically. He just hadn't done it as frequently and as against as good a competition as he did versus Georgia.
I don't think it makes a huge difference with guys that are scouting him and drafting him. I do think it makes a difference with fans who are like, okay, well, at least I can see in a big game that he can do that kind of thing.
I mean, CJ was a different case. I think a lot of people have gone on the record and said that game did matter. So who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe.
We could be sitting right here with Anthony Richardson on IR. Who knows? Who knows what would have happened if CJ hadn't played in the Peach Bowl? Can you imagine that? If CJ, the knock-on would have been like, he's a statue in the pocket. He goes to some team that's already good. Oh, Oh, it suck.
Yep.
Oh, this alternate universe I'm creating in my head.
Yeah,
it's so
no,
miserable.
don't do that. Don't go there. The one we live in now is perfectly fine. I like it. By the way, the Rockets drubbed the Pistons last night, 136-113. So they took care of business. Alperen Şengün, 20 points in the third quarter of that game last night. That was fun. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Those are a few headlines for you. Let's start looking ahead to this Colts game. There is going to be somebody back in your lives, Texan fans and Astro fans, that you are not a big fan of, and you're just going to have to live with it. This is what you get when you play in big games. That is next.
Andre Johnson.
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. Happy New Year, everybody. Appreciate you tuning in on a Tuesday. D'Amico Ryans was asked about the Texans getting flexed into prime time for Week 18 Saturday. 7:15 kickoff on ESPN. We'll get into that in just a second. But here's D'Amico Ryans on the primetime game on Saturday.
Yeah, we're really excited about just our opportunity, all right, and what this game means for us, all right, to earn a spot into the playoffs. So we're excited about that opportunity. Whether it's prime time or not, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to go out and play good football, play our brand of football, execute, and just play clean.
So how big is a routine change like this, Seth? They played every game's been noon Sunday. Every single game has been noon Sunday this year.
I think it'll be good for them. There's one thing, when you're a team that has a lot of primetime games, it's a pain in the butt because you're always in flummox. You just can never get into a groove or a rhythm. But in this, especially when it's the last game of the regular season and it's for all the marbles, I think it's really good. I think it'll bring a little bit of extra juice to everybody. I like that the Texans are on the road just in terms of having kind of an us against the world mentality and an ability to focus, avoid distraction, all that stuff. I think D'Amico would do a really good job with that. It's good that they're going to a place like Indianapolis where there's just about zero to actually go do that's interesting. I remember CJ took a shot at them in his little documentary.
He did.
But he's glad he went to an actual city instead of a place like Indianapolis.
I wonder if
I'm paraphrasing.
I wonder if they've gotten a hold of that up there.
But like, what are they going to do? Show it to the players? Players will be like, get it, CJ.
You know what I mean? Like on a show, I wonder if they have 5 reasons I hate you for Houston. If they're doing, I'm talking about guys like you and I. No, I'm sure that I'm sure that Gardner Minshew is not getting extra gumption going because of something C.J. Stroud said in his documentary.
What did he say about Indianapolis?
What did he say about this city I've been in for 7 months? What?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Indianapolis' schedule this year just to see if they have been, if their schedule's been knocked off kilter at all this year. No, I would be willing to wager the Texans are literally the only team that's played every game at the same time on the same day of the week all year. I am guessing that that's the case. Indy was all noon Sunday kicks for 8 weeks. Then they had a late game. Then they went to London. Then they had a bye week. And now they've been mostly noon Sunday games since then. So other than a Saturday game with Pittsburgh, so it's not like it's Kansas City where Kansas City just plays primetime like every other week, and they're in the 3:25 window and this and that.
I think the interesting thing about this week for the Texans offense is, all right, let's see how much this run defense has improved in terms of just can you actually run on a team that has not stopped the run well? Because the Colts have not stopped the run well, and that's been they're great if they've got a lead. They can rush the passer. Their defensive line can really wreak havoc in the backfield, but they just have not been all that good versus the run. And as Devin Singletary averaged 5 yards per carry last week, he's been 4.5 yards per carry or better in 7 of the last 8 games. It's just some of those games have been not conducive to running the ball a lot. But I'd love to, especially going to the playoffs, man, if you can really just trust and believe in that run game, which also helps keep CJ clean. If you can have another game where CJ doesn't take any actual hits, then that would be huge. I want my cake and I want to eat it too, Sean. I want to both win and not have my quarterback's brain hit the side of his skull.
Yes.
Can I get both? Am I asking too much in 2024?
I don't think so.
That was one of my resolutions. For CJ to not get concussions.
Yes.
In 2024.
It's a good one. What about on the other side, Seth? The Texans have been really good stopping the run, and I think the Colts, they've got Jonathan Taylor's back healthy now. Ran for about 100 yards last week in the Colts win. Look, when he's healthy, he's one of the best running backs in football. What do you think about the matchup over on that side of the ball for the Texans?
When he's healthy, I guess he's one of the best running backs in football. I think it's a combo of both Moss and Taylor that make a difference, that they can hit you with volume. If they get a lead, they're good at sustaining it. Yeah. So it's not as electric or as scary as it looked like it might be early in the season, but they can still use it. It's just a matter of, like, okay, are they going to this is what's the stats don't look as good as they are at actually running the ball, partly because teams have been loading up the front just to stop the run because nobody respects Gardner Minshew. But then what happens? Okay, you load up to stop the run, and Gardner Minshew hits Alec Pierce for a couple of deep shots. So this is what the Texans have been susceptible to. Don't get torched on the play action while you're just so focused on stopping the run. That's my biggest concern in this game. It's the shot plays, as it has been all season long, but especially up there on the turf where if what you're doing is what a lot of these other teams have done is be so focused on Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss that you forsake the backside.
We should point out, you bring up Moss, which is why I'm bringing this up. He was inactive for the Raiders game. He was limited during the week leading up to the Raiders game and eventually didn't play in that game. So at the very least, he's banged up, Zach Moss.
And because the game is up one day earlier, we'll get the injury report this afternoon.
Yep.
Get a feel for that.
The game is on ESPN. The two games on Saturday are ESPN games. There's a 4:30 game with or 3:30 here probably between the Steelers and the Ravens, and then the Texans and the Colts are on ESPN. And Seth, the Texans and the Colts, they are getting the A-team. They're getting the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman treatment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So guess what, Houston fans? Joe Buck has found his way back into your life.
Oh, is Joe Buck unpopular amongst some people? I had no idea. I had no clue. Okay.
Just put that name Joe Buck on the end of your hook and just drop it in the pond and see what comes back. Yeah.
Okay, Joe Buck and Chris Collinsworth are the two guys who I've lightened up on the most when it comes to football commentators. Yeah. When it comes to baseball, I feel like Joe Buck for quite some time now has been the baseball equivalent of Al Michaels, where like you do not bring the proper gravity to the situation. You don't have the confidence to call home runs, so you just sit and wait and wait and wait. That drives me insane, but that's a baseball problem. I've got no problems with him in football.
You know what? It's funny. I got that reply from a lot of people because I pointed out on social media yesterday. I retweeted the announcement of who the tweet that announced who was going to be calling these games. And I said, hey, Houston, we got Joe Buck back in our lives. The narrator of some of the greatest moments in Houston sports history, mind you, in the world of baseball. All right, so Seth, let's for you Joe Buck haters out there, haters out there, let's go down this road, all right?
Let me get my impartial cap on.
Okay.
So, all right, I erase everything I just said about him calling baseball, and let's see if it's tough to outdo the Dodgers Joe dude.
Davis. Joe Davis.
Yeah, Joe Davis is good.
He's good.
So, all right, here we go.
Here is Joe Buck calling the final out of the 2017 World Series.
Here's a ground ball right side, could do it. The Houston Astros are world champions for the first time in franchise history.
Okay, Seth, what do you think?
Okay, I saw that one coming though. It wasn't okay. I feel like end of the game is a little bit like you're ready for that. You get amped up. I'm thinking about like when there's all of a sudden a 3-run homer in the 5th or something. But okay, that was good.
I got you. And I think you and I are looking at this through two different lenses. Like you're critiquing the call appropriately. I think you're like if you're just looking at the call in a vacuum and forgetting the situation. Yeah, you could see it coming, the energy level. I'm an Astro fan, so I associate in a Pavlovian way that call with my team achieving the ultimate success. So I can't control it. Involuntarily, that gives me chills.
I'm going to be honest with you, too. I think sometimes I kind of mash Bob Costas and Joe Buck together. And Bob Costas was the guy that just hadn't paid attention all year, shows up to call the Red Sox series, and you can tell all he has done is read the Boston papers. It was like, that was all he did to prepare for that. And they also matched him with like 3 old guys who hadn't watched baseball all year either.
Like 90, Bob Costas, legend. Bob Costas in 2017 or whatever it was, terrible.
Yeah.
All right, more Joe Buck. All right, here's one. This is probably, if I'm an Astro fan, this is probably Joe Buck's most iconic call. Altuve sending the Astros to the 2019 World Series.
Altuve has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
See, I got goosebumps like on the side of my face. and on my right shoulder blade and really random spots on my body. I've got goosebumps.
I don't like you for this little exercise because now you're making me try to be analytical about something that's supposed to be emotional.
I'm just trying to show people that Joe Buck is not the devil, okay?
All right, that's true. He wasn't like Altuve, something sketchy there.
And
I'm gonna get my boy John Boy on the case.
Okay, well, to that end, there's one more Joe Buck call. Joe Buck stopped doing baseball in 2022 because he moved over to ESPN, but he was still there in 2021, and that was after we knew that the Astros had used trash cans to send signals to hitters. So this is in the post trash can punishment world. Was Joe Buck's energy level appropriate in the Astros clinching the 2021 American League Championship?
Fly ball into left. That should do it. Astros win the pennant.
I can't help it. I got goosebumps. I can't help it.
You know that Joe Buck didn't actually have anything to do with that, though, right, Sean?
I know, but it's associated with it. You know what I mean?
No, but like I said, I've lightened up on him a lot when it comes to the football side of things.
Yeah.
He used to just, but you know what? He was kind of like Bob Costas, where he had that little bit of guardian of the game type attitude. It's just a little bit of a smarmy attitude where he doesn't have that anymore. Just like Collinsworth. Collinsworth used to be that way too. I think somebody, probably one of his grandkids somewhere along the way or something, said like, "Hey, Grandpa, how come you sound like such a grumpy old man all the time?" And he was like, "Oh, okay, I'll change it up a little."
Nasally Chris Collinsworth. I like that. And by the way, if you are, if you're agitated that Joe Buck is calling this game, you can always turn the volume down and listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610. That is available to you. Mark Vandermeer is tremendous. Text message. This is from Lamont. He said, about 5 weeks ago, I called the postgame show and asked if Will Anderson should be in the Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation. Sean shut me down.
Oh, you take that, Sean.
I do shut people down on the postgame show. I don't remember shutting Lamont down. Sean shut me down and said it's Jalen Carter's award. Currently, the Eagles' defense is a joke, and Will's stats look better than Speed Racer. That's from Lamont. I'll say this. Jalen Carter, I think, is still going to win it because you get a certain lead in the odds and you play a lot of primetime games and so forth. I think, and Will missed a couple games at the end of the season. That doesn't help. I would rather have Will Anderson on my team than Jalen Carter. That's all I really care about.
Yeah, no, and the thing about Jalen Carter is, especially for voting this award, yeah, you're right. Like, he got off to the narrative lead, which is very, very important, but he also has more freakish highlights. So, like, those hit everybody's social media all the time. I think, like, Will Anderson, I'm guessing Will Anderson has played, like, literally twice as many snaps as Jalen Carter. He's just a different type of player. He's not as freakishly gifted, and he's not going to necessarily have the same kind of, like, all-powerful, dominating highlights. But it's, like, that doesn't matter for this. There's a lot of bling wrapped up in this one. Yeah. It's a good point, Lamont. I think you could totally 100% make a very good case that it should be Will Anderson at this point, but I think that's probably how it's going to go. I'm going to try to look up and see how many snaps Jalen Carter has played. I mean, he's an interior defensive lineman. They don't tend to play as many snaps. On
a pretty deep defensive line. They got a lot of guys on that defensive line, so he rotates in a lot.
But if you take, I don't think he'll ever be a guy who gets a boatload of snaps, whereas a lot of the best interior linemen like Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt still get 80, a lot of
90%.
Yeah, he's had 527 snaps over 16 games. So if you take every snap, you're about 1,000 snaps. So yeah, he's playing half the reps. Whereas Will Anderson, I'm guessing, I bet Will Anderson, given the games that he missed, let's do it over 16 games. I'm guessing he's got 850 snaps.
Are you looking it up?
I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
That's how I choose to spend my time, Sean. Leave me alone.
Well, now I'm curious. I'm definitively curious.
No, actually, he's only got 600 snaps.
Okay. All right.
Unless I've seen this wrong. All right, so Jalen Carter should be the guy.
Well, Jalen Carter's going to win it. It's just, you look at the odds board, and the narrative thing is the biggest thing. I guess we should probably continue to over-communicate this throughout the week. We got a text message. Even if we win versus the Colts, how likely is it that we make the playoffs? I'm assuming that when it says how likely to make the playoffs, I'm assuming this person is asking about the Texans. This is a win in their in game. This is also a lose in their out game. Like for the Texans, this is a playoff game. If they win this game, they're in the postseason. It's just a question of whether they're division champions, the 6 seed or the 7 seed. If they lose, they're donezo. The season's over.
They have a 0% chance of winning if they or going to the playoffs if they lose.
Yep.
So I wonder if that person just wrote it wrong.
Maybe.
He said even if they win, what's their chance of making the playoffs?
I'll read it verbatim. Even if we win versus Colts, ... how likely to make the playoffs? Question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe he just didn't realize that how close they are to actually making the playoffs.
Here, I'll lay it out for you. If they win, 100% they're in. If they lose, 0% they're in.
Yeah, this is what we like.
Yeah.
Makes us, now, winning the division is another story. You need the Jaguars to lose to win the division.
Yeah, we'll know about that on Sunday if the Texans win. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ooh, Ross Tucker is joining us next. Our Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Old Spice, is going to join us next. We'll get Ross's thoughts on this essentially playoff game for the Houston Texans. What are his thoughts on that? And questions, too, I've got questions about the Browns. I've got questions about the Eagles for Ross Tucker. We will get to our Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker, next.
Andre.
And 2024, off to a great start, and it gets even better now as we go to the hotline. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Yeah, that's what the Old Spice wants you to know. Men have skin too. Ross Tucker's a man. He's got skin. What's going on, Ross? How are you?
You know what? A lot's going on. Number one, it sounds like you guys need to get these Old Spice products now that you guys are on Twitch and people are seeing how handsome you are.
Yeah.
I have Old Spice deodorant. I don't know if they can pick that up on like the scent on video. I'm not a techie, but I enjoy their sense of humor on their ads. So yeah, I appreciate them pointing out that we have stuff. Yeah.
And I just saw that I just heard during the break that you guys are you're not only the best on air, you're the handsomest or something.
Yeah, it goes.
Check that out. That was a great ad.
Good-looking crew this is. It's Sean and Seth at the top of the list.
Yeah, what I was going to ask is have they seen you guys? Did they get that? Did they go through legal to make sure that they could say that?
What's that supposed to mean, Ross? You can't just empirically say subjectively that we're handsome.
Listen, they believe it enough that they're paying whatever the royalties are on that Right Said Fred song. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, Ross, is there any chance that you are going to be on the call on the radio for the Texans and the Colts on Sunday?
Was it
Saturday?
Saturday.
Sorry, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Sorry.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
You know, it's weird. It's kind of a bummer because, I'm the seventh crew for CBS television. I did the Bears and the Falcons on Sunday. And so if CBS had 7 games this weekend, I would be doing an NFL game on TV. Ooh. And so I kind of thought there was a decent chance that I would. Instead, Fox has 7 games and CBS only has 6, so I don't have a television game. And so Westwood won. They kind of had to make sure they were covered. I'm sure they like me, but it's not like, stop everything. Let's just wait. Let's not get one of these other guys in case Ross Tucker is available. It's like, okay, Ross might have a TV game. We got to get somebody else.
Is he aware that you do hits in Houston once per week?
Right.
And that it's,
I know. And is the game in Houston?
No, it's up in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's Indy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which honestly, Ross, leads me to this. Sean and I were talking during the break, and I feel like the Colts are like the cousin that I forgot even existed until I see him at the family reunion this season, because the Texans faced them in week 2. They're a completely different team by now in a lot of ways. And yet, here they sit with the same record and without their starting rookie quarterback. But they do not nearly have the same darling status that I feel the Texans do around the league. Is it as simple as people being able to latch on to C.J. Stroud versus not really everybody's done with Gardner Minshew?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. It's like, I think for the Colts, it's like people give credit to Steichen, and it's like, man, he must be a good coach because he's got Minshew to play, at a high enough level that they're, in the thick of the playoff race. But nobody's that excited about the Colts. And interestingly, if you're a Colts fan, I'm sure you feel great about the fact that here they are with a winning record and a chance to make the playoffs. I'm sure you're happy about all that. But long term, it's got to be kind of bittersweet, right? Because you had a quarterback that you took really high in the draft that everybody said is super talented. He just needs the reps. He just needs the playing time. He's super raw. He only started 10 games or whatever at Florida. So it's like, Colts fans just want to see their team win and all that stuff. But in terms of how much this matters for future seasons, I guess if you're a Colts fan, you feel like, okay, we have a pretty decent roster around him moving forward, and we know we have a pretty good coach, but they didn't really get the development piece that they really needed to get from this year. So the Colts are going to be, I would imagine, they're going to be a sneaky team that people think might take a step back actually next year, because there's still going to be quite the learning curve for Richardson, who was doing some positive things before he got hurt.
Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL insider joining us on the show. All right, Ross, so just looking, since you brought up kind of what things might look like next year in Indianapolis, if you had to handicap the AFC South going into 2024, who are you making the favorite to win the division next year in the AFC South?
Well, so obviously, and I know you know this, Sean, but like there's a lot that's going to happen with rosters between now and then. I think right now, though, I would, and most people would, say the Texans. And I think that's probably just a natural thing, right? Because they're the ones that have made the biggest jump this year, the biggest stride. They're the ones that have the young quarterback who's emerging. Whereas, you know, the Jaguars are going to have to they're going to have to pay Trevor Lawrence. So they're going to be somewhat more limited in terms of how they can add to the roster. And that's one of the issues. And they can still do things, but that's also one of the reasons why the Jags spent all the money they spent the last couple of years on Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram and Foye Oluokun and all these guys. It's because they knew they had this window where Trevor Lawrence wasn't making $50 million a year or whatever, and that this was a great opportunity, a great window for them to really make a run at this thing. And last year it kind of worked, right? I mean, they won the division. They won a playoff game. They kind of gave the Chiefs a good game in the divisional round, and I think the thought was, hey, we can go even further this year, and it hasn't really happened for them. I mean, they'll be underdogs. Even if they do, you know, win their game this weekend and end up winning the division against the Titans, you know, they're going to be underdogs against the Browns in the first round. And it feels like they haven't really taken a step forward, whereas the Texans, I don't know where you guys are at from a cap space standpoint, but just thinking about your roster, it feels like you guys should have a lot of cap space. You don't really have that many highly paid guys, right?
They've got a lot of cap space.
They have a ton of cap space because they've done this thing for 3 years in a row now, where all they sign is first and 1 and 2 year contracts for their free agents. So I guess that's the only consideration, is that they do have to replace or re-sign some of those guys. But in terms of long-term flexibility, you go out 2 and 3 years from now, and they've got amongst the most cap space in the league.
Right, and so that's yet another reason why the Texans, I think, will be probably favored by most teams to win the division next year, is because the belief would be, and I think rightfully so, that you would think Stroud would just keep getting better, and you would think that they'd be able to add some serious pieces around him, whereas Jacksonville, is in a different spot with having to give Lawrence. They don't have to, but being probably likely to give Lawrence a contract now, because the earlier you do it, the easier it is to spread it out, because Lawrence, he's got a 4th year on the deal and then the 5th year option, which they would obviously pick up. But the sooner you give a guy like that 4-year deal now or 5-year deal now for $50 million a year, well, then you can spread the money out really over 7 years, because they just tack on those 5 years to the end of what he's already supposed to get to kind of spread it out. And by the way, if you're going to pay him, you might as well do it this offseason, because why wait till the next year when guys are starting to make $60 million a year or whatever at that position?
Ross, I don't know if I need to recap the scenario from Dallas and Detroit. I know I don't need to recap it for you, but for the listeners who might not have seen it, basically officials misidentified an offensive lineman who is eligible to be a receiver. He caught a 2-point conversion, was flagged for an illegal touching. It was a huge, huge debacle. Have you ever had any kind of confusion like that when you reported eligible as a receiver, offensive lineman, or anything like that? And is there any defending the NFL officials who did it?
Yes, there is, and I'm getting crucified right now by Lions fans on social media. I'm getting killed at Ross Tucker NFL because I'm actually a guy, I reported a lot.
Yeah, okay. Because you're the 6th guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so not only did I report as like a short yardage goal line tight end, but I was also always the tight end on field goal and extra point, where you also have to report because, you're the end man on the line and you're uncovered and you're an eligible receiver in case there's a bad snap or something. So, I mean, I literally have reported dozens and dozens of times. And so here's the deal, okay? The Lions sent 3 linemen over to the head referee, Brad Allen. And I'm actually writing about this, by the way, for my column for the 33rd team this week, which will be posted today that people can check out. Because I have a strong opinion on this. The Lions specifically sent 3 linemen over to Brad Allen with the intention of trying to really trick or confuse or deceive the Cowboys as to who's eligible or not, right? And in the process, it feels like they tricked and confused the head referee, Brad Allen. Now, Lions fans will tell you he just assumed it was number 70 again because number 70 had been reporting as eligible all game. He has to do his job and listen to what they say. But it's like, well, wait a minute. So first of all, it's really, really loud. And usually it's not about what they say. It's about the hand signal of wiping your hand laterally across your chest. And then the issue for me is people can say, well, Decker's the only one that said I'm reporting, and I saw where the number 70 skipper ran and said, I didn't say a word. These guys had helmets on. My whole thing is this. This shouldn't even be a thing. It shouldn't. I am all for trick plays. Yeah. And actually, I think unique formations where you have an overload of offensive linemen and then the guy on the other side's eligible. I think that's great. But this idea, because Dan Campbell even says then that he heard the official announce 70 as eligible. Well, guess what? The play's dead then. You can't run the play. If the guy announces 70 has reported as eligible, then that means 68 hasn't. And I just think that that's not. I just think that I don't think that should be a part of the game.
You know what I think? Okay, because that's a question for the offseason. It's kind of like the fake spike. It's not within the spirit of the rules, right? So they outlawed the fake spike because it's just you're trying to. It's something that's supposed to protect the quarterbacks. Defensive linemen lay off, and all of a sudden you're using it to violate. This is you're trying to confuse. You're trying to create as much confusion, including amongst the officials. I see what you're saying there. My counter argument initially, Ross, would be that Brad Allen, the official, heard number 68 and was already headed towards the line of scrimmage as Dan Skipper, who's 6'11", by the way. No, 6'10". Who's 6'10". Hard to mistake him for any other human being. He wasn't even in the area yet by the time Brad Allen had already started moving towards the line of scrimmage. That's the part where I don't quite buy the 3-guy theory.
Well, so what I would tell you about that is, especially when I was a rookie, there would be some of the veteran guys like Walter Rasby, one of our tight ends. They went over to the ref as I was running in to say, hey, 60, and would point at me to say 68's eligible because the coaches told them to do that because they were afraid since I was a rookie that I would lose my mind when I ran out there for the first time and I would totally forget to do it. You know what I mean?
Giving your college number or something, yeah.
Yeah, no, they just thought it sounds good to be reported, but then you send a rookie. Literally, it was my first snaps in the NFL. It was against the Arizona Cardinals at the old Sun Devil Stadium, and I ran out there, and as I'm running out there, one of the linemen and Walter Rasby, they walk over to the official, and they're pointing at me yo, he's eligible. He might not tell you right now because he's an idiot. He's a rookie. It's his first play ever, but that guy's eligible. You know what I mean? So that's part of it too. I just don't think – and here's the thing. Dan Campbell even admitted – Goff admitted he heard him say 70's eligible, but Dan Campbell admitted that they sent the other 2 guys over there to try to throw the Cowboys off the scent. And then people say, well, wait a minute. They announce who it is. Well, yeah, but sometimes you can't even hear the official that loudly, and it's happening so fast and quickly and that's what they're trying to create. What I would say there is if they had just had Decker go over and say, hey, I'm eligible, even if Brad Allen said right before the snap, 68's eligible, because of that formation and because of the way they did it, there's still a pretty good chance that Decker's eligible.
Yeah.
I mean, that Decker is open. And by the way, they wanted the official to say 68's eligible because they wanted Decker to be the one that reported as eligible.
Yep.
So, they wanted him to announce the right number.
Ross Tucker joining us. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. So bottom line, Ross, do you think the Texans get it done in Indianapolis on Saturday night?
Yeah, I kind of do. I do. Tell me about their chances to make the wild card if the Jaguars still beat the Titans on Sunday.
The Texans game is simple. If the Texans win, they're in the playoffs. If they lose, they're out. It's literally a playoff game for the Texans. Now, if the Texans win and then the Jags lose on Sunday, not only are they in, but they win the division. That's how it goes.
So hold on a second. Is that the same for the Colts?
I don't know. Well, the Colts, if they win, I believe it might be. I don't know. The Colts. I don't know if the Colts are definitively out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if the Colts are definitively out if they lose, but it's if they win, they're in. Similar to the Texans.
Wow. So both teams, they win and they're in.
Yes.
I wasn't 100% sure that with the tiebreakers with the Steelers and if the Bills lost and all that stuff, it gets confused. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh man, now I'm even more mad I'm not doing that game Saturday night. That would have been amazing.
Should be a whole lot of fun.
If the Colts lose, they're out.
Yeah,
so
it's
it's 100%. I just double checked. Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't know if the Colts won if they were necessarily in. That was my thing.
Yep. Yeah, it's a playoff game basically.
I do think, Sean, that the Texans will win the game, but man, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be a great competitive. It should probably be like the college football playoff game. I think it'll be a great competitive game. It's been so long since they played. I think it'll come down to the end.
Yeah, should be fun. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Ross, we appreciate it. We'll do it again next week.
Yeah, we need free Old Spice for all three of us. I'm not looking great after New Year's Eve. And you guys, now that you're too sexy for whatever on Twitch, you guys need it too.
I need some of that body wash too. It sounds good. Ross,
see you guys.
See you. Take it easy. Ross Tucker joining us on the program. Thank you for reminding us, Ross, how sexy we are. All right, up next, I want to touch on something Ross brought up there with respect to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I want to circle back to that. Also, if you want to hear what an angry fan sounds like, I can't ever imagine getting this angry at DeMeco Ryans. But this fan is so mad at a coach who was in a Super Bowl within the last 12 months. You got to hear this. We've got it for you next. Got done with Ross Tucker just real quick. He was laying out the AFC South next year. I asked him if you had to make a favorite right now, understanding that there's still a draft and free agency and all that stuff, who would you make the favorite in the AFC South next year? And Ross gave us the right answer, which is the Houston Texans. But as he was laying out the Jags situation, Seth, where, yeah, they're coming up on that crucial offseason where you're 3 years in with a franchise quarterback and you've got to make the determination, like, okay, do we give him $260 million, $200 million guaranteed, or do we slow play this and let it play out for another year? We've seen teams do both. The ones that have invested in quarterbacks, it's not gone super well lately. Even and not, largely not because the quarterbacks are bad, but Justin Herbert just stuck on a bad team. Joe Burrow got injured. Jalen Hurts has not been as good this year as he was last year. There's other examples, but it got me thinking, like Jacksonville just started kind of rising up on the scene at the end of last year, and now this year was supposed to be the year they make the big run with Trevor Lawrence on his rookie contract. And now it's over. Now they might not even be in the playoffs, and now they've got to make this Trevor Lawrence decision. And when you look at the Jags, this is where I'm so thankful that the Texans hired DeMeco Ryans and the Texans had the season that they did this year and that they're having still this year, where we got the quarterback saying the time is now, and they're playing a play-in game basically in Week 18. The Jags burned an entire year messing around with Urban Meyer. Like
that's a great point.
You burned 33% of this amazing 3-year window you get of cheap quarterback play.
Well, and then also, though, now even with Doug Peterson, what if Doug Peterson is just one of those guys, maybe kind of like Greg Roman was with the Ravens, who's really good at getting either the most out of an athletic guy who needs development as a passer, but can't really take him to the next level. Because you see now where Lamar Jackson, I think, through a combination of, him maturing and learning over time, but really then needing to be paired with a guy like Todd Monken, and now you've got all the best version of Lamar Jackson, because he's in an actual NFL offense that has college elements blended into it like everybody does these days. But it's a better offense. He's a better offensive coordinator for Lamar Jackson, and it was as simple as that. I wonder if Doug Peterson is that guy who can get the most out of a Nick Foles or a Carson Wentz when they're young and when there's not a lot on them. But now all of a sudden, look at what you have. You got Trevor Lawrence, who had a nice third of a season stretch last year, but
other than
you
that,
might have the books written on him. He's a one-read guy.
Yep. It's interesting you bring up Doug Peterson because his name's about to come up here in just a little bit. There's a Philadelphia Eagles fan by the name of Catfish Charlie. It looks like I don't know if he does these videos on the regular, but he had a video that started circulating of a pretty poor stretch of offensive football for the Philadelphia Eagles towards the end of that loss to the Cardinals this weekend. 28-28 was the score, and the Eagles had the ball. And the Twitter account, he's at Chuckles152. Dr. Catfish Charlie MD is his name.
He's got a picture of a child on there, so he's just completely voiceover guy.
I'll also point out his bio on Twitter starts off with God first and foremost. Keep that in mind as we listen to him curse like a sailor for the next 8 minutes.
He didn't say GD or anything. No. I think he's just, that's all.
All right, so let's do this here. Here is I cannot imagine getting this angry at DeMeco Ryans someday, but this Philadelphia fan is livid with Nick Sirianni. Okay, so 28-28. It's the fourth quarter. The Eagles have the ball, and it's 1st and 20.
Let's talk about how Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fire Italian boy. Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff out. Woo, let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Whoa!
The woo at the end gets me.
Woo is awesome.
Right. So it's 1st and 20. Jalen Hurts picks up 4 yards running off tackle to the right. So now it's 2nd and 16. and Sirianni calls the exact same play.
Now look what we come back with on 2nd and 16. Let's guess what we're going to do. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to do? Maybe we're going to throw it long. Maybe we're going to do a play action. Nope. Nick Sirianni, the Italian boy, he's going to tell Jalen Hurts to run it off the right end. And guess what? Oh, they knew. They didn't get surprised on that, you Woo!
All right. So they lost 4 yards on that play. Now it's 3rd and 20. For those just tuning in, this is some dude named Catfish Charlie, who's, I presume, a huge Eagles fan, who is livid with Nick Sirianni's play calling. Or at least, I don't know if he calls the plays or Brian Johnson calls the plays, but he's angry with the plays being called, for sure.
He's angry with the plays and the decision-making. And, like, honestly, like, their whole – like, one of the big things about the Eagles is that they want to predicate things on the run and the QB run, but, like, it's all out of gun. They run out of gun all the time. So it gets harder and harder as the season goes along if you don't offset that with – a passing game to actually. So for a fan, fans hate running out of the gun when it's not working because it looks like it's doomed to failure. So when you're watching it, you're like, of course this is not working. Of course, some teams can make it work. The Eagles are not making it work. No. So yeah, everybody knows. Everybody's had this experience. It's infuriating when your team is running out of the gun and they can't run it all.
Yeah, it's brutal. And so just to set the scene, he's narrating the TV copy. This guy, Catfish Charlie. And this is the point on 2nd and 16 and they lose 4 yards. This is the point where they do the thing where they pan the crowd in Philly and they're showing fans completely angry with Nick Sirianni. And they show this woman all dressed up in Eagles garb who literally can read her lips. And she's like, what the bleep is this? Like she's cursing. So I say that to set up this audio. It's 3rd and 20, but Nick Sirianni calls a timeout.
I don't know what they're doing, lady, but guess what? It ain't an NFL offense because we got an Italian boy running a stupid offense. And guess what? He wastes a timeout that you're going to need at the end of the game. He wastes a timeout. Why? Because he doesn't know what he's doing. The offense is all out of sorts. And then guess what they call? They call play. I'm going to pause it, and then we're going to come right back.
Okay, so he pauses it, he comes right back, and they run a screen. They call a timeout to run a screen on 3rd and 20 that gets one of their best players hurt.
Yeah.
And look at the down. It's 3rd and 20. And look what our genius boy Italian comes up with. Look at it. I want you to look at it. A screen pass to Gainwell? Are you stupid? And look what happened. You got Devonta Smith hurt. You what kind of are you? Fire him now, Jeffrey Lurie. If you don't, we're going to pick it for months. Fire that. Look at him. He's too with the coach and NFL team. You fired the only chance we ever had at winning the Super Bowl, and that was Doug Peterson.
Oh! See?
Okay. I'd like to go back. I'd have to see the receipts on him being upset about them firing Doug Peterson. Yeah. That somehow, like, oh, yeah. I'm sure everybody was all up in arms over the firing of Doug Peterson.
After he won 4 games his last year there.
I remember the outrage. I didn't even bother submitting it. He was so angry, and I didn't want to have to beep all those words. Yeah.
Dude, just to reset some of the visual of this, that last play, that 3rd and 20 screen. So for people wondering, okay, what happened to Devonta Smith? He almost got Tank Delled. He got rolled up on from behind, blocking in the open field, and he's got a sprained ankle now. Like he's legitimately banged up. He's not out for the season like Tank is, but he's banged up enough to where he's on the ticker on SportsCenter and whatnot with injury status and things like that. Dude, they were showing A.J. Brown looked like he was ready to go strangle somebody after that screenplay on 3rd and 20.
I saw him in the locker room, and it was almost the answers I saw him giving. I don't know what the whole interview was. It looked like somebody who was trying not to criticize officials, and like except that these were questions about his own team.
Yep.
There's been bad stuff going on with the Eagles in terms of just the smoke, like the various reports that you didn't used to get out of this Eagles team, where it feels like that point where people are jumping ship because they're giving anonymous quotes and anonymous sources dishing on various dramas going on.
Well, is it fair to maybe wonder with the Eagles, especially given Shane Steichen's success this year, and I would say Jonathan Gannon's success may be overstating it because they're going to pick in the top 5, but I think they've been more competitive and they beat the Eagles.
The defense is falling apart. The Eagles, the Eagles defense has been falling apart, and I don't think even these guys, because this guy definitely was probably hated Gannon last year because he didn't blitz enough. Yeah. So even Eagles fans who are upset right now can't be acting like they loved Jonathan Gannon because they hated him last year.
No, but as far as why the Eagles aren't as good this year, could it have been that was a team where the strength was the 2 coordinators, not the head coach?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. There's a very good chance of that.
Yep.
The other to go that route, a little bit of a tangent. People are really just starting to wonder about wow, look at Frank Reich. Maybe the Panthers won't be that bad off because you know what happened in Indianapolis this year? This is relevant to the Texans coming up. Mm-hmm. The offensive line, remember, that had been so good for the Colts forever, and then all of a sudden just was curiously awful for the last year or two. Now they look like they're pretty solid again, 1 year removed from Frank Reich. Meanwhile, in Carolina, Frank Reich shows up, and the offensive line just falls to shambles. Yeah. So maybe it'll actually be better with somebody else other than Frank Reich.
Yep. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's get to our 8 at 8 here. 8 stories. Get your day going. The Ocho.
1.
Start with 1. Texans. We'll get to the college football playoff. We'll get to the Rockets. We'll get to things going on around the NFL. But let's start with the Texans, who are back at practice today. Tuesday practice because it's a Saturday night game, so everything gets moved up a day. They practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. They travel to Indy on Friday. They hang out all day. Boy, that might be the most nerve-wracking thing of all, Seth, is with the noon Sunday stuff, is this is the first time since the preseason that players are having to find things to do during the day. I would imagine you're keeping occupied for 7 more hours than you're normally keeping occupied during a day.
Night games are weird things where you don't want to expend too much energy, but you also don't want to be you don't want to be focused in on the game with your game face on the whole day, yet it feels weird if you try to get too far away from the game. So usually you watch some football.
Do you nap?
It's a good way to pass
you take a
time.
nap during the day?
I always tried to, but I was never good at it. I'm not good at napping when I've got a big event coming up.
Yeah, because you're always thinking about it.
I don't nap before football games, surgery, or battle, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
I was notoriously hard, back when I was back in the war.
Right.
We'd be trying to sleep in the trenches the night before a big battle, and we knew we were going to get that whistle, and I was going to have to go over the top. A lot of guys, my bunkmate Charlie, he was sleeping like a lamb, but meanwhile I was up writing letters to my kin.
Different people handle battle differently, man. It's all good.
I'm not gonna lie. I peed my pants, literally, and did I stay in the trenches while everybody else went over? Maybe I did. I had my reasons. Okay.
There was no video back then. You can say
somebody had to live to tell the tale, Sean.
That's right. That's right. That's the historian. Let's get to here's D'Amico Ryans. One thing we do know. Napping, no napping, sitting around all day. The players got to keep from getting overly amped up for this thing.
Yeah, guys have to understand, right, when that ball is kicked off, right, or the ball is snapped, it doesn't matter about being overly excited. You have to be calm in a moment. You have to be focused on the task at hand. You have to be focused on what's in front of you. And that's just going out and executing the details of your job to the fullest. And when guys do that, that's how you play winning football, right? The excitement of the game really doesn't matter when that ball is snapped. You just got to go out and play the right way.
I am bullish on this team's demeanor going into this game.
Their composure.
Yes, composure is a better word. Their composure going into this game. I think they've got guys in important key parts that have played in big games. I think D'Amico is a coach who oozes composure, and I think the fact that, and I'm not talking about just composure coming into the game, but I think if this is a game that's a fourth quarter game, there's literally nothing that this team has not experienced in the fourth quarter of a football game this season so far.
That was my nickname back in Nam, Thesaurus Joe. Because came up better with better words for things.
Yeah, that was good. Composure, greater than demeanor. But I think the team's going to come in with the right frame of mind in this. I don't know if they're going to win, but
No. I think and D'Amico's talking about the right things as far as just not trying to do too much, not trying to go above and beyond in big games. That's a lot of times when teams fall apart. It's a classic choke. Just like when you just start thinking about it too much and you start doing something different than what you normally do. That's the old New England philosophy with Belichick was that if you're changing your routine up for the playoffs, then you probably didn't have the right routine for all the regular season games. You got to just keep everything. You find a good routine and you get really, really good at doing that routine, and it doesn't change on into the playoffs. I think D'Amico, given the way he's talked about things, I think he shares that philosophy.
Yep. They got a lot of injured guys, the Texans do. Here's D'Amico Ryans when asked about the injured players for Week 18.
Well, we'll see what we have. We have a few guys that got nicked up in the game on this past Sunday, but we'll see, how the week goes, and hopefully we can get a few guys back. Whoever is available, we're ready to roll. We're excited about the opportunity. Right? We're not, as always, throughout this entire year, we're not going to, make excuses about injuries or who's up, who's down. Right? We're going to go and play our best football and see what happens.
Does the nature of this game mean you're kind of pushing it with guys that are injured if they're willing to go, obviously, but it's do or die.
You're not like holding somebody out and thinking like, well, we need them for next week.
Right.
Who knows? Someday that might never come.
Yeah. Like I think if these guys can walk, they're going to go. I would feel. Which injury are you most concerned about when it comes to Grenard, Tunsil, the wide receivers, Malik Collins?
I think Jonathan Grenard, because I think Tunsil, I never know how injured Tunsil actually is or not, so I assume he'll play. Because he's on the injury report every week. John Grenard is the one that, you're a different team, I think. If you have both those guys, both Will Anderson and John Grenard, although I got to be honest, I don't want to take anything away. I don't want to take anything away from the defensive lineman who played last week, but I also do want to recognize that it was the Tennessee Titans late in the season, and that wasn't a good football team. Right. So, going against the Colts, who are a better football team, I feel like they're a little bit under-respected for how scrappy they've been, and I think the Colts' offensive line has been surprisingly improved this year. So it's not as simple as look at all those guys that produced last week on the defensive line. No, that's true, but Grenard's better. Yep. So get Grenard out there.
2. All right, let's get to the college football playoff. We'll rapid fire these two games. Michigan beat Alabama 27-20. They scored the last 14 points of the game. Michigan went on a game-winning drive to tie the game. In regulation, Alabama was winning 20-13. Michigan, Blake Corum, their outstanding running back, scored just a monster run in overtime. And 27-20. The final score, Alabama loses. So, Seth, the two narratives we get out of this game, one, I'm already seeing it on the TV in our studio. If Michigan wins, is the title tainted? And with Alabama, that's 3 straight years they've not won a championship. Is Nick Saban on the downslope? Is Nick Saban washed? Is the Michigan title tainted?
It feels like
if it weren't for the narrative.
If it weren't for the age, his age, it would be easy to say, all right, let's think about the Patriots, his good buddy Belichick, who went on that down period where they didn't win any Super Bowls, but they sure were going to a whole lot of AFC championship games. It's really, 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 really hard to win a national championship. Yeah. I think people I'm surprised that people are surprised by that. So, no, I don't think that making it to the playoffs and not advancing is the same as, and barely not advancing is the same as, being on the downslide.
This was not a great Alabama team either compared to previous years. It just, they downgraded at a lot of key spots.
They're still recovering from, Bill O'Brien. It's not so easy to do.
To lose
Bill
O'Brien.
Took us damn near 3 years to do it.
Now that's a fun narrative right there. All right, so Michigan beats Alabama in the one game.
3.
And the one that I think a lot of people locally were hoping for a different outcome. So you get a Texas school in here, and NRG Stadium will be hopping on Monday night next week. Washington beats Texas 37-31.
That's the I'm looking at the final incompletion where Jeff Schwartz, former NFL offensive lineman, says, for those of you who didn't see it, Quinn Ewers throws it basically out to the back of the end zone. Mitchell, the receiver, can't make a play on it. Schwartz says, I'm just one of the fat guys trying to block for the QB, but I just throw the ball directly to the front pylon and win the game. And I think that was that's the missed opportunity there, is just like, okay, adjust to the coverage and be on the same page between quarterback and receiver, and how much of that is a Steve Sarkisian thing, all of that. But they came very, very, very close. If you stayed up until, I'm guessing, was this about 2:30 in the morning by the time they actually played this?
Halftime was at 10 o'clock last night.
I couldn't stay awake.
Halftime was at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm an honorary Aggie. I couldn't stay up for the Horns. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. So we get Michigan and Washington, the number 1 and 2 teams in the country, at NRG Stadium on Monday.
4.
Rockets drubbed the Pistons last night. I just kind of kept a side eye on this game. It was interesting because this game was 65-60 at some point in the third quarter, and then I got dialed in on the football game, and I looked back up at the basketball game, and all of a sudden it was 99-70. I'm like, wait, hold on. What the hell just happened in this Rockets game? This game was close, and then 10 minutes later the Rockets are winning by like 30 points in this game. Well, it's because the Rockets put up 47 points in the third quarter of this game, their best output of the season, and Alperen Şengün had his first 20-point quarter as an NBA player. He scored 26 on the game, but he had 20 in the third quarter. And the Rockets do what good teams do, kind of like the Texans taking the Titans to the woodshed. You got a bad Pistons team come to town, you go and you beat them by 23 points, 136-113.
Rockets are currently 9th in the West, one spot ahead of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah. So
this is pretty cool. This is something that I hadn't been looking forward to. Like, I would have looked forward to it if I had known it was coming, but just actually watching the Rockets in a playoff race, in contention for the playoffs or the play-in, right here already just past Christmas time, and to see what happens over the course of the next couple of months. My February, March, and April just got a lot more interesting. Hopefully.
Yeah, we don't have to wait till baseball season to get here to have kind of nightly. So not nightly with the Rockets, but it's 3-4 times a week. So yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
5.
Well, if you don't follow the D League as closely as I do, Sean, that's Or I watch a lot of European prospects on the internet.
I'm trying to get on your level. Yep.
Sometimes when you think I'm just drunk, it's actually I've been up all night watching independent league European basketball.
On Lithuanian basketball.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Bradley Chubb. This is a significant injury. The Miami Dolphins are trying to win the AFC East this Sunday night against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Bradley Chubb, they've already lost Jalen Phillips. They lost him in that Black Friday game on that horrible, horrible MetLife turf. And now Bradley Chubb is out with a torn ACL, and Mike McDaniel is getting crucified for this because Bradley Chubb and a lot of the guys were in the game when this thing was he got hurt during the Ravens game, which the final score was 56-19. These guys are in the game when the game is totally out of hand in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the thing about that is it's actually you don't have that many players on the field in the NFL. It's hard to just go out there with all backups, and guys want to play. So I don't know. I suppose he shouldn't have been out there.
Devil's advocate, because I'm with you. I don't get too worked up about this stuff, but like devil's advocate, are there certain guys like Bradley Chubb's your best player defensively, and he's torn 2 ACLs in his career?
Well, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, would he be maybe above?
Bradley Chubb may have. Okay, maybe, you know what? Okay, this will be my narrative. If Bradley Chubb just inserted himself into the game even after he told him to go out, it's like a lot of times, look, the defensive line rotation is not always the science that you might think it be. Sometimes there's a lot of kind of like jostling among guys and guys deboing other guys to get out on the field and everything. And it might be, I don't know about Bradley Chubb's instance, but sometimes the coach will tell a rookie to go in and the veteran is like, nope, I need a few more reps. Yep. Or I don't know, if he might have had some incentives in his contract or something. So, yeah, I don't know if that's where it comes down to, all right, is Mike McDaniel, whether it was his decision or not for Bradley Chubb to be in the game, does he have enough institutional control as this young, fresh-faced, IT professional-looking dude?
Yeah, this is what McDaniel said. He said the players wanted to go back in and play and finish the right way heading into next week. I have the ability to tell them no on everything in this situation. There's plenty of decisions that I'll cross-examine. The intention is always purposeful, and I made the call that the guys went out there. They wanted to be out there. I would like a time machine for sure. End quote. That's Mike McDaniel. Wants a time machine.
And then he did a 5-minute dissertation on the practicality of time travel.
That's right.
Yeah.
6.
The Steelers are going to be rolling with Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback in a game they must win on Saturday to remain alive in the playoff hunt in the AFC. They play a Ravens team that's probably going to be resting a lot of guys, so it's a winnable game for the Steelers. Mason Rudolph has been good since they inserted him into the lineup, and Kenny Pickett, this is the big thing, Seth. Kenny Pickett is healthy. Their first-round pick from last year is healthy, but they are rolling with Mason Rudolph, who's recently as, I don't know, whenever Kenny Pickett was last healthy, 5, 6, 7 weeks ago, he was their emergency quarterback because Mitchell Trubisky was the backup. So Mason Rudolph trying to save the Steelers season on Saturday.
I can't remember which game it was, but when the Mason Rudolph chant started and you knew that, said this might be it for Trubisky.
It was one of the horrible Trubisky games. They were chanting for Mason Rudolph, and they were right, the Steeler fans. So apparently there were reports that Kenny Pickett was agitated about this whole thing, that Kenny Pickett is none too happy that he's the backup to Mason Rudolph. I got to do some more digging on this. I saw some internet smoke that Kenny Pickett may not be.
Well, I'd imagine,
and
I don't know.
Make sure it wasn't like Fax Sports or whatever, or Front Porch
Sports,
Front Porch News. Yeah, I made sure.
Well, I'm sure there's one of those things where. Kenny Pickett refused. Like a Brock Osweiler thing. The rumor is, on Behind the Steel Curtain, that Steelers quarterback Kenny Pickett refused to back up Mason Rudolph in Week 17.
That's what it was.
Oh, that's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
If he refused to back him up, if he did what Brock Osweiler reportedly did to Bill O'Brien, when he said, if this is what he said, you only want me because you need me, which is... Yes, exactly the same for every single football player on every team in America. Yes, Mason. Nobody wants you for your quick wit in a football game. Okay, it's like, why can't you want me for who I am on the inside instead of my ability as a football player?
That's funny.
7.
All right, we mentioned Dan Campbell earlier. We talked extensively with Ross Tucker about the end of that Lions-Cowboys game on Saturday night, where Dan Campbell was so agitated with the call from the officials on the illegal touching for the Lions' 6th offensive lineman. The whole thing got botched up. If you watch the game, you know what we're talking about. Dan Campbell thought the call was bad, so the 2-point conversion that they were attempting to win the game got backed up to the 7-yard line. He decided to still go for it from the 7-yard line. They ended up not getting it. They went for it a third time because there was an offsides penalty. It was a big mess. Many people would carry that around with them possibly, but not Dan Campbell. He came into his press conference this week, his first media session of the week. Dan Campbell feeling good.
I'm good. I woke up yesterday. I'm ready, man. I've got controlled fury, and I'm ready to go. I'm absolutely ready to go. I don't go the other way, and the team won't either.
Well,
we're on a mission, and we're not going to. We're going to feel sorry for ourselves and wallow in everything. We had plays to make, we didn't make them. And it's a tight game, a good opponent, playoff-type atmosphere, and you got to make that one extra play that we didn't. And so we will use this as fuel. I got pure octane right now. I woke up, I'm ready. So we're moving forward.
God, he's the best.
I'll tell you what. I had a guy like Dan with me back in the trenches in World War I.
Controlled fury?
Yeah, Danny, he was next to me, and he was like, I got controlled fury, Seth, I'm ready to go. I was like, yeah, Dan, we're going to go get them Krauts. And they blew the whistle, and I was like, you go, Dan. And he went over the top, and I took care of his wife when I got home.
That was nice.
I helped his kids go to college and everything.
Oh, my God. Dan Campbell.
I stayed in the trench.
God bless Dan Campbell. And Seth Payne. God bless Seth Payne and Dan Campbell.
Well, I sacrificed in my own ways, Sean. I sacrificed in my own ways. I have to live with the guilt, okay, of not going over the top of the trench.
Right. Poor Dan.
8.
My last one.
He gets Mr. Glory.
Yeah. Last one. The XFL and the USFL are combining into one league. We knew that. Yesterday, The Rock, who is one of the owners of the new league, announced that it's going to be called the UFL. The Houston team will be called the Roughnecks. And the sad thing is, Wade Phillips will not be the coach of the Houston Roughnecks. Wade Phillips, he's getting a transfer. He's going to be coaching the San Antonio Brahmas next year in this combined league. Yeah. No Wade Phillips in Houston coaching the Roughnecks next year.
His dad's Bum's Ranch was like way out west, wasn't it? somewhere on. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't know why I put you on the spot for that, but it might be almost like right out on the way out to San Antonio.
He might like it. Yeah, he might like it. Yeah. So Wade Phillips, he will not be the coach of the Houston Roughnecks, but the Houston does have a team in the new league.
Do we know who the coach is yet?
Yes, and I can't remember his name. It's not somebody. Yeah, his name is not Wade Phillips. That's what his name is. All right, that's your 888 Payne and Pendergast with you, Sports Radio 610. Andre Johnson. Let's get to this. Will Kunkel of Fox 26 did an interview with Andre Johnson. Had a lot of it was about the Hall of Fame, but the really, really interesting stuff was about Andre's relationship with the Texans, with the McNairs. And he answered the question, what's been your most uncomfortable conversation with the team? That is next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to Andre Johnson here in just a moment. You asked the question, Seth, who's the coach of the UFL team in Houston? And we have a couple texters pointed out this combined league kept the Gamblers from the USFL, but rebranded them as the Roughnecks from the XFL. I don't know if people care about the machinations of all that, but the bottom line through that is that Curtis Johnson, who was the coach of the Gamblers.
The Gamblers coach is now the Roughnecks
He's
coach.
the Roughnecks coach, yeah. Curtis Johnson, who has spent he's been a coach since the mid-'80s, largely a wide receivers coach at many, many places collegiately, including for a decade with Miami of Florida. He coached Andre Johnson in college and Reggie Wayne. He was the wide receivers coach for Sean Payton the first 6 years in New Orleans. And he was a head coach at Tulane for a few years as well. So he's our head coach.
And then for those of you who missed it, so Wade Phillips will be the coach of the San Antonio team. Yep. And I was also wondering, his dad's ranch was, I thought, midway between San Antonio and Houston. It's kind of it's closer to San Antonio, but further south. It's Goliad, which is between San Antonio and Port Aransas, basically, midway between there. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the family still has that ranch or not. But obviously, Wade's not unfamiliar with San Antonio.
There you go. All right, Andre Johnson. He did a sit down with Will Kunkel of Fox 26. And you can find it, it's on the internet. You can Google it. You can find the full interview out there. The part that was making the rounds that I saw yesterday was the part that talked about Andre's relationship with the team. And if we were to go back, we know that there was a time back in 2021, right around the time that Deshaun Watson requested a trade, that Andre was none too happy with the team. He took to Twitter to express his dissatisfaction, saying that they wasted players' careers, and he took dead aim at Jack Easterby and said, ever since he got into the building, I'm paraphrasing because the tweet has since been deleted. But ever since he was in the building, things have been bad, was Andre's basic message. Obviously, now things have changed. Jack Easterby's not there anymore. Andre's former teammate, D'Amico Ryans, is the head coach, and things are moving definitively in a much different direction with the Texans. And now Andre's back, and he's involved. He's around the team. And he was sitting in the owner's box at the game on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. And Andre had a great relationship with Bob McNair. And as he discloses here, he didn't have as close a relationship. It wasn't a bad relationship. He just wasn't as close with Cal McNair as he was with Bob McNair. So there were some things that adjustments, that Andre had to make. And get to know Cal a little bit more. Will asked him, what's it like when you approach Cal McNair?
With me and Cal, it's been a little different because I had a relationship more with his dad, than him. And, when Mr. McNair passed away, Cal took over. So it was like, we had to kind of,
like anybody.
Yeah, get to know each other a little more, fill each other out. And I think over time, that relationship has grew. And, I could text or call him anytime. And, one thing he told me, he was like, Andre, if you're feeling something, don't hesitate to ever call me or tell me what you think or you may feel.
Yeah, and I look, so obviously there was a period there, and I think this is where sometimes, because when everything's happening in the moment, it's hard to have perspective on things. But the amount of there's going to be a transition period after any owner of an NFL team passes away, and then a family member takes over. Even though Cal had been in the building, and even though Cal had been very, very involved at a high level, it's going to be different. And I think, in one respect, Cal's a different guy in some respects than his father was. A lot of people assume that Cal was just going to go on running the business just like his dad, where Cal has been, I think, a lot more aggressive in spending on a lot of the player development stuff. And some of the mistakes that were made, like with guys like Jack Easterby, were actually done with the right intent, which was, all right, we're going to find a different way to do things, and we're going to find an edge, and we're not going to be afraid to spend money on things that can give our players an edge. Like with the dietitian stuff, the virtual walkthrough room, all of that, the strength and conditioning and everything. And it was just, they just made a really bad choice in who they went after, partly because I think Jack Easterby does a really good job of selling himself as a guy that's almost like, I don't want to say an easy button, but like a guy that's just going to be a soothsayer over the whole organization and take them to a different level. And in a very vulnerable time in a franchise when the owner has passed away, I think that they were susceptible to somebody like that kind of coming in. And, I think Bill O'Brien was kind of grasping for a guy like that too. O'Brien's got a lot of challenges in his life, and I think that Easterby's a guy that knows how to soothe whatever is ailing you, or at least tell you that he's got the potion for it.
Yep. So along those lines, Andre was asked, what's your most uncomfortable conversation been?
I wouldn't never say anything was uncomfortable. I do think probably I wouldn't say it was uncomfortable. I think probably the biggest thing was when the whole Easterby situation was going on. So I think that whole situation was, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, but I just felt like it needed to be said, and I didn't know how it would be received once I went and said it to him.
So that's the thing about, like, the uncomfortable, the part where he said, I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable. Like, if you feel like in your heart of hearts you are 100% convicted that you're right about something, it's not really an uncomfortable conversation. You know what I mean? Like, it's
yeah. Well, I guess the tough thing though with somebody with, like, when you're trying to take on somebody who's kind of diabolical, there's, like, when you're dealing with a sociopath, hypothetically, like, the problem is that you can speak the truth, and yet the truth will get twisted in a million different ways, and good people are pit against other good people, and because, like, you've got somebody that's just flat out, so you can be screaming what you know to be the truth, and nobody's listening because your word is being poisoned by somebody who's really, really good at poisoning other people's words. So that's where I don't know, like, it's you can be 100% confident and comfortable in feeling what you feel, and yet know that the person you're saying to isn't going to hear it because their mind has been poisoned. And that's like, the only way to beat a sociopath sometimes is just waiting it out, and it's painful to do that. A lot of people lose their jobs in the meantime.
Yeah, no, they do. You're right. You picked the wrong side. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder when that conversation took place. You know what I mean? Like, did it take place right after Andre tweeted what he tweeted in 2021, and then it just festered for another year and a half, or did another conversation take place? I'd be fascinated to know the timeline of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Andre Johnson was the only one saying things.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. I don't know if did you.
Sorry, now I'm just angry about the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I won't do what I'm about to do.
No, go ahead. Ask me.
No. I still follow Jack Easterby on Twitter. And it's hilarious because it's like he's trying to tweet his way back into some sort of managerial job or executive job. He just tweets. It feels like he's a crazy person sitting under a tree just tweeting inspirational quotes he's seen on posters and things like that.
What's he do? What's his job title listed on there?
His bio is I'll read his whole bio to you.
Okay.
Faith, family, impact.
That's a good job.
That's his whole bio, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd imagine his job. I would imagine he's still getting a check, or he's sitting on at least enough money to where he can be selective about what he does next. If I had,
think his foundation's doing a lot of good work.
He does have a link to his foundation, thegreatestchampion.org. Yeah, I did not click on that. He tweeted this an hour ago: "Good leaders manage teams. Great leaders inspire people."
Say it again.
Good leaders manage teams. Great leaders inspire people.
Thanks for that.
A short time ago, Jack Easterby retweeted this that was tweeted by Jack Easterby.
He retweeted his own tweet?
Oh, yeah, he does that a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you're comfortable, you're not growing enough. Leadership is about challenging and surpassing your own capabilities.
He's going to have ChatGPT doing this, isn't he? Hold on a second. It's time to whip out the old Chat GPT machine. I gotta be sure the ball bearings have been. Let me tell you. I gotta go.
In the meantime, I'll read another Jack Easterby.
This thing hasn't been tuned up.
Great teams are built on character, not just talent.
Oh,
I believe that to be true. He tweeted that on New Year's Eve.
I asked for, please give me an inspirational quote in the style of Jack Easterby.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. Let's go.
This is Chat GPT, my pastor. He's my character coach. Chat GPT is my character coach. Tells me to embrace the journey of self-discovery. For within the depths of adversity lies the golden opportunity to unearth the resilient spirit that defines your true essence. Illuminate the path with gratitude, faith, and unwavering belief, as each challenge is but a stepping stone towards the radiant destiny that awaits your unwavering heart.
Okay, this is where I'm going to tell your God, Chat GPT, a little too wordy. It's not a good Jack Easterby impersonation. Easterby does keep it succinct in these tweets. For example,
how many characters are you allowed in a tweet these
280,
days?
280.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it used to be. Yeah.
Well, 280, and then if it's more than that, then you can click on more and make it. Yeah, like it, for it to all just show up on one tweet, which I still try to keep it at 280. I'm old school that way. There was a while I tried to keep it at 140, and then I'm like, nah, this 280 thing's pretty good. I can get a little wordier. Leadership is like flying. A pilot proves their worth in turbulent skies. A leader proves their worth in turbulent times.
Oh, God. Oh, he just throws words together. Oh.
Leadership is like flying. Yeah.
He's gonna take credit for anything the Texans end up doing.
Dude, the replies are the best. The replies.
He's part of. He was the ripple in the water that created the waves that washed up onto this shore of success. Mm-hmm. How's that one? Does that pass muster? That's a Seth Payne, not a Chat GPT.
It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Pretty cheesy.
Yeah, dude. The replies are all stuff like telling people. Yeah, like once we got rid of you, that's when it's Texan fans still really like replying to Jack Easterby on the app formerly known as Twitter.
When some people anybody can mismanage an organization in calm times, but it takes a true innovator to destroy an organization from within. So that's probably not poetic enough.
No. But it's factual.
Yeah,
it happened. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Top of the hour, we'll see what the experts are saying about the Texans. We'll power rank the power rankings. Up next, playoff scenarios for the Texans. Landry actually put a poll up about this yesterday. This is some interesting results. The Texans basically have 3 different outcomes. If they win on Saturday, 3 different outcomes for the following weekend when they play in the first round of the playoffs. Which one is preferable to Texan fans? That is next.
Andre Johnson.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Let's dig into potential matchups here for the Houston Texans. Sorry, I'm pulling up the tweet that Landry put up, the poll that he put up. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud first. This was C.J. Stroud after the game on Sunday, saying time is now for the Houston Texans.
And you can see just like the vibe. Like today, I think we probably, I don't know how many fans we had, but it felt like that was the most we probably put in the stadium probably in a long time. And to show up today, I think that was pretty cool to see. I definitely think that we're going to just keep this going. And the time is now. Like, it's not next year. It's not the year after that. It's right now. We have the opportunity to control our own destiny. So I'm excited to do that.
Yeah, it is true control your own destiny. It is, if they win, they're in the playoffs. If they lose, they're out of the playoffs. So there's no intermediate probability of them being in or out of the postseason. They win, they're in. They lose, they're out. If they win, Seth, then what we wait for the noon games on Sunday to see what happens with the Jacksonville Jaguars. If the Jags then lose, then the Texans would win the division. They would host a wild card round game at home against the Cleveland Browns, who they just hosted a couple of weeks ago here. The Browns have clinched the 5 seed. The Browns cannot move. They are the 5 seed. They can't win the division. Their division, they're going to be the highest ranked wild card team. Similarly, the winner of the AFC South, whoever it is, Jacksonville, Indy, Houston, is going to be the 4 seed. So the scenarios for there's 3 scenarios for the Texans. It's pretty clear. They're either the 4, the 6, or the 7 seed. If they're the 4 seed and they win the division, they host the Browns. If they are the 6 seed, they travel to Kansas City. If they're the 7 seed, they would face the Buffalo Bills, who in that scenario would be the AFC East champs and Buffalo could either be the 2 seed or out of the playoffs, depending on how it goes this weekend.
Such a weird year for the Bills,
yeah.
Man. And Sean McDermott could either be he might be headed to the Super Bowl a few weeks from now or fired next week.
It's wild.
It's
wild. So let's pretend the Texans win on Saturday.
Yeah.
You can choose a scenario. The league is letting you pick. Do you want to go to Kansas City? Do you want to go to Buffalo? Or do you want to host the Cleveland Browns? Landry put up a poll that has over 2,200 votes. It's still open.
Yeah.
There's still 2 hours left if you want to vote on it.
Let me guess.
Sure.
So he put up a poll for what? Kansas City, Buffalo, and the Browns?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
At KC, at Buffalo, hosting Browns. Those are the 3 scenarios.
The majority of people said they want there to be a home game, I'm guessing.
Correct. Yeah, that was the winner. Yeah, 49.5% say host the Browns, which is what I said. I think I answered host the Browns.
I think I'd rather go. I'd like to go up to Kansas City. I think that's tempting, though, I think people forget that Kansas City's got a really good defense this year. I think that's the biggest problem. So you're going up to play on the road in Kansas City against a very good defense. Pat Mahomes is not the same guy. That offense is not the same thing. They're basically a 500 football team over the course of the second half of the season. But it's in Arrowhead. And it's still Joe Flacco. Oh, okay. For the Browns.
That was my whole thing. Here's the results of the poll so far. 49.5% of the fans say they would want to host the Browns. 42.1% say that they would like to do what you just said, go to Kansas City. I think what's interesting about this is that only 8.3% want to go play the team that might not even make the playoffs if they lose to the Dolphins on Sunday. On Sunday night. That's what's great. The Bills are a weird team, man. They're a weird team.
I'm really surprised that many more people would rather go to Kansas City than go to Buffalo.
Me too.
Is part of that just the perception of Buffalo in January?
Yes, I think so.
It's as bad as the weather could be that much worse in Buffalo. Yeah, I could see that. CJ plus. Look, I mean, you look at CJ at Northwestern in college. Those were extreme weather conditions. CJ with the New York Jets this year. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people said, well, yeah. I had questions about whether CJ has a hard time holding the wet ball, and people acted like CJ had played in nothing but foul weather up at Ohio State, and it's never been an issue for him or anything.
Yeah.
The weather conditions would factor in for me there. But I think I want to host the Browns. I want to host the Browns.
Yeah,
I want another shot. I want another shot at him, and I want a shot at him with CJ. Yeah.
Yes, this is what it boiled down to for me, Seth, and you kind of touched on it a little bit when you brought up Flacco's name. I said, okay, let's keep in mind here, Flacco. Okay, I know the Flacco story's been amazing, and he's thrown for a ton of yards. He's thrown a lot of turnover-worthy balls, too. He's actually turned the ball over quite a bit. The Browns turned the ball over quite a bit. I don't know that they have a positive turnover margin, and yet here they still sit at 11-5 on the season. So Flacco's body of work is not a big one. I mean, he's been fine. He's won some games. But let's take a step back and go, okay, if I had said this sentence 2 months ago, would people think I'm taking crazy pills to say anything but Joe Flacco? And the question is, would you rather have a home playoff game against Joe Flacco or go on the road to play Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes? I know Mahomes hasn't been what he normally is this year, and I know Josh Allen hasn't been what he's normally been, although he's been closer to it than Mahomes. But, yeah, like, can I get this wrapped up? Like, is Flacco going to turn into a pumpkin here at some point? Plus the game's at home. Yeah, like it feels to me like it's a don't overthink it thing. And, yeah, you're going to have C.J. Stroud if you play the Browns this time around. It's not going to be Case Keenum and Davis Mills trying to muck their way through a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, that was one thing that – do you remember when C.J. came back for his press conference last week, he had said kind of cryptically that he picked up some things on the sideline, or he picked up some things while watching on TV about maybe how guys were acting and behaving, and he followed up on that again on after the game. Somebody asked him, I don't know, maybe Kim Davis asked him about that. And basically he just said that, yeah, guys looked like they got down when things didn't go their way in that Cleveland game. And that there was, the way he was painting it was almost like a lack of resiliency or mental toughness. And I could see that. I could understand him seeing that. I didn't notice it at the time watching on TV copy or anything. But I think that just like that alone, CJ's leadership and being out there, and Will Anderson as well, that might be a huge factor for something that was absent.
Oh, yeah, both of those guys, for sure. This is going to be – it's interesting because they just got done beating the Titans, who you basically played a home-and-home with. You know what I mean? Like, you had the Browns game plunked down in between, but you played the Titans twice within a 2-week period, and now you're playing the Colts, which – like the Colts game comes at a time where if I'm like handicapping or assessing the Texans, I almost don't even count those first 2 games because they became such a different team starting in week 3 against Jacksonville. D'Amico talked about that, like the dynamic of, okay, you just played the Titans, who you played twice in a really close period, and now what about playing a team where you haven't played them since week 2?
Yeah, we're a completely different team. They're a completely different team. For me, it's all a fresh start for us. I don't put much weight on that on the first game of the year. Just seeing, I started watching, it's like, man, who is this team, right? It seems like it was so long ago playing that second game. So it's a fresh start for both teams. I think they have different players in, we have different players in, so it'll be a fresh start.
Seth, I think the most simplistic thing I can say about this version of the Texans versus that version in week 2 of the Texans, it's not the development of C.J. Stroud. It's not the fact that they've turned into a really pretty good offensive team. On the defensive side of the ball, that team still couldn't defend the run. Like Zach Moss ran crazy on them.
That's right. The Texans defense. The
Texans
defense is way different now than it was then. They've come along, and and the other part of it too is Shane Steichen was working with a different starting quarterback. They hadn't done any game planning with Gardner Minshew yet, and they're doing a lot of what you would have expected with Anthony Richardson. They run as much RPO as anybody else in the league. I think Gardner Minshew has the 3rd most RPO yardage in the league after the guys you would expect, like Lamar Jackson and one other guy. So it's like that part of it makes me nervous because that puts a lot of stress on the linebackers, and the linebackers are still a work in progress from game to game. Some games they look really good, some they don't. The RPOs put a whole lot of stress on the linebackers. This is CJ talking about what he saw while he was watching at home on television.
I think it was just right there, like just having Tank on the sideline, like energy. Like it seemed like in that Cleveland game we had literally no energy. Like they're going to make plays in the NFL. Like, you can think we're superheroes and Texas is going to win every Sunday, and that's the goal. That's the plan. But, like, the other team is going to make it hard. Like, they're in the NFL. They get paid just like we do. So I think, like, after big plays, we kind of just hung our head and, like, I feel like we felt sorry for ourselves, you know. Even, like, especially offensively, like, we had a couple positive plays, a couple explosives, and we got a flag, and we came back, and guys are acting like we can't overcome it because you just see everybody's head down. So, for me, like, I said something about it, but I more so showed it with my actions during practice. Is like, just I'm going to work really, really hard to, like, stay positive through this week, just so, like, it sets the tone. And thank God, we didn't have a really negative play on first and second down this week. And even if we did, we probably overcame it. So that was kind of like the main nugget I took from watching the game on TV. So I just try to imply that.
That's really good.
Well, I gotta go watch. I gotta go back and watch now and see.
Same thing. I gotta watch the
It'll be easier to pick out on the play-by-play after an explosive, after a penalty.
Yeah.
Must be a Laramie Tunsil false start or something in there, and we'll see if I can see that heads hanging or not. But the other part of it too is, I also wonder though, like, it's a different experience when you're a player watching the games on TV. It's like a whole different world and a whole different perspective than you're used to because you spend so much time watching all 22 that a lot of things that I think you might not notice at all at field level when you're surrounded by people might be more apparent on television. So I wonder, like, I wonder if he was seeing anything that actually was that much more out of the ordinary or anything, or if just he picked up on it because he was able to see it from a different perspective.
I wonder if he was actually looking for something like that, or if it's something that jumped out to him, like, wow, like like he was sat down to watch it, just thinking, all right, I'm going to watch the game and hopefully we win, and maybe I see some things schematically or whatever, on TV, and then it was something that jumped off the page to him because he sure had some deep thoughts about it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to run it through a test. I'll find those plays and look at the body language of guys in the huddle, and then I'll go back and find some bad plays after penalties and everything with CJ in the huddle. See if the body language is different amongst everybody else.
The problem with that is you got to watch the full game. Like, you get the condensed version. Like, they cut out all that stuff, or they're going to be moping on the sidelines and whatnot.
Right? Yeah, no, but that's easy because you got it's specific instances after penalties and bad plays. Yeah, no, that's easy. I'm not gonna sit there for 3 hours and note which plays were good and bad.
I mind if it gets entertaining. I've
got the play-by-play at my disposal.
I'm going to come up with a mope rating for guys, and I'm going to come in with the top 10 mopers on the team from the Cleveland team.
How about bad body language? How about Vrabel?
Yeah.
Urban Meyer much? Oh my God.
Yeah, that was bad. That's bad when it's your leader, too. I give D'Amico credit, man. Like, he's very good or bad. He's, like, other than when the defense makes a play and then he goes insane. But that's cool, and he just kind of settles back in.
Vrabel had his hand over his face, rubbing his eyes. Oh,
bedside manner, bro.
It was like somebody was telling him an interminable story.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. The power rankings are out. Let's power rank them. How did the experts do power ranking your Houston Texans? And I've actually got where the Colts and the Jags are in these as well. So what do the experts think of the Texans overall? What do they think of the Texans inside the AFC South? We power rank the power rankings next.
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, what are the experts saying about your Houston Texans as they head into Week 18? And I've got the power rankings here. There's 5 of them we've got this week. For whatever reason, SI.com has not put theirs out yet, so you're out, SI.com. Sorry. You don't get to participate this week. But the 5 that I've got, Seth, in no particular order, until we order them in a second, NFL.com, The Athletic, CBSSports.com, ESPN, Florio. Those are the 5 that we've got, all right? These are the final power rankings of the regular season. After this, it's playoff football, and the power rankings will not come back out till after the season is over. So here we go. Power ranking, these 5 power rankings. 5th on the power ranking board, Pete Prisco and CBSSports.com. Where do they have the Houston Texans? They have them 12th. 12th, and here's what he says. Getting C.J. Stroud healthy got them back on track against the Titans. At 9-7, they need to beat the Colts to be a lock to make the playoffs and could also win the division. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate you laying that out for us. Yeah.
The Texans, the Jaguars, and the Colts are deadlocked, like in a lot of power rankings I've seen, at least. I don't know about your super selective power rankings, but they're all right there together, jam-packed in one block of 3.
Yeah, this is interesting because you're right, and I've got the Colts and the Jags on each of these. In fact, the tiebreaker is where these guys have the Colts, the Texans' upcoming opponent. But the way you get them ranked always is the lower they have the Texans ranked, the more we hate them. So this is the lowest the Texans are ranked, 12th. Pete Prisco has the Texans' opponent this weekend, the Colts, the lowest that I've seen of any of them. 18th, he's got the Colts. They're 9-7 and can win the AFC South if they beat the Texans and the Jags lose to the Titans. The defense has come on down the stretch, he says, but he's got them 18th in his rankings right now. For what it's worth, he's got the Jags above both of those teams. He has the Jags 11th in his power rankings. 18th. Is 18th disrespectful to the Indianapolis Colts, Seth?
That's pretty low.
Yeah,
I know. They're 9-7, and I think the tough thing about the Colts is people are trying to figure out exactly like how are they actually winning football games, because they don't have a great ranking in anything other than they rush the passer really well. So the key there is, I think, just based on how individual games go, they're able to, if they can get a lead, they can sustain a lead. They can, rush the passer as teams are trying to come back, and they do a good job of using the running game to just at least, keep the clock running, get first downs. And statistically, the run game doesn't look all that awesome, but it's because teams are loading up against the run. So they don't do anything that's like jarringly awesome statistically, and yet they have the exact same record as the Texans. I think it's a lack of respect for the quarterback and Gardner Minshew more than anything. Yeah. I think they just look at it and they think, well, I don't know what Gardner Minshew is, and I don't care to find out, so I'm just going to put him down at 18.
And it is Pete Prisco doing those rankings, who has Jacksonville ties, and I'm guessing in Jacksonville, maybe not like the greatest Gardner Minshew taste. Like, I think this version of Gardner Minshew the Colts are getting is better than the one they experienced in Jacksonville by and large.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
He may have some Minshew PTSD going on. All right, number 4. We rank the 5 power rankings. Number 4, ESPN.com. DJ Bieneme. DJ doesn't do the rankings, but he does the blurb on the team. They have the Texans 11th. They have the Colts 14th. So actually, they should be second, not 4th. Anyways, whatever. They have the Texans 11th, and the category that they have is biggest offseason contract to watch. And DJ says it's Jonathan Grenard. Grenard's played at a high level in a contract year with 12.5 sacks. Defensive ends who can rush the passer and register over 10 sacks can usually earn over $15 million per year, especially when they're only 26 years old. He leads them in QB hits, tackles for loss, sacks. DeMeco Ryans' defense is built around the D-line, so it would behoove the organization to pay Grenard to pair him with Will Anderson Jr.
The thing about Grenard that's interesting is that he's produced and he's been solid already in his career. It's just that he hasn't been healthy. So this is his best year by far. But a lot of it is more tied to just the fact that he's been healthy and he's in a perfect scheme. He's in the right scheme. I think the biggest question for a lot of teams will be, they're going to understand that he's good. It's not just like some contract year fling or whatever. It's just, okay, but if we pay him all this money, can we rely on him to stay healthy? I think he ends up getting a really, really nice, 3-year deal where it's a good amount of guaranteed money, but it's a relatively low risk for everybody else.
From the Texans or from some other team?
Are the Texans going to pay him? I think the Texans pay him and Dalton Schultz this offseason.
I think so, too.
I hope they can get him on a 3-year deal.
Yeah, they got the money to do it. I would bring Jonathan Grenard back. All right, number 3, power ranking the power rankings, Mike Florio. Florio also has the Texans 11th in his power rankings. They got C.J. Stroud back when they needed him most. That is Florio's analysis. Accurate, Mike Florio.
Well, and that is a big thing. Yeah. The Texans were falling down to, I think, 14, 15, 16 on a lot of power rankings last week. Yeah. Then they pick up a win, obviously, but it's a win versus a bad Titans team. I think more than anything, it's just that people saw that, okay, yep, C.J. Stroud's back, he's healthy. Remember, a week ago, everybody, including us here in Houston, didn't know exactly when CJ was going to come back and what he was going to look like when he came back. And we were more just nervous about we didn't have a clue where he was. 1 week ago today, all we knew was that CJ had been at practice on Friday and that there was a good chance he was going to be moving through the protocol, but we didn't know for sure that he was going to be starting in the Titans game.
Yep. By the way, Florio has the Colts 13th on his power rankings. These power rankings all have the Texans ahead of the Colts. If you're just, and again, these are just subjective people that cover the NFL. I just think it's funny. It's interesting that the Texans are 12th and 11th. We're going to get to one that has them 10th here, and they're the 8th seed in the AFC. You know what I mean? They're the 8th seed in the AFC. But in the subjective eyes of a lot of experts, this is a team that has a lot going for it right now. All right, number 2. Florio is number 3. Number 2, as we power rank the power rankings, NFL.com. They, too, have the Texans 11th in their rankings. They, too, have the Colts 13th. They've got the Jags 12th. So to your point earlier, Seth, a lot of these rankings have the 3 AFC South teams bunched up. They all but one have the Texans as the best of the 3 teams. And the NFL.com one cites that C.J. Stroud made his return this past week. Big game on Saturday night at Lucas Oil Stadium. The last time the Texans faced the Colts, Stroud threw for 384 yards and lost. A whole season has unfolded since then. It points out Anthony Richardson actually started the game that day for Indy, as Houston was struggling with its offensive line and run game at the time. So Week 18 will feel like a completely different matchup. Totally agree. Especially if the Texans can get healthy. Will Anderson returned. Getting Grenard and Malik Collins back on the field would be big potential development. Boy, if they could enter this game with their starting offense or starting defensive line intact, that would be a major, major victory for the Texans.
Yeah, that would be. And honestly, their ability to stop the run might end up just being the biggest factor in what, there's a. I don't want to get cocky about, facing Alec Pierce and Michael Pittman. Those are big challenges for the Texans, who have let up a lot of big plays in the passing game, chunk plays. But the Colts rushing offense is so much more of a threat. The teams are really loading up and playing bare fronts against them and doing everything they can to stop the run. And I think because of that, they give up something on the back end. I think the Texans can limit the Colts' run without having to load up the box and without having to run blitz or anything like that. And that ends up being the difference in this game. You're going to put it on Gardner Minshew's ability to pick apart your defense. I like the Texans' chances of that, despite the fact that they've let up some big plays. I think on a down-by-down basis, they can – if you can force Gardner Minshew to nickel and dime your way down the field efficiently for 60 minutes, that's not his game necessarily.
Yep. Last one, number 1, as we power rank the power rankings. Good job, The Athletic. You are number 1 this week. You are the only outlet that I saw that has the Texans in the top 10.
Wow.
The Athletic says the Texans are the 10th best team in football. And The Athletic this week, their theme is, what lesson have we learned from each of these 32 teams this season? And the Texans' lesson we learned, real revelation here, the right quarterback fixes everything.
Yeah.
They say this. This was supposed to be a throwaway year in Houston. Don't tell that to DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Instead, C.J. Stroud, the number 2 pick, is 4th in the NFL with 275 yards passing per game. Houston is in the 8th spot in the AFC, still very much alive for the playoffs. After missing 2 games with a concussion, Stroud returned Sunday to complete 24 of 32 for 213 yards and a touchdown. Defensive end Will Anderson set the Texans' rookie sack record with his 7th. Yeah, those 2 picks have gone, I think, about as well or better than anybody expected on draft night.
The nice thing was about last week's game was they produced a lot of points while keeping it relatively vanilla and conservative in the first half. They did all the cliches. They took what the defense gave them. They didn't go broke taking a profit, all of that stuff, because the Titans they stayed back. They were taking away the deep ball. And CJ did not get nervous or agitated about it at all. He was just very comfortable. And it helps when you have a run game, and it helps when your defense has a strip sack returned for a touchdown. And then by the second half, I think in a lot of ways, I think they were kind of able to probe and experiment and maybe throw out some tendency busters and whatnot because it was going to be boring. And the Texans defense did a good job of giving up 15-play non-scoring drives,
yeah.
so CJ could stay off the field. I was never happier to be watching prevent defense than watching the Titans slowly matriculate up the field to go for it on 4th and not score. And then CJ just sitting comfortably on the sideline.
The Texans came out in the second half, kicked a field goal to make it 23-3. And then the Titans went on a very methodical 17-play, 9-minute drive and got nothing out of it.
Yeah.
The Texans,
did they convert a 4th down on that drive, too?
They may have. I know they went for it on 4th and goal. That's how the drive ended. They went for it on 4th and goal down there, and they didn't get it. But I'm watching this drive. It wasn't even all they ran 7 plays inside the 10-yard line of the Texans because that was the drive where the Texans get off the field on 3rd down with a Sheldon Rankin sack, but then Desmond King comes up and blasts Ryan Tannehill, and they stay on the field for 4 more downs after that. So the 17 plays are maybe a little misleading in terms of just how methodically they were kind of moving down the field because 7 of the plays took place in goal to go. But still, you're burning 9 minutes off the clock. Dude, you're down by 3 touchdowns. No urgency at all. It was great. It was awesome.
It just was... I don't like saying that teams quit, but, man, it looked like they quit.
Yes.
It's never as simple as that they just quit. But it was as much of a, okay, 1 week left, let's just get our suitcases packed after this and think about the offseason type of game.
Okay.
And they just put them out of it so early.
So along those lines, this is the team, Seth, that you're talking about that wants to go on vacation and they quit and they suck. This is the team we're asking to do our dirty work to try to win the AFC South this weekend. The Titans are the team that has to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend.
Yeah. Maybe Vrabel will be so disgusted at what he saw, and Will Levis is going to come back, and he'll be raring to go. Remember how angry he made everybody? He let everybody know how angry he was to be leaving the field after he quite possibly hurt his foot while trying to kick Jerry Hughes. Thank
you. That is what it looked like, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, not to mention, talk about a dirty team. Get your hate up for the Titans for next year. Did you see Jaleel Johnson give the elbow drop to Devin Singletary in the 3rd quarter?
What?
Oh my God! Check my Twitter.
Okay.
I put it. It's my I think it's my last tweet.
Okay.
Jaleel Johnson tackles Devin Singletary. Devin Singletary's laying on his back, and Jaleel Johnson, who's on top of Singletary, rises up and then just drops a forearm on him.
Really?
He's trying to knock the ball out or something, but it's already the play is well over. Yeah.
Dude, I don't need Devin Singletary getting hurt. This is something I didn't see coming, but Devin Singletary, dude, Devin Singletary is one of the 6 or 7 most valuable players on this football team right now.
The game-winning drive for the Texans, Sean, I'm looking at the play-by-play. The game-winning drive for the Texans was the Tennessee Titans drive of 17 plays,
yes.
8 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. I was saying that as it was happening up in the press box. I'm like, they are grinding this clock down for the Texans right now.
17 plays for nothing.
For nothing. 8:37. Dude, I just remember, I remember they took over the ball with 9:39 left in the quarter or something like that. And I remember looking up and I'm like, they're at the Texans' 35-yard line, and there's only 3.5 minutes left in the quarter. What are they doing? What are they doing? Jags are a 5-point favorite in Tennessee. I don't know what to make of that. 5 is usually one of those numbers where the odds makers don't know what to do, so they just plunk it somewhere in between a field goal and a touchdown. Do we know anything about Trevor Lawrence's status for this week yet? C.J. Beathard played last week and played well. So I don't know. I don't even know what to root for as far as whether or not Trevor Lawrence is playing. I'm not sure.
I hope Will Levis is playing just because I'm so intrigued by that hit he took by Jerry Hughes where it was on his front side. Like it wasn't. He showed zero awareness. He Tom Savaged it. He totally Tom Savaged it. He was like Homer Simpson in that episode where he boxes because he's got such a tiny brain that he can take all kinds of punishment, and so he'll just stand there and take the punishment. You never saw that one? So Homer Simpson has this physiological anomaly where he has such a big head and extra cushioning around his tiny brain, and because of that, he could take a punch like nobody's business, and he would just stand up there and just take punch after punch after punch after punch without getting concussed. I think Will Levis thought he was that guy, and he just stood there, with no peripheral vision whatsoever, saw Jerry Hughes beat his dude to the outside, and he never saw a damn thing. He just stood there and let the ball get stripped. It was like that, when somebody goes up to somebody else and like slaps a sandwich out of their hands just to be a douche? That's what Jerry was doing. Yeah. You've never done that?
No. No. Chris, have you ever break the tie, Chris? Because apparently Seth is a chronic sandwich puncher.
I've never done it, but I've seen people do it.
Have you ever punched a sandwich out of somebody's hand?
No.
Okay, you got to respect the sandwich, man.
Gary Walker used to like slap if somebody was holding a bag of chips. He'd walk up there and just slap it out of their hand. It was very degrading.
You've pointed out many times that you and Gary had a complicated relationship at times.
Oh yeah.
Were any of those complicated times due to him slapping your food out of your hand?
That was never complicated because that was just something funny that he would do.
Okay.
Because it wasn't anything personal. If you didn't have it was a matter of food security. It wasn't just like with ball security.
It's true.
Like you couldn't be walking around with a muffin without having a firm grip on the muffin. If you did, Gary was going to swat it out of your hands.
That's great. He was making everybody better. I would hope that if he slapped a bag of chips, he slapped from underneath so it turned into like chip fireworks.
I don't know if he ever did that. Gary was he's one of the funniest people alive. He is really funny. And it doesn't. Trust me, it was funny. I know that doesn't sound very funny, but it was funny.
It's funny if it's not your food. Because I'm laughing my ass off just visualizing it right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Think about especially it's like it's a chocolate muffin, and you're so excited to eat this chocolate
in the
muffin.
Corner on the floor,
and all of a sudden, just bam, swat it out of your hands. It's like those videos of people getting dunked on out of nowhere.
Yeah.
When somebody would come up and put up a backboard behind somebody, and then somebody else would dunk on them.
Great.
That's what it felt like.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. This situation the Texans are in on Saturday is a first in the history of the organization. I'll explain that. And who are the vets that DeMeco Ryans is going to be leaning on this week who maybe have been in situations like this before? That is next.
You can lean on Mokaram Law. If you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you deserve compensation.
in. Happy New Year, everybody. So I went back and looked this up, Seth, yesterday. I wrote a post for the Houston Press. I think it drops today or tomorrow. I can't remember. But the Texans have been to the postseason 6 times. They have, all of those have been division championships. That's what we've become accustomed to. That home Saturday afternoon wild card round playoff
baby.
game. Yeah. 2 things could be very different this time around for the Texans. The one obvious one is that there's a really good chance that if they do make the postseason, they're going to be going on the road, possibly the whole time. If they're the 7 seed, there will be no more home games this year. But they've also, in going back and looking, when it's come time to clinch a playoff spot, they've never been in a spot like this before in the history of their team, where in the last week of the year, especially lined up across from the team you're trying to get into the playoffs against, you would think it would happen a decent amount across the NFL because it's division games. I know the Colts and the Texans aren't necessarily playing for division. They're playing for a wild card. But if you look at the history of the Texans clinching playoff spots, it's rarely even come down to the last week of the season. Like, it's usually been, Kevin Walter scores a touchdown in Cincinnati in week 14 and the Texans are in the playoffs. The next season, the Texans start out the season 11-1. They clinched a playoff spot in week 13 that year by going 11-1. Then they lose 3 out of 4. A few years later with O'Brien, it came down, the 2 9-7 seasons, it came down to it. They did need to win in week 17, beat a bad Jags team to get in that Brian Hoyer year. And then we remember Christmas Eve the following season. It wasn't week 17. It was the previous week, but Randy Bullock misses a field goal, and they clinched the division that week. And then the other 2 O'Brien division championships, Deshaun's first playoff berth, they didn't even clinch the playoff spot themselves. They lost to the Eagles in week 16, but then the Saints beat the Steelers later that day, and the Texans are in the playoffs. The franchise has never experienced something like we're going to experience on Saturday, where this is a playoff game happening in the regular season.
Right. Yeah. So that's really cool.
It's very cool. Yeah.
Versus a divisional opponent.
Yep.
One that, I don't know, I feel like have the Titans become more of an emotional rival for Texans fans than the Colts? I feel like with the Colts, there's never been necessarily that much of a rivalry. Historically, you look past over the past couple decades, and the Colts have just had the upper hand too much of the time. Titans maybe have been more evenly matched at times. The Colts, I genuinely I hate their uniforms. I hate their fans. I hate just almost everything about the Colts. But I don't know if I feel it from the fans the same way that I do from others.
I wonder if there is an age correlation with Texan fans who would list the Colts as their most hated team or the Titans as their most hated team. And what I mean by that is, I wonder if there's older Houston fans who are here for the Oilers that view the Titans differently than maybe fans in their, that are, say, under the age of 25, 25 to 30.
Oh, yeah. Like that. That's a good point. Yeah, that whole part of it.
They weren't even alive for when the Oilers were here. That
I know Landry is skeptical of my hatred for the Colts.
He was?
Yeah. I can't remember why. Mine is honestly based on just actually playing up there. The most jackass hillbilly annoying bastards ever would be behind the bench there. And saying just weird stuff. You know what it was? Heckling with no wit. I like a good heckle as long as it's somebody that's actually pretty funny. Yeah. I just some of these people some of these fans just couldn't even speak in complete sentences.
Well,
they're just too drunk while they're sitting there with their sister, cousin, wife, and just not even able to make any sense at all.
You played in an era of Texans football too, where the Colts were one of the best teams in football. You know what I mean? I would imagine.
I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I was just floating that to see if that might be the case. But you responded.
That may have been a little part of it. Yeah, there's there's lots of. The problem is too. Peyton's got those people trained so damn well that you can hear everything. So you can hear, sometimes I don't think they're even heckling. They were just talking loud because they're so jacked up on meth that they were, that you could hear what they were saying. They didn't even intend for you to hear it. But between their, and I should say, they could speak English, obviously. It's just the lack of teeth from all the meth that I think makes it hard to understand.
For sure.
Yeah.
Here's DeMeco Ryans. This is a big game. You're going to need, some of your vets. I think some of the reason why the Texans signed some of these vets is they've been in situations like the one that the Texans are going to be in Week 18. DeMeco Ryans talked about Robert Woods and Sheldon Rankins addressing the team before the win over the Titans this past weekend. Here was DeMeco yesterday on having vets like Woods and Rankins on the team.
It means a lot when you have veterans who have seen a lot, been on many different teams, and things have gone. They've had success on other teams, and they've been around, a lot of good veterans that have taught them the way. So it's always good, I think, when your veteran guys, right, with experience, they're able to talk to the younger guys or talk to the team and just talk about their experiences and what they've been through throughout their career in the NFL. And guys, their eyes are wide open, right? They're listening, right, taking in everything those guys have to say, because it means a lot when it comes from your teammates. And I think, it meant a lot for both guys, right, Sheldon and Robert, to speak to our guys.
And I think the biggest thing, too, is the part where DeMeco said that the younger guys are listening with eyes wide open. It's like, whenever you speak to any team, like when you speak to high school kids, you just wonder, like, are these kids actually even listening or hearing a word I'm saying? Because they're kind of stone-faced, at times, or they're just nervous. And likewise, I think whenever older guys talk to younger guys, they wonder if the message is really being heard. CJ and Will, in particular, when they've talked about that, have really made a point about just how much they value that advice from guys like Sheldon Rankins and Robert Woods. And it also helps, obviously, when Sheldon Rankins and Robert Woods go out and really, really perform on Sunday. I think that DeMeco and Caserio together have done a really good job of finding genuinely high football character guys. One of the issues I had with Bill O'Brien was that I just always felt like he wanted high football character, and I don't think he's actually good at recognizing it. Because what he would end up with is guys that might be like good boys, but soft football players. Sometimes the guys that he thought were like tough were like the softest dudes I'd ever watched play football, and that annoyed me. It annoyed me that he was bad at, and then he would pay them, and then he would pay blue collar guys like they were star guys instead of realizing like, okay, no, blue collar guys are valuable because you can pay them like blue collar guys, but they still go out and perform.
It annoyed me because it made the team suck.
Yeah, that part too.
Ultimately, it led to them being a bad football team. Woods and Rankins addressed the team. I think somebody made the comparison yesterday to the 2023 Texans and the 2015 Houston Astros. And if people recall, that was the year the Astros finally made the postseason with this new young core. And I think there's certainly elements to that analogy that hold up. I think as we sit here and talk about guys like Sheldon Rankins and Robert Woods, Shaq Mason, Jimmy Ward, hell, even Derek Barnett, who they picked up off the waiver wire, played in a Super Bowl. He's got a Super Bowl ring from the Eagles his rookie year. I think back to when the Astros brought in Brian McCann and Carlos Beltran and Josh Reddick and bringing in a veteran element to have in the clubhouse. Now, I'm not saying the Texans are going to go on and win the Super Bowl this year like the Astros won the World Series. I don't think that's happening. But eventually the Astros didn't have to import leadership anymore. Eventually Springer and Altuve and Bregman and Correa and others, on that team became leaders on that team. And I think that's the hope if you're the Texans here is you draft a bunch of guys who had those elements in college, who played in big environments, who played in big games, but most of all, embrace all the work that goes into it and understand the work that goes into it, who love football, and that the veteran guys like Rankins and Woods, et cetera, who come in are able to kind of polish off the rough edges of whatever NFL leadership looks like. And now you've got that in your locker room moving forward in the next couple of years. You know what I mean? You don't have to import it anymore off of the free agent market.
Yeah, that's the part. With Will Anderson, I'm really starting to understand just all of the hype about what he was like as a guy, because you hear it so much, and it's just it gets old after a while because people gush about guys for this, and then some guys have just their agents are so good at putting stuff out there that until you actually start to see somebody up close and watch the way they operate, you just don't believe any of it, So for Will Anderson, it's been really cool to see from minicamp onward how consistently just driven he's been, in just how his the way he plays, like how perfect the Terminator nickname is for him, because he just is relentless. He just does not slow down at any point during the game. It's all been really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm excited for CJ for sure, but CJ's got a lot of pub this year. But other guys on this team will in particular. For the nation to get to see them on Saturday night. You know, the Texans haven't played a primetime national game all year long. And I would guess, because, you know, you and I and others are around the team on a pretty frequent basis, we've seen up close the reasons why. Like, there's been so many times with Will this year, I'm like, okay, now I see why they made the trade that they did to go get Will in. Aside from what a great player he is, all the things you just pointed out about what type of teammate and person he is as well. Those are things that people around the country don't really see. They're just looking at box scores. Going, the guy only had 7 sacks this year. What they doing trading their first round pick to go get Will Anderson? You know.
Yeah, that's and that's again like whenever you talk about character, culture, anything like that, people just kind of they don't really believe it because it's A, often misidentified, and B, sometimes overvalued. But I think they got it right with. They got it right, obviously, with Will Anderson.
Yep.
Somebody saw a number 91 Seth Payne jersey at the game this past Sunday.
Oh, yeah?
I'm guessing that they saw Aaron Kapner.
Oh,
Aaron Kapner has it. Yeah. So Aaron, who works here at Odyssey and is like one of the most key and critical people at Odyssey Houston, has a Seth Payne jersey. So she might be the last remaining person with a Seth Payne. I don't know if I have any Seth Payne jerseys. I'm
disappointed in you that you think there's only one person in a 60,000 person crowd that might have a Seth Payne jersey out there. I need you to be a little.
I don't know, man. That was a weird. They never sold it in stores. It was harder to get custom ones back in the day.
Yeah, that's true.
And I was never one that was in the stores or anything like that.
Should have been.
I know.
Yeah.
You know how much they missed out on a lot of money. I tell you.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's. I can't imagine saying the things you're about to hear in the next segment about DeMeco Ryans, but a Philadelphia Eagles fan was saying some horrible things about his head coach. That is next. You know what? We just went through the power rankings at the top of the hour, and it's kind of fun right now to look at the power rankings and go, wow. The Texans, who've kind of consistently been between like 12 and 4, or like 10 and 14, in most of the power rankings for the second half of the season. It's kind of funny now to see the teams whose performances have really sort of wavered off of the norm. And there's several of them, Seth, where right now the Texans are actually ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending NFC champs. The Eagles are reeling right now. That's not a good football team.
The Eagles are reeling on their heels. Just they're running on not even fumes because they're not running at all. They are honestly. You're about to hear somebody who's pretty upset with his team. I think he calls it like a college offense, where it's not. It's a high school offense in a lot of ways. It's kind of astounding. So the question is always, okay, is that because that's what they have to do with Jalen Hurts, or is it that Sirianni and Ben Johnson just don't – no, not Ben Johnson. Just Sirianni is just not the guy.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson, that's right. Yeah. I don't know. But it's primitive in some respects.
Yeah.
It is like a high school offense in that they're out of the gun like all the time. And it gets really, really limited. You can only run certain plays, like running plays out of the gun in the NFL well. Like you can't do outside zone and a lot of other things because it's too hard with the athletes they have on defense for the running backs to get any kind of an angle or to hit the hole with any speed. So you're limited in what you can do. And if that's all you do all game long, it gets super predictable. So as a fan, you're about to hear how frustrating it gets as a fan when you're watching this. And you guys, you Texans fans know this because you've had periods of this where you're in the stands and you know what play's coming. And you're thinking, well, if I know what play's coming, then these paid professionals probably know what play is coming. Yeah, that's what you get. A 2-yard loss.
Right.
Yeah.
So the voice you're about to hear is somebody by the name of Catfish Charlie, who is obviously an Eagles fan, obviously a very frustrated Eagles fan, who likes to run some videos of commentary while playing TV feed of the game. So just to set this up, this is in the fourth quarter of the Eagles' eventual loss to the Cardinals at home this weekend. It's 28-28 in the fourth quarter. The Eagles are on a 1st and 20, so presumably they've already had a holding penalty on this drive because it's 1st and 20. So it's already started off poorly. Here is Catfish Charlie basically saying exactly what he thinks is going to happen with Nick Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fire the Italian boy. Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff out. Woo! Let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Woo!
The woo never gets old.
I know. I love it.
All right, so 1st and 20, Jalen Hurts picks up 4 yards. So now it's 2nd and 16. So I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that first play was, but they've got 2nd and 16. And Nick Sirianni calls basically the same play.
Now look what we come back with on 2nd and 16. Let's guess what we're going to do. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to do? Maybe we're going to throw it long. Maybe we're going to do a play action. Nope. Nick Sirianni, the Italian boy, he's going to tell Jalen Hurts to run it off the right end. And guess what? Oh, they knew. They didn't get surprised on that, you Woo!
There's times in this where he is saying like 4 curse words in a row. Like, just to hit pause on we got 2 more cuts from this guy that are incredible. But poor Chris had to edit all this. Dude, how long did it take you to beep all these curse words out?
Probably get like 20 minutes.
Did it really?
Like a segment. A segment.
I'm glad we're using it twice. Yeah, that's some efficiency. Chris Santiago in for Ben Gary today and tomorrow. All right, let's get to the third one here. Now it's 3rd and 20 because they lost 4 yards on that last play. Woo! But before they can even run the play, the Fox production team is panning the crowd, showing frustrated Eagles fans, including a woman who's got like an Eagles windbreaker on, and she goes, "What the bleep is that?" You can read her lips. And Sirianni then calls a timeout before 3rd and 20. So I give you the visual of that lady just so you know what Catfish Charlie is referring to in the lead into this cut here.
I don't know what they're doing, lady, but guess what? It ain't an NFL offense because we got an Italian boy running a stupid offense. And guess what? He wastes a timeout that you're going to need at the end of the game. He wastes a timeout. Why? Because he doesn't know what he's doing. The offense is all out of sorts. And then guess what they call? They call play. I'm going to pause it, and then we're going to come right back.
Okay, so they pause it, and now here's Catfish Charlie on the 3rd and 20 screenplay that gets one of the Eagles' key weapons injured in the process.
And look at the down. It's 3rd and 20. And look what our genius boy Italian comes up with. Look at it. I want you to look at it. A screen pass to Gainwell? Are you stupid? And look what happened. You got Devonta Smith hurt. You what kind of are you? Fire him now, Jeffrey Lurie. If you don't, we're going to pick it for months. Fire that look at him. He's too good to coach an NFL team. You fired the only chance we ever had at winning the Super Bowl, and that was Doug Peterson.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, he's angry.
Man, there's a lot of beeps. The Eagles play the Giants.
Yeah.
The Cowboys play the Commanders. They're tied at 11-5. The Cowboys need a home game, as every Cowboys fan can
Cowboys
tell
have
you.
the tiebreaker, right? The Cowboys are leading the division right now. Yeah.
And the Cowboys just they need to be at home as much as possible. Since I usually like to say small sample size, this that don't look too much into home and away. But man, the Cowboys are trash on the road this year. So they need that home game. By the way, the Eagles. If you're wondering how the Matt Patricia experiment has gone.
Jeez. Oh, okay. Just for people who don't know, right?
Matt Patricia is now the defensive coordinator for the Eagles.
Right.
They elevated him 3 weeks ago. They're 1-2 since then. Versus the Cardinals. Remember, it was the Cardinals on Sunday. The team gave up 32 first downs, 449 total yards, and 221 rushing yards, and lost the time of possession battle by 20 minutes. They got absolutely destroyed by the Cardinals.
How was that game close then? I've never heard of such
I know,
a
it was weird. Yeah, like it was one of those things where, and the Cardinals ran that 221 yards. Like, I don't think the Cardinals had a run over 20 yards in it. It was like a slow, methodical beatdown. Yeah.
That's worse.
Yeah.
That's worse
That's like being strangled slowly instead of quick and snapping.
Yeah, if you're just consistently giving up like 5 to 15 yards every play, you suck. I don't care that you prevented explosives. You're bad. Boy, is Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen that important to that football team? They must be, right?
I hope not. I guess so. Maybe Shane Steichen is that important. It makes you know what? Honestly, as you pointed out in the pregame, Anthony Richardson, what was the stat? Has he never finished a season healthy?
He finished. No, he started 4 games this year and finished 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So he didn't. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And he was banged up in college, and obviously ended up on IR this year. So I have a hard time thinking that he's going to be a long-term solution for the Colts. I mean, if he's just that injury prone.
Is that okay? So is all that gusto that we came into this year with the AFC South, like, Trevor Lawrence and these 3 stud rookies coming in? Yeah. Is that gonna wind up being one gigantic popcorn fart?
I hope so. I mean, it worked out pretty well for the Patriots to have 1-0 quality opponents in their division for 15 or 20 years.
Yeah, I guess. No, you're right. That is a better path to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs for sure.
It's like LeBron in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah,
You're just like, hey, it's like, okay, just get to the playoffs, then we'll worry about all that other stuff.
It's just fun. It's funny too because the big narrative coming out of the Texans-Jags game back in Week 12, the game where Amendola hit the crossbar on that tying field goal attempt. That was in every single national column that Monday. Mike Sando's big column he does, Peter King, Albert Breer. All of them were saying this is the QB rivalry in the AFC that is going to now carry us moving forward. You had Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, but another one that we're going to have moving forward is Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. That's going to be it. And I still don't know I don't know how good Trevor Lawrence is.
No, and I don't think the Jaguars do. That's a big decision to make in a franchise.
Yeah.
When they have to figure out whether to pay him or not.
It's pricey.
I think Trevor Lawrence, I feel like you could gaslight him into just playing under the franchise tag or for a while. Like, hey, you're a good guy, aren't you, Trevor? And he'd be like, golly, I sure like to think I am, Mr. Khan. Well, sir, okay, then why don't you do it for the team, all right? You should just go ahead and just take what we give you. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
They do hold the cards, though. I mean, what are they?
I know. At some point, everybody says this every year. But I do feel like the tide might be turning a little bit where now you're starting to see teams realize, wow, if we surround a halfway competent quarterback with stud receivers and talent, then in the modern NFL, they can be pretty damn good and productive. I mean, it's still the guys who win Super Bowls are still on average damn good quarterbacks still. But when it comes to just getting to the conference championships or what have you, it might be starting to tip more towards the wide receivers. It'll always still not enough to displace quarterbacks completely, but maybe some teams are going to start to be a little bit more withholding when it comes to dishing out these quarterback contracts.
Maybe. You say that, and all I can think is, I'm ready to pay C.J. Stroud $70 million a year in 3 years.
That's different, though. That's different. See, because C.J. Stroud's worth it. The other guys, it's all the guys that you're not quite sure if they're even the guy you want to be your starting quarterback that are getting $30 million a year. That's the tough one.
Yeah. Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray literally has one of those contracts, and we don't know if the Cardinals are going to replace him this offseason.
Right, yeah, we just don't know what he's – boy, I'll tell you, I don't know what the Bears do with Justin Fields now.
That's a fascinating one because he's playing pretty
Fields,
well.
Yeah, he's done some good stuff.
He has, Caleb Williams – I know Caleb Williams is super talented. I just can't get past his act this year, man.
What about Drake May then,
North Carolina quarterback in the ACC, got all the traits and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I may be coming around on them. Just roll with the Justin Fields thing and use all that draft capital. I don't know. I'm just glad we're not in that situation. That's my big takeaway. I'm glad it's not us. I'm glad we have C.J. Stroud as our quarterback.
Is that I don't know. With Drake May. Is it a Mitch Trubisky, North Carolina bias that you have?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
You just hate that you hate anybody from UNC because Mitch Trubisky scarred your children who grew up as Bears fans.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Oh no, they didn't. Wait. Were they Bears fans or Texans fans?
Who?
Your sons.
No. They've been Texan fans all along. No,
that's what I thought. I didn't know if they had dual loyalties or not because they lived in Chicago.
Never.
Oh, so they grew up as Texans fans in Chicago.
They sure did. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Not a bad time to do it until recently, but it's getting better. John Lopez, Landry Locker, they are here. Landry, I liked your poll question yesterday. We kind of threw it out there to the crowd. It seems like in the poll question, for those who weren't listening or didn't see Landry's poll. The Texans have basically 3 scenarios if they win this weekend. They will either be the 7th seed facing the Bills, the 6th seed facing the Chiefs, or division champs facing the Browns at home. The other 2 games will be on the road, obviously. What did you pick?
Give me KC. I mean, look, I get that you would want to host a division game, but give me Taylor Swift, give me Jim Nantz, give me Tony Romo, give me the national stage, give me a vulnerable Kansas City team, because this could be like a null. Like, this could be a situation where Kansas City gets back to where they were before, but I think it could be a monumental win, and I think they're as gettable as anyone. I would rather see Kansas City than Buffalo. Right now, it seems like you're going to see Buffalo.
I agree with that.
Buffalo is the last team I want to see right now, so I think you could get Kansas City, because I don't think the magnitude decreases with the quality of team that they have, but I do think the stage, I think Greg Grissom would be able to just mark the map, because he's all about those maps now. Like, hey, Maine is seeing the Texans. Everybody's going to watch that Kansas City game.
That's true.
Swifties, everything.
Swifties for sure. What about you, John?
I fall right in line with that. I know you have possibilities to play at home. I'm not so sure about Cleveland, at that level. But, Kansas City doesn't scare me. Now, they should, and I probably wouldn't pick the Texans necessarily, because over the course of time you think, well, Patrick Mahomes. But they don't scare me like, oh, my gosh, this is a no shot.
Do you does Flacco scare you more than Patrick Mahomes right now?
He's one of the best playoff quarterbacks of our lifetime, sir.
One playoff.
Yeah. I think the defense, too.
Yeah.
All that.
Yeah. What did you pick, Pope Zaza? What was yours? I forget.
I had ended up going with the Browns at home, which I'm really, really struggling with.
Yeah.
Part of it is that I do think the Chiefs' defense on the road in Arrowhead, for a Texans offense that's still, let's remember, since Tank Dell left, has not had a really good showing with or without C.J. Stroud. That part of it makes me nervous on the road. And saying that full well knowing that the Browns' defense is very good, at least you'd be facing them at home.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that poll, Andrew, the crazy thing about that question is the one team that I think we're all the most scared of, and the people voting in your poll are most scared of, is the one that might miss the playoffs if they lose. If they lose on Sunday night.
Yes.
It's wild.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's wild. But do you see any scenario where Miami beats Buffalo this weekend?
I mean, it's in Miami, so I could do I see a scenario?
That is the NFL. Like it's the NFL.
Yeah,
so I mean, that's where you lose money. That's where you lose bread. But I'm just like, And I Buffalo's weird because I mean they were just going toe to toe with the Chargers 2 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting here talking about them like they're God's gift to football.
Play to the level of their opponent. Absolutely. All right, that was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean.
Thank you, Seth.
Trench warfare and all that.
Appreciate you. All right, we are done. We're back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig starts now.
Yes, it does, and it is on to Indy. We can put the old Oilers, the Titans, we can put them in the rear view. It is on to Indianapolis. Texans, Colts, primetime. Watched a little primetime football last night. By the way, they got to figure something out with this college football thing. I'm a Texas fan. That's too late, brother.
Yeah, that's way
like
too
that.
late.
That is like I'm not a come into work and like complain about being up too late, but. I mean, come on. Like you had the eyes. Like figure it out. If y'all want to start it at noon, if y'all want to start the doubleheader at noon, start the doubleheader at noon.
How about 2 and
let's
6?
just do it. Yeah, like what's the difference between noon and 4? What's the difference between noon and 4?
What's
the difference between noon and 4?
The thing is, the second game. I mean, it's January 1st for goodness sakes. Like it's a holiday. People expect to watch football on that day. There was football in that time. I'm with you. That was way too late. It was captivating. It was wild, man. College football you're always going to have a chance in some of these games, but it was way.
Boy, the city of Houston, they lost yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean,
they lost yesterday. Washington and Michigan. That was not what they wanted. That was not what they wanted. I was talking to Everett from Texans PR. He's a Michigan guy. F you, by the way.
Yeah.
But he was talking about tickets and stuff. He was like, the tickets. I was like, man, go to Dollar General. They're probably a 2 for $1.
Heck no.
That is gonna be a cheaper ticket than you think.
Well, it's gonna be cheaper, but it ain't gonna be cheap.
God, Washington and Michigan, what an absolute disaster.
What a great game it's gonna be, though. That's a matchup.
That is awful.
Can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
So we have this big event coming here in 6 days, national
big-ish.
championship. Big-ish, right.
Oh, God.
Michigan and Washington. No, but to Landry's point, I
appreciate the warning.
I think it's
I won't watch it.
It's a major disappointment that Texas is not playing in it in some
Or Bama. Or
Bama, but neither of them. I think Texas obviously would have been a home run. Bigger disappointment, the national championship game here being Michigan and Washington, or the Final Four being UConn, Miami, FAU, and San Diego State?
Man.
I think it's the Final Four.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's a lot. That's a long.
I mean, on paper, that's definitely a bigger disappointment.
But it's a
this
longer
is the
weekend,
national
too.
Championship game, and you could have had Texas in it.
Well, yeah, you could have had Houston in that one. So there was a big disappointment in that. I think it's going to be a terrific matchup. Now, yesterday was wild. We'll get into that, but
let me know how it goes
on the field. You're not going to watch it?
No, I'm not going to watch it.
You're a college football junkie.
I have zero interest. I promise you, I will not watch that game.
What? That's a perfect matchup.
Don't care.
Great offense, great
Washington,
defense.
Even look at it on the screen. Look at that crap, man. That looks like a JV. That looks like JV uniforms. Look at Washington and Michigan. I'm good.
I want to give you a hard time.
I'm good.
I want to give you a hard time, but you can be as bitter as you want today.
On God, I'm not watching that. On God, I'm not watching that. If Bama had made it, I would, but I'm not watching that.
I would be bitter.
I'm good on that.
I would be bitter.
No, I'm good on that. I'm good. It's not bitter. It's not anything. I'm good on that. I'm good on that.
It's a touch of bitter. It's a touch of bitter.
I'm good on watching that.
Nah, man.
I don't need to see that.
I'm actually excited to watch the game.
Good for you.
Yeah, great offense, great defense.
I'm good.
Right in our backyards.
Good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean,
well, we've got a lot to talk about with the Texans. You talked about today's practice day, man. It's practice.
Yeah, today's basically Wednesday.
Yeah, but before we do, everybody knows you're a huge Longhorn fan. You're not chatting a little bit about it. How did it go?
How'd what go?
They played last night.
I was actually glad they lost.
What?
Yeah, I told you yesterday. I said this is kind of fool's gold. This team, they shouldn't have beat U of H. They got lucky in that. They shouldn't have beat K-State. They got lucky in that. And now that they're going to the SEC, it's going to be a situation where you're going to have to actually coach. My dad was getting pissed at me yesterday. Full disclosure, because he said I wouldn't let it go. But I knew, as soon as Sark did something early on that that was the moment where I knew they're not ready to go.
What was it?
Oh God!
Look, people know you're a big fan. You got to talk about it.
So I feel like he's so scripted and to where if it goes perfect, then it goes perfect like it did against Bama. But they came out. Washington scored, and then they responded. Texas responded perfectly with a dual running back set where they had Baxter and Blue in the backfield, and they scored.
Yeah.
And then the very next drive, they abandon that, and they go 5 wide with a blocking tight end and a running back, and they end up getting sacked, and they never got the momentum back. So for me, I was talking about that the whole half. My dad was just shut up.
Here's the thing: every game has a vibe. You pick up on it maybe midway through the first quarter into the second quarter. The vibe on both games was clear. Michigan was probably going to be the better team. I don't know if they were going to win, but they were the better team, and Washington was the better team on that day. Yesterday. But boy, if I were to put myself in your shoes and that was the Aggies playing, I would not be happy they lost. I would be very, very, very.
No, I'm glad. I don't want a Fool's Gold. I don't want a Fool's Gold Lifetime Achievement Award. I want to actually have to earn it.
In the record books, brother.
Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about the magnitude. Speaking of magnitude, this is the money quote of the week: Texans versus Indianapolis Colts. Here is D'Amico talking about the magnitude of this game.
And when it comes to motivating and a game of this magnitude, it's really not a lot to be said. Players, everybody understands where we are. They understand, what this game means. So it's not going to, and I think back to me playing, it's not going to be a lot that a coach has to say to get a guy up for a game like this. Guys are going to be up. They're going to be up as well. It's going to be a faster-paced game. It's going to be a little more physical. Guys have to understand that. That's how these games go. If you don't get up for this, I don't know what gets you going as a competitor, right? So we're all up for this game. We're all excited about the game. We're excited about the opportunity. We're excited to just go play good go play good football against a really good opponent. And it'll be a great matchup. They've done a great job all year, and for us to be right here at the same spot, right, vying to get in for this playoff opportunity, and what a great matchup between two teams.
All right, there you go. What a great matchup. And it is an interesting matchup. The money right now, it hasn't moved too much. Indianapolis still a 1-point favorite last I checked. So it's kind of a coin toss. That's basically the equivalent of the Texans being favored. So it's the home field is basically the difference right now for where this point spread is.
Yeah, it's to kind of bring it full circle to what we were just talking about. It's kind of like a bowl game. I mean, he's right. You don't really have to say a whole lot, but also like everybody who maybe would miss a regular season game or put it down, kick the can down the road, is going to play, and I think that's going to be huge. I mean, like if you can play, you're going. If you can walk, you're going to play. I think that's huge for this team because the wide receiver position in particular, flat out. I said it yesterday. I was looking at it some more last night. I mean, the wide receiver position is really scary to me right now. But I think you're going to find a way to play, even with a groin injury for Noah Brown and a hip injury for Robert Woods. I don't know how much they're going to do. But you got it's that bowl game. You get on the damn field.
That's kind of the thing for me right now. Where you keep mentioning the wide receiver position. I think you're right. Like I don't want to say it's kind of gone under the radar because Tank and Nico started off really well, but once Tank Dell goes down, that's when you really get a grasp of how bad this wide receiver position is because you don't feel like you have a one. Like I don't feel like Nico's like a when I say one, I'm talking like Jamar Chase. I'm talking like I'm talking like a number one guy. You don't feel like you have that, and then the guys two down. You don't know what you're going to get from Noah Brown and Robert Woods week to week. They can be they can be solid guys. And John Mechie, he's just a non-factor. Like John Mechie is just there. Like he's not. And look, I'm talking about him
an add-on
as
he is.
Yeah, I mean he's an impulse buy. Yeah. He's there's a Diet Coke. I'll take a Diet Coke on the road. Like that's what John Mechie is. And he wants us to talk about him like he's a ball player. He wants to get over the thing, but like when you start to have to rely on like John Mechie and some of these other receivers, you are right. Like the wide receiver, like that's Kansas City's problem right now, right?
Yes.
Like
and they have Patrick Mahomes.
Like Kansas City has a really good defense. They have the best quarterback in the league. But like, what? Why are we sitting here saying we want Kansas City? Because they don't have any wide receivers.
Right. Exactly. Are you ready to go? Nico Collins, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and Steven Sims?
Noah Brown and Robert Woods. We'll see.
Because that's what we're talking about. John Mechie, you're right. He's like that. At TJ Maxx, that long winding thing that you go before you get to the registers.
Yeah, and they'll get you, though.
He's like the chocolate-covered almonds. Like, well, I guess I'll get him.
Yeah, I'll take those.
I guess I'll get
them. Oh, wow. A facial mask. Okay, let me get that.
I've been wanting a facial mask.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah. Wow, you can charge your phone like that? Okay.
There's one of those pins with multicolors. I've never had one of those. That's John Mechie. That's Xavier Hutchinson, in essence. I mean, no, he's been better, but that's what you're getting ready to go to this game with. If you don't get Noah Brown and Robert Woods.
And even then, you don't know what those guys are.
Yeah.
And that's, it's a lot to ask for CJ. John McClain, sometimes we know what we're going to get from him, sometimes we don't. He went back and forth with D'Amico yesterday on the primetime opportunity that the Texans have Saturday, I should say. Here's what John McClain had to say with D'Amico Ryans.
How do you feel about getting the primetime game on Saturday night national TV for the first time?
Yeah, we're really excited about just our opportunity, all right, and what this game means for us, all right, to earn a spot into the playoffs. So we're excited about that opportunity. Whether it's primetime or not, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to go out and play good football, play our brand of football, execute, and just play clean.
What do you do about keeping guys from getting overexcited? You've been in so many of these big games at second entry. A lot of these guys have.
Yeah, our guys have to understand, right, when that ball is kicked off, right, or the ball is snapped, like it doesn't matter about being overly excited. You have to be calm in a moment. You have to be focused on the task at hand. You have to be focused on what's in front of you. And that's just going out and executing the details of your job to the fullest. And when guys do that, that's how you play winning football, right? The excitement of the game really doesn't matter when that ball is snapped. You just got to go out and play the right way.
All right. Prime time, man.
It was kind of cool last night, wasn't
McClain
it?
going back and forth.
Last night watching, they would highlight this weekend's NFL game. See that little Texans Colts logo. You're like, all right. And that stuff never really matters to me that much. It never has. It just seems like it's more important this year. Like I said, it's kind of like just that validation. Like, wow, they're really doing this. They're taking this step. They're a game that the country wants to see, and it doesn't matter to the players. D'Amico's right. In their preparation in the game, as he said, once the ball is kicked off. But like this week, it matters. Like they want to. They're thinking about wanting to be at their best on the biggest stage.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like you drafted these guys, and you drafted CJ, you drafted Will, and part of the sales pitch of those guys was, well, they've been on the big stage. They've taken the pressure. Yeah. Texans haven't had much like national pressure and all that type of stuff. Like this is the first time that we get to see those guys. Like all this talk about, big stage. This is the first time we actually get to see those guys, and they actually get to play on a big stage. Like they've never, like C.J. Stroud, every game he played at Ohio State had more attention, more pressure than what the Texans have done up to this point. And now you get that, and now you get it with Will Anderson. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. I think C.J. is going to handle it just fine.
I think C.J. is the least of the worries. Like he is, first of all, his personality, he's wired for this. He'll tell you that God gave him this gift and he's been using it. He's the least of the worries. But beyond that, I think this whole team is going to be able to handle it better because of D'Amico on down. Like D'Amico's, how many times has he gone through this? Player, coach, assistant, obviously. I think this team has the makeup to go ahead and just play the game without having that big stage, whatever you want to call it.
So you're going to pick them? Is that what we're doing? You're going to make your pick right now? You going to pick them?
I don't know yet. I'm leaning toward the Texans. Yes, I'm leaning toward the Texans. I think
call your shot, man.
Now?
Call it.
I got to know the receivers, man. I got to know who.
So, like, if Noah Brown and Robert Woods is out, you're done. No, but you're. It's like that.
If Noah Brown and Robert Woods are out, and maybe even if they're still in, I feel like this is going to be a game for Devin Singletary. This is the Devin Singletary game. This is a team where they're going to have to play defense and run the ball, and it's going to be boring and wonderful. Because I don't think like the Colts defense is like middle of the pack, but they're clearly much better against the pass. Like they're bad. They're 27th, I think, against the run. So I could see whether they're in or not. You got to play that defense that we saw on Sunday, and you got to have Devin Singletary go for $125.
Well, you're not playing the Titans, so that defense is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Or some semblance of it. And minimum, Devin Singletary has to go for $125. Has to.
$125?
Yeah.
Minimum.
What
the hell's that?
Because that's how they're going to win this game.
$125. Huh?
Yeah, that's not out of the realm of possibility.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's not something he hadn't done already.
I mean, $125. That's a lot, sir.
Yeah.
Minimum. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's gracious. I feel like I'm playing Madden right now. Lord.
How about 110?
I actually feel like this is going to be the. I've said this a few times. I feel like Dameon Pierce is going to have an impact in this game. Running.
Based on what?
Just the mindset that Dameon Pierce has displayed. The way in which I think he had 10 carries the other day, 9 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dameon Pierce is going to have an impact on this game.
I hope
whether
he does.
It's short yardage or whatever. I think I think the time is now for him. I think this season has made Dameon Pierce stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I think he will have an impact on this game.
I hope he does because I think the formula is exactly what I just said, and that means that if he's running, Devin Singletary's running. And if they're both having a good impact, then the Texans probably will win this game. So, this is not going to be – well, of course, you're always going to put it in C.J. Stroud's hand and hope he makes some magic. But I don't necessarily think this is going to be, the 380-yard passing day, where he's just throwing darts everywhere. I think this is going to be kind of an ugly game.
I can't believe you said 125 minimum.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I'm not backing down from
That's
that.
a lot, though.
It's not outrageous.
125, that's a lot.
It's not outrageous.
That's a hell of a lot. That's a hell of a lot. I'm giving you a chance to fade away a little bit.
No, I'm going to stay with that. You said to call my shot. I think it's going to be that type of game, defense running game, and come down to a field goal or a field goal miss. I said that yesterday. I think the Colts have a kicker that has missed 7 field goals, and it could bite them in the butt. And Kaimi Fairbairn is an absolute weapon, having maybe his best season ever. So I think it's going to be that kind of game. So I guess basically I'm kind of talking myself into, yes, Texans. Texans will win low-scoring, one-score, field goal type game.
John McClain joining us at 11. We'll get his grasp of how he feels about this thing. But coming up next, this is an interesting case study, and I think this is really, really going to enlighten us on this Texans team heading into this matchup. A very simple question, 713-572-4610. What is the identity of this Texans team? It seems like a simple question. It might be harder to answer than we anticipated. Next.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
What are you? What are you? It seems like a simple question, but it might not be as simple as we think. What is this Texans team heading into Saturday night against the Indianapolis Colts? This question emerged after I heard Nico Collins speak after the game. This was Nico Collins. He was with our own Sean Bajani, and he said this, and it got my head spinning like a damn hamster wheel.
Yeah, it's big time, man. Just one game at a time, though. Yeah, we got to go out there, take care of business, play us. We got to be us. You got to keep going.
All right, be us. What is us? Like, you hear like the analysis. Well, this team needs to establish an identity. This team doesn't have an identity. Nico Collins said we got to be us. What is us? What is us with the Texans?
DeMeco Ryans multiple times this year has said that's Texans football.
Yeah, what is that?
What is Texans football?
That's what I'm wondering. Eventually, we might get to the point where we know. But what is us?
I thought this was going to be an easy answer, but it's not. The easy answer is C.J. Stroud. However he goes and the plays he makes. But that's not an identity. That's just an elite quarterback.
And sometimes that's a bad identity. It's Deshaun saves all butts.
Yes, exactly.
So if that's your identity, I think the Chiefs have that identity right now, and they're kind of struggling with it. Yeah. It's Patrick, save us.
Yes,
please save us. Flip the switch. Figure it out.
So if I had to put a name on it, a title, or describe it. I mean, I know this is kind of an eye roll. I'm eye rolling myself. I think it's kind of like Swarm. I really do.
Oh, my God.
Because there have been multiple players on the defensive side who have had their big moments. There have been multiple receivers. Like, I'm talking about swarm, not as in like attacking the football, like everybody's in on it. You know, everybody's got to take a bite. At some point, everyone's going to take a bite. We've had Noah Brown epic days. We've had Robert Woods. We've had Nico Collins. We've had Tank Dell. Just that receiver position. Running back, Damian Pierce wasn't much. Who came in? Devin Singletary. He's playing more. We've had, you know, like the offensive line. You know, we had some fun with it yesterday. Like Charlie Heck is an asset all of a sudden, you know? So I think it's like everybody just
what?
An asset. He is.
Oh, my God.
He is.
Oh, my God. You're making me feel worse about this game.
So some guys might call it next man up. I'm not going to say next man up. I think it's like everybody is going to have
Isn't that every team, though, in the NFL?
But
like,
every team doesn't pull it off.
You're describing, like, next man up and all. Like, that seems like every team in the NFL this year.
How about this? You'll get your turn. You'll get your turn. Because different people have had their turn to excel for this thing. I mean, look, it's not an easy answer, but that's the best I can come up with. Like, people have, hell, Jalen Petrie made some plays, you know? We've had Jimmy Ward. Obviously they had Steven Nelson. Oh boy, he might be the best cornerback. Oh wait, Derek Stingley is, you know? So it's like, you're going to get your turn. I would have to put my finger on that. That's the identity.
Yeah, I'm really, really, really interested to see, you know, how these guys handle the national stage, because there's not really a lot of guys on this squad, at least that have been here the last couple of years, that have been in this type of a situation, like this, the prime time, the attention, all that. I think I'm very, like, my thing. I want to see how CJ and Will Anderson handle this stage. They're used to it. Mm-hmm. They got to get off to, like, you.
I'm not worried about CJ.
But Will Anderson, like, you're on 2:30 every day on CBS. Like, it's like a national thing. Like, all eyes are on you. Like, you almost got to, like, feel normal right now. Like, CJ and Will, they got to feel normal, like coming from Bama and Ohio State
at home.
Yeah,
like this is what they're accustomed to. They're home now. They're in the limelight. And really, if you look like, okay, who would you worry about? Not Devin Singletary. He played for the Bills. Not Jerry Hughes. You know, same thing. You know, some of these guys like Perryman and Dalton Schultz. And, like, I'm not worried about the stage being too big. I'm worried about the Colts being too good.
No, I don't think the stage is going to be too big. The concern for me, like, if you ask me, how could I envision this going bad? It really is just up front. Like, it's that box. It's that offensive line to the linebackers, like, right there. I feel the Texans can hold their own, but, like, offensively, it goes back to what we've been talking about for a long time, and there's been a lot invested in it. Whether you can go back to the BOB days, it's can they block? Like, and that sounds so simple, but can they block? Yeah. That's it.
Well, I mean, you know, at this level, we saw last night what good trench warfare can do, you know, for a squad. I'm surprised that I feel pretty good about the offensive line without Laramie Tunsil. Pretty good without Laramie Tunsil, but that's what it's going to come down to. I mean, you're 100% right if they can pull it off again.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So we'll see how this goes. Nico Collins says we got to be us. What exactly is us on the text line? 832 says you're correct. J-Lo, Swarm.
I kind of altered
Swarm?
that. Like you'll get your turn. I think I'll go with that.
Swarm.
Yeah. It's a swarm mentality. Everybody's going to have a turn here.
Then today's going to be, so today is basically Wednesday. Mm-hmm. So I say that because the Texans are a week up, and normally the injury report on Wednesday you kind of roll your eyes at. Tomorrow will basically be the most critical injury report. So we're a day ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah,
as far as where they are.
I like the short week, but I don't like the short week. I like it because of what it's putting the Texans out there, and it's meaningful. I don't like it because of Tunsil too. I've been saying the receivers, but really Tunsil, you'd like to rather have him than not. But I wouldn't prioritize him over Noah Brown and Robert Woods. and the short week is not going to help that. Not going to help that in the least bit.
How do you feel about the tight end situation, though?
I mean, Dalton Schultz has been fine and kind of up and down, but better lately. But you're going to have more than one because Brevin Jordan's going to be more of an H-back, I would think, right?
Yeah, depending on what, depending on who's active and who's not.
Yeah.
It'll be really, really interesting to...
He's going to be a fullback, H-back. I don't know how many times they're going to be able to go with two tight ends. What's his name? Bobbert has been playing. He has.
Yeah.
Had a catch.
Yeah. Stiff.
Yeah. He is stiff.
That dude is stiff.
He is stiff.
Very stiff. John McClain going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour. McClain has been... I feel like McClain's kind of feeling this playoff fever. You notice he caught yesterday at the press conference?
Mm-hmm.
You hear how many questions he asked?
He was in a groove.
3.
Yeah.
He got 3 questions in.
And it wasn't about like the offensive line coach.
Yeah, he's been.
Yeah.
I think McClain kind of has a sense of the moment. He's got his playoff vibe. And the thing to me that has really annoyed me about this season, and it's a small thing, is I feel like D'Amico Ryans, like after every win, is almost asked questions as if they like did something, like they won the division or they won a playoff game. Like, what if we went back to start of the season to where you are now? Like, it seems like it's every game.
Would you ever have thought,
dude? Every game D'Amico wins is look where this team was last year to now. It's like.
How do you explain
Can they accomplish something first?
Do something, bro. How do you explain this kind of success? Well, this kind of success isn't there yet.
Yeah, it's not there. It happens in the NFL all the time. Like you can go 8-8, you can go 8-9, miss the playoffs. You can go 9-8, miss the playoffs. But like they get talked to as if like they accomplished something after every dub.
Yeah, like it's Andy Reid or something.
It confuses me. Coming up, John Lopez, we're going to call on your services.
Mm-hmm.
The national media types are coming in town. What should they focus on? What do you want to get across about this Texans team? We'll talk about that. We'll also hear from motivational Will Anderson and the man of few words next.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's hear from reflective Will Anderson. And I'm going to have John Lopez help out Troy Aikman and Joe Buck and Lisa Salters in a sec. But let's hear from motivational, reflective, deep Will Anderson.
People can talk about, double team rate, this and that. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you have to come and approach every day. Like, how can I get better? And I think the coaches, we've been doing a really good job. We stay after practice about 10 minutes and just work the little stuff, working edges, working different angles, different moves, everything like that. And I think, like, people always talk about this rookie block. Like, you're going to get this rookie block. And it's like, how can you get a rookie block when you're so intrigued on learning? And you're so intrigued on, like, almost reaching your goal. And I think that's what it is for, like, all the rooks here. Like, I don't feel like none of us has reached a rookie block because we're so eager to learn. We're, like, we see success and we just want to keep going and going to get it. And, man, it's been a beautiful thing to see from all the young guys, man, and even the vets. So I think that's what just keeps this team going is the hunger and just to keep learning ball and keep getting better. So it's been beautiful.
All right. He seems to have a little jump in his step. It's going to be interesting to see what Will Anderson looks like because – and he talked about the double teams and balance, and he said it's not good enough. Like anyone who wants to question, like being too critical. I mean, he said it's not like the double teams, the win rate, all that, not good enough, not productive enough. That's what Will Anderson himself has said. So it's gonna be interesting to see this balance, though, J-Lo. You got the 3 down lineman that is good against the run, that there's like some hidden value. And then you have the guy who just plays 12 snaps, has 6 pressures, 2 sacks. What is the balance going to be? Like, I don't know that Will Anderson's going to be ready to play, 60, 70 snaps this Saturday, but what does that balance look like? Because you're definitely going to need him more than 12. Like, I think we can agree. You're gonna need him more than 12 snaps, but how do you balance that? Furthermore, is there like a balance there where even when he's healthy, you want to have him
that's
fresh?
the thing.
Like, that's the thing. Like, because you got to balance this out with the D-line.
See, as you're talking, I'm thinking, we really haven't mentioned he's hurt. Like
he was limping the other day.
Will Anderson is hurt.
He's hurt.
Yes. So the question becomes, we haven't talked about, we've talked about the receivers and Tunsil, et cetera. He's got to have a big week. He's got to get healthy this week. And if he does, and I suspect if he played, on Sunday, I suspect he'll probably be – they're going to have a short practice today, and they're probably going to go light and just kind of mental stuff and walk through stuff and all that. So I think he could get healthy. And if he gets healthy, he's over 50% of the snaps. He's got to be. Like, he's got to be over 50% of the snaps because you don't get, even when you're hobbled, 2 sacks, 6 pressures, and not improve on that if you can get a little more healthy in this moment.
We also got to see when the injury report comes out, like, what's up with Jonathan Grenard? What do we see?
Yeah, we didn't mention him
there. The man of few words, and I think this was kind of telling too. This is a man of few words, but the man of a lot of actions when he's on that football field. Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley was asked about Will Anderson. Listen to this kind of undertone from the man of few words, Derek Stingley, and I wonder if there's an element of this when it comes to Will Anderson.
I mean, y'all seen what happened when Will got in there, so it's always a great thing when people come back from injury and able to showcase what people been missing out on. So we happy as a defense, happy as a team.
All right, when someone comes back from injury, I wonder if Will Anderson's been a little bit motivated by the dialogue, because Derek Stingley clearly was. Like the
sure.
Sauce Gardner, all that type of stuff. Like I think Derek Stingley was clearly motivated when he came back. Maybe we get like a motivated Will Anderson too. Did they miss Will Anderson?
Yeah,
I mean we talked about that, and then he
not
comes
just
back with a bang.
Not just motivated Will Anderson. I think much more confident and comfortable. Like we saw that, that I said it, yesterday and I'm saying this because I know a lot of people were out yesterday with the new year. I thought a very big thing for Will Anderson on Sunday was that second sack was not a typical Will Anderson sack, and that's huge. It wasn't just power or speed. That's how he's made all his big plays this year. It was a great move and slapping the hands and spinning and doing that. So I think he's just a much more comfortable guy, and that could get healthy, and that could really kind of excel things.
All right, we're gonna call on John Lopez's services here. So prime time.
I got you.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Lisa Salters, national stage. Obviously, national folks don't pay a lot of attention to the Texans. There's like the surface level storylines of D'Amico and CJ Stroud. Those write themselves, and sometimes that's all you need to carry. But if I was an ESPN exec and I called John Lopez, I said, John Lopez, you've been in this city for a long time. You know this organization better than anyone. What should we focus on when it comes to national storylines? What should the Texans want to get across? John Lopez would say what?
I think there are 4 things in this game that have not been talked about enough. You know, the old nobody's talking about. That's what producers want to know. Like, they know D'Amico. They know C.J. Stroud. Those stories are going to be obvious.
Yeah, that's there.
Yeah, that's going to be out. So what are the other things? I said I think there's 4 elements to this game, and I'll put it this way. I think all 4 of these elements can make a lot of money on Saturday. And that's how you define, you know, if it's really a story that is going to be told. Number 1, I think the person who has the most opportunity here to, like, just vault into another stratosphere is Derek Stingley Jr. Like Derek Stingley Jr. is he everybody.
By the way, they didn't target him the other day.
Right.
He did not get targeted.
0 catches, and he's not a national story right now. But you get in a game like this on primetime on a Saturday night, and you make a huge play, or you just shut down, you know, whomever, and all
Pittman.
Pittman, yeah. All of a sudden, the national story, like, man, that Derek Stingley, he might be a shutdown corner. Like, I think he has a chance, and I know it's not all about money, but that's how you can kind of relate it. Like, he has a chance to make a lot of money.
My thing with Derek Stingley is, and this is kind of crazy, and you're kind of talking me into this. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig, is like, we talk about a lot of uncertainties, and it's, you know, can CJ handle this? Does CJ have enough around him? Is Will Anderson going to be able to balance what he was at the start of the season and what he was Sunday? I don't have, like, as long as he's on the football field, I just don't see any situation where Derek Stingley isn't just balling out.
Right.
Like, when he's on the football field, I have no doubt that he can rise to the occasion when he's healthy.
Right. And here's the other thing. Fans and networks love shutdown corners. You know, like, shutdown corners are like,
oh God,
they're like, you know, meat on the bone. People love that. So I think Derek Stingley is number 1. Number 2 is only slightly behind Derek Stingley, and then there's maybe a little bit of a drop-off. Number 2, I'll just put it this way. Bobby Slowick can become a head coach on Saturday night.
What?
Bobby Slowick can become – because let's think about this. Let's say Bobby Slowick has another one of those games, and he had a really good game on Sunday. And they're calling.
Oh, Troy Aikman will give you props on a play design. You get a play design. Troy Aikman will give you the props on that play design. That's what I'm talking about.
So let's say they win. You got a first-year offensive coordinator taking a 3-win team to the playoffs with his play calling. He could get. I don't want this to happen, but he could get a job this year. I mean, talk about an opportunity to make a lot of money. I think Derek Stingley and Bobby Slowick have the most to gain on Saturday night. Now, there's a little bit of a drop-off after those two. But I think they're good stories.
I do think that, you know, you talk about earning a job on Saturday. I do think, like, if you go in the next, 12 days, if the Texans win this game on the national stage and then they win a playoff game, I think they could be looking for a new offensive coordinator.
Yes.
I think you're 100% right.
Yes.
I think you're 100% right.
He's the guy that took a 3-win team with C.J. Stroud, developed him into Rookie of the Year.
Shanahan pipeline.
Yeah, Shanahan pipeline into the playoffs. He could be a head coach next year, flat out, if things go right on Saturday and then into the playoffs.
Yeah, he might have the most to gain.
Yeah, he and Stingley, to me, are 1 and 2. A little bit of a drop-off here, but good stories. Will Anderson hadn't gotten a lot of national run. I mean, he did come into the draft, the trade, and all that. I'm talking about during the season. Like, what if Will Anderson has some semblance of a J.J. Watt game? It happens.
I mean, yeah.
It all happens for him.
I mean, J.J. Watt became J.J. Watt against Cincy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was we knew about JJ, but that was like that just propelled him.
Yeah,
that play.
And then the fourth one, in an environment when owners are throwing drinks on fans, when the owners are lost trying to decide whether to fire a coach in Atlanta or fire a coach, and the debacle in with the LA Chargers. I would love to see a profile of Cal and Hannah, like a profile of Cal and Hannah, and what has happened and what they were thinking and why they made those decisions. We've talked to them, others have talked to them, but something about that sit down, something about that sit down in the pregame show that just resonates more. And I'm not saying it's a big thing, but I think that would be a story. Like this was a bleep show, man. It was an absolute bleep show. No one knows that more than you and me. And now look at it. There you go. I could produce Fox.
Or ESPN.
Or ESPN.
Or ESPN.
Yes.
We'll get more into that bleep show. Andre Johnson had some interesting stuff to say with exclusive interview with one of the local media types. We'll get into that at 1:20 when the internet goes nuts. But it's playoff time. And I tell you what, nobody has flipped the switch more than John McClain. Some people thought he was coasting during the season. He's got his playoff game face on right now. And you're going to hear it next.
Andre.
man, John McClain, the general. He coming up right now. Everybody line up. Line up, everybody. Stand up straight. Make sure you fit your hat. Fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come. Women salute him.
Playoff John McClain in the building. John, I noticed that you're kind of in your groove. I feel like you got a little playoff glow to you. You got 3 questions into D'Amico yesterday. You got your playoff game face on. You're enjoying covering some playoff football. It's been a dog-butted situation for you, but I can feel the playoff glow.
It was only about half the crowd of media that usually comes, and as I told somebody afterward, I was looking at the ones that showed up, and I don't know all of them's family situation, but everybody that I counted doesn't have kids. But it was New Year's, and so we had about half the crowd as we usually have for D'Amico, and so yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I never thought this was possible. I picked them to win 6 games. I thought they'd be lucky to do that. I picked them to win 6 last year, and they won 3, and so now they got a chance to win the division and make the playoffs. And if they lose, everybody will be disappointed, but it'll still won't take away from being a great season and getting everybody really pumped.
I don't care about
for the
that.
off season and next season.
I don't care about that. We have different goals right now. When was the last time? Because Sean Pendergast and I were talking about this off air, like a winner get in final week of the season. It wasn't the Texans. It wasn't, but maybe Houston, the Oilers. I mean,
oh, I can't remember back then.
Like this is pretty remarkable.
It is. It's like an extra playoff game.
Yeah.
And how you feeling about it? Let's not even bury the lead.
They're 4-4 up there in their last 8 games. They won last year on that play, that 2-point conversion pass from Mills to Akins, and everybody lambasted Lovie Smith for costing Bryce Young. And so if you went up there last year, they've won in 2000 after starting 0-17 in Indy. They won in 15, 16, 18, and 22. Now they need to make it 23.
So what about this offense without the wide receivers, which is a possibility on a short week? That's the thing. I love the short week, national exposure, primetime, but it hurts them when it comes back from injuries.
Well, they've got Nico. I suspect he'll play. I don't know about Noah Brown. Robert Wood stepped up, played pretty well, and then as long as Dalton Schultz is well, and Brevin Jordan makes big catches. You know, key is you still got to run the ball. They ran for 111 yards. If you can walk, you got to play in this game.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's out, I don't think, with a concussion. So if you're 90%, you know, you got to play. If you can't go, then come out. But I would think it'd be all hands on deck.
What do you think about the Coach of the Year thing? I heard you and Vandy get a little bit chippy. He was
Vandy
making the
got
case.
Chippy.
He got Vandy. Yeah, Vandy was very pissed off that you said that Stefanski's Coach of the Year, not D'Amico Ryans. I actually agree with you on this.
Well, I didn't say I think it. I said he's going to get the award.
But who would you vote for?
I would vote for D'Amico.
Yeah.
Because Stefanski won more games last year. Yes, he's done a fabulous job with 4 quarterbacks. Makes you wonder why they didn't call Flacco sooner, but there's no denying he's done a great job. Shane Steichen has done a great job, and but I would vote for D'Amico because the consensus was he's going to be the second worst team in the NFL, and Arizona was going to have the first 2 picks in the draft to get Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr., and I don't know that I've ever seen a better coaching job except Dick Vermeil, who went 4-12 in his first year and won the Super Bowl in his second.
But the thing with Stefanski is, like, how many quarterbacks has he gone through? That, to me, that would be the deciding factor.
That's all anybody talks about. Four quarterbacks. He's won games with all of them, and he's a top wild card. And they will, good chance, if the Texans win the division, they're going to host Cleveland. I mean, that's the way it's going to be. And if they're a wild card, they will play either at Buffalo, if Buffalo wins, or Kansas City.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about next. Like, not necessarily who would you prefer, but what would be the best matchup of those 3 scenarios for the Texans? I'm not so sure it's Cleveland.
You're talking about whether
Cleveland at home, KC, Buffalo.
Yeah, I'd rather see him play Cleveland with C.J. Stroud at quarterback, see if the Browns could come in here and beat them twice. And I remember in '88, the Oilers played at Cleveland last game. Cleveland won. and the Oilers had to go back for the wild card game, and they won, got Marty Schottenheimer fired, and I don't know that Cleveland come in here and win 2 games. Flacco's played great, except he's thrown a lot of interceptions.
He always has, though.
He throws a lot of interceptions because he throws the ball down the field a lot. I would love to see those 2 teams play again. Josh Allen hadn't been playing very well. Would this be the year to go to Buffalo? I never like going to Buffalo.
Weather, they've been better.
Chiefs are discombobulated. Thing is, nobody's running on the Texans anymore. They're down to tied for third best run defense. So I'm not. If you're a Texans fan, don't fear the running game. Jonathan Taylor, put him out there. Let him go full speed. They'll slow him down too, and it'll come down to
famous last words.
It will, and Minshew, and it'll be between Minshew and Stroud. And Minshew's hurt this team, like in the first game. Remember, he came off the bench and led them to the victory. But I think this game, any game the Texans play, it'll come down to the quarterbacks because they are great against the run.
So let me ask you this. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Texans in primetime Saturday against the Indianapolis Colts on ESPN. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Lisa Salters on the call, and ABC. So if I asked John McClain, if I were an ESPN producer and I called John McClain and I said, okay, CJ and D'Amico, we got that storyline. What other storylines would you put out there outside of the obvious? If you were producing, like what would you want the national fans that don't follow the Texans? What do you think the other storylines are outside of the obvious?
If it were defensive ends Will Anderson Jr. and Jonathan Grenard, who people nationally keep calling him Greenard. It's a good chance for him to get his name called right.
Yeah,
and Derek Stingley Jr., who's been incredible since he came back from his injury, and he's a great storyline. The receivers, Devin Singletary's fine, but if you had to ask me, Nico Collins emerging as a big-time receiver on offense, and on defense to be the ends, the line in general, ends in particular, and then Derek Stingley Jr.
What do you mean by big time? Like what do you mean by big time receiver with Nico Collins? Like
he's
you think he's the number
big time receiver?
He's the number one receiver
for the Texans?
Not for the Texans. Like, do you think like when you start talking about like, do you feel like Nico's the number one?
Like in that class, like in that upper echelon?
No, I don't think he's in there. He's closing in though.
Is he?
I think next year he'll have a chance to take a step up and be recognized as one of the best in the league.
Yeah, I think he's good. I'm just like, as far as like, do they have a number one receiver? I would still like to be aggressive in trying to find another one.
I totally agree.
Because if he's your number two, I think you got like a T. Higgins type of situation. Like I think he
don't
he
forget
could be,
Tank.
Yeah, I think he could get in the T. Higgins tier.
Yeah,
that's what I look at Nico as, like a really, really, really good number two.
I think it's a good chance they'll draft a receiver, not in the first round. I think they'll draft a defensive lineman in the first round. Bernard could be gone. I don't think Jerry Hughes will be back. And 49ers, all their linemen are number one picks, except Hargraves, who they signed in free agency. No number ones behind the front four. So I think they're going to need, if Grenard goes, they're going to need another end. And the way D'Amico talks constantly about it starts up front, I feel like the first pick will be a defensive lineman. There's so many good receivers. You don't need, just like Tank Dell came in the third round. You don't need to have a receiver in the first round.
My thing with this, and I don't want to get like too into off season. My thing is though, like when we have Matt Burke on and we talk to him and we see these guys coming off the street and producing, I just wonder if like, I don't want to say you take it for granted, but D'Amico's able to get the most out of defensive linemen, so I don't know that you really have to heavily invest in it.
Yeah, they will, because that's what they do at 49ers, and that's what they'll do in this system here. And Matt Burke coaches a defensive line because that's his baby. Jacques Caserio is the defensive line coach, but everybody I talk to over there says the big improvement in the line, especially the run defense, is because Burke is doing a tremendous job.
Let's talk about the offensive line. I was dumbfounded when George Fant was active and healthy.
He's been beaten out.
He's been beaten out. Well, this was the question that I asked Landry on the loopholes. How come Charlie Heck could beat out George Fant, but Titus Howard couldn't? Because he wasn't playing good at guard.
Well, no, because they wanted him at left guard.
But he wasn't playing that well.
It was never an option at right tackle because they said we want our five best.
But that's
on the
what
field.
they paid him for.
Yeah, but they don't care about. We paid this guy this money. He's going to play over here instead of we think he's better over there, and he wasn't. But that was what they said.
So it's a bad contract.
Five. It's bad based
for
on
now. It's looking
what he
like
did this year, of course.
Yeah, I just don't get that. Like Charlie Heck.
Well, Titus Howard will be the number one right tackle going into the offseason program.
But they didn't put him there this year when they could have used the right tackle help.
Because they thought having him at guard and Fan at right tackle helped them get the five best on the field. That's clear. They've said that a million times.
Yeah, no, I've heard them. Just it's confusing because they paid him to be the right tackle.
They thought they didn't have a left guard better than what Titus could play.
It's confusing though because you are paying him like a top 5 right tackle. So you would think like if he's really that good, like as you're saying that he is, if you're following the money, then and he sucks at guard, and he sucked at guard this year, then how it's confusing. The whole Titus Howard thing's confusing, but it is what it is. John McClain with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Is there any chance in hell that the Tennessee Titans, I was going to say your Tennessee Titans, but I want you to get mad at me. Is there any chance in hell that the Tennessee Titans beat the Jags?
Well, there's always a chance, of course. Based on the way they played, Texans fans should hope Ryan Tannehill plays over Will Levis because he's auditioning for a new job. He'll be gone. He's more experienced. I think they would have a better chance to upset the Jags, no matter who the quarterback is for Jacksonville, if Tannehill is in the lineup. And there's a chance of that happening because what was his injury?
Levis?
Yeah.
What was it, his injury?
He's banged up.
The previous
he had a high
game was
ankle
his
sprain.
ankle.
It was a high ankle.
This one was something else. And so they should just let him stay out, let Tannehill play, and let Tannehill audition for his next team and maybe upset the Jaguars.
Are they going to run it back with Will Levis, or would they be proactively looking to improve?
No, they love Levis.
They're just gonna roll with Levis.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. John McClain with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. What would be, home game aside, let's just pretend like it's a neutral field situation. If I asked you to rank the ideal scenario for the Texans, and ignore the home game again, Kansas City, Cleveland, Buffalo, who would be the ideal opponent for the Texans?
Well, if you said take away. Well, you can't take away. I'd say the Browns here.
Well,
if it was one of the other teams on the road, I'd take the Chiefs because the Chiefs are not playing well. Mahomes is not playing well. He's not hitting plays down the field. He's frustrated. His receivers, except for Rasheed Rice, they're all terrible. Travis Kelce is not doing much anymore either. Defense is playing well, but I feel like Texans can move the ball on anybody. And so if I were the Texans and I had to go to Buffalo or Kansas City, I'd rather go to Arrowhead.
So Landry asked me the same question he asked you about storylines for Saturday night. And I gave Stingley as one of mine, but the other one I said is I think Bobby Slowick, if they win this game and get to the playoffs and maybe even win a playoff game, he could be a head coach next year.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I think
you don't think so?
No, I think he wants another season as a play caller. That doesn't mean he won't get an interview. Maybe Dave Tepper will get down. Dave Tepper will say, okay, these other 10 have turned me down. Are you interested? And of course, he'd be too smart to do that. And I thought he'd had a great game he called on Sunday.
I agree.
Coming out, being careful with Stroud, with them playing constant two-deep coverage, not asking him to work the middle of the field, letting him get a feel for the game. I thought he did a tremendous job. Reverses, fake reverses, anything he can to try to get some kind of productivity in the running game. And they ran for 111 yards, which is a big deal for them, not for anybody else, but it is for them, just enough to keep the Titans' defense off balance.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig.
You mentioned players off the street. Derek Barnett.
Yeah,
he has been tearing it up.
He loves the Titans. He's
from Nashville. He went to the University of Tennessee. If they could play the Titans every week, he'd be all pro. But in the game against Cleveland, if you go back and look at it,
he was good.
He was good.
Yeah.
So having him come in especially when Will Anderson missed those games. Now Greenard's out. And so you hope Greenard's back. And there's going to be some people watching that game going, oh, his name's Grenard? I thought it was Greenard.
Yeah.
And what gets me, it's NFL people, not just sports people, calling him Greenard. And so I think Barnett has been kind of a godsend for this defense because they play great up front. It's almost like doesn't matter. Khalil Davis, every time he's played, if some of these guys are making money, but they need to be careful about where they go if they don't re-sign here, because you won't have the same coaches, may not have the same scheme, because D'Amico and Matt Burke and Jacques Cesaire, they have done a fabulous job going from the worst run defense by far to tied for third.
And that's my thing. Like I don't even think that you need to like fall in love with these guys. I feel like they can make players here.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, John, and we all know what Nick Caserio does. I think he's had one of the best. This speaks to Barnett and others, Tart and Kareem Jackson. Nick Caserio's had a really good in-season, I guess, moves or whatever you want to call it. Everything that he's bringing in has helped.
That's because he's getting guys that fit what the coaches want, and the coaches are coaching them up in a way that they can understand. I saw a list yesterday, I'm not going to say who it is, a respected national guy.
Name his name.
Who listed 5 possibilities with Eric LaCosta at Baltimore for Executive of the Year. Mm-hmm. And they didn't mention Caserio.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just preposterous.
Was it Peter King?
No, preposterous.
Go through the list.
I couldn't remember who it was, so I went back and read Peter twice. It was interesting. Peter wrote his whole column. He didn't mention D'Amico's name one time, and the only thing he mentioned about the Texans, other than their schedule, was that he thought Puka Nacua should get the Offensive Rookie of the Year over Stroud.
Yeah.
And I thought somewhere in there, D'Amico should have been mentioned anywhere because he's supposed to be covering the league, and they're one of the best success
D'Amico,
stories.
Will Anderson, Stroud,
But
Stingley.
even D'Amico, and it wasn't the coach of the year. He didn't have that. But this other guy, 5 guys, and none of them were Nick Caserio, which I'm guessing was an oversight because I've seen Nick mentioned other places because he deserves it.
Yeah, who's in the discussion?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Baltimore, like Lamar Jackson's still the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah,
like,
if you've got your starting quarterback, that almost takes you out of the running because
an elite quarterback like that.
Yes, and it's interesting, all these teams that are still in it, how many of them have been able to keep their quarterback the whole time.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like the Caserio thing, like he gets his flowers. Like I don't even know. Like you drafted those 2 guys. You hired, like you get credit for hiring the coach, regardless of how much help you had. Like I don't even know. I don't even know like who else would be in the discuss. Like the Baltimore. Come on.
I think most people haven't studied. Most people are not going to go to this roster and look at all the guys he signed in the offseason. They may look at the draft choices, but that's it.
It's
they won't look at the whole roster. They won't look at the improvement of like the run defense. But, if Will Anderson Jr. has the kind of game Saturday night on national TV that he had Sunday, he can win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jalen Carter hadn't disappeared, but their defense has disappeared and has started up front. And Witherspoon from the Seahawks, he's been hurt. So there's a good chance Will Anderson Jr. could step up and win the award. And then the Texans, like the Jets last year, would have both rookie awards.
World famous McClain leg hiking coming up next.
Andre Johnson.
World famous McClain leg hiking concept, very simple. John McClain with us every Tuesday, 11:20. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Buffalo is the worst case scenario for the Houston Texans when it comes to playoff matchup.
I agree, because the weather can be so fickle, windy, rain, snow. There's just too much that you got to worry about in Orchard Park, so I agree.
Last night, in really both games, but especially the Washington-Texas game, showed the Texans have to draft a receiver first.
Oh, no. Hike it, Figgy. They're not going to draft a receiver first. There's too many great receivers.
They changed the game, man.
And they play late. They're going to, I'm telling you, they'll be going after a defensive lineman and a receiver in the second round.
They changed the game.
Can Tank Dell change the game?
Not like those guys. I mean, he's really, really good.
Yeah, they also had a quarterback that puts the ball in the perfect spot.
Yeah.
As good as anyone I've ever seen.
Oh, you'll hear about him in a second.
Speaking of that,
yeah.
John Lopez is an absolute idiot for voting on a mop-up duty LSU quarterback instead of Penix as his Heisman Trophy winner.
Let me think a minute. Hike it, Figgy. I think that Penix, what did he finish, fourth or
I
third?
voted him. I got to tell you a quick story. So we're watching the game last night, and Jan, my wife, is like, man, he's really good. I was like, yeah, I had him second on my Heisman ballot. She goes, for the next 2.5 hours, she gave me so much crap about voting for her. It's like, she goes, you had him second? I was like, yeah, he's really good.
You should have said, well, why didn't you tell me this when I voted after the season? And she'd be, well, because I never watched him.
And then as he's making these plays, she goes, you're an idiot. She was torching me, man. She goes, does LSU have more talent than Washington? See, the problem is she knows football. And I said, yeah, probably overall talent. Do they have a great receiver too? Malik Neighbors? Yeah. I mean, she was just destroying me. Like, destroying me. All right.
Well, I'm on your side. It's for regular season.
Yes, it is. Derek Stingley has a chance to make a lot of money on Saturday night because the world could see a shutdown corner blossom.
I think it's a long ways off for him, but yes, it'd be great if he'd make a couple of those plays where he comes out of nowhere and makes incredible catches for interception. He plays physically like he did Sunday when he did the WWE, picked the guy up, slammed him down. This is a great opportunity for all the Texans. And one reason, Kevin Stefanski's been on national TV. No, D'Amico's not. It hurts you when you're trying for awards if you don't have some primetime appearances or Thanksgiving for people to talk about you. And I think this is a great opportunity for them as well as the Colts.
World famous McClain leg hiking here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Kevin Stefanski, not D'Amico Ryans, is the coach of the year.
He will be, yes. It's all based on regular season. I think D'Amico deserves it, but I think Stefanski will win it because he's getting so much attention right before the voters vote, and Flacco's making him look really good.
This is my Michael Penix Jr. Leg hike. Michael Penix Jr. reminded John McClain a lot last night of C.J. Stroud versus Georgia.
Absolutely. It was not a coming out party. I watched him play 4 games in regular season, and they were good, and he was good, but he did it on the national stage, and
he also ran more.
Pinpoint accuracy is like Stroud, although he goes deep more often than Stroud does, and a lot of that has to do with the coverage. It's so much better in the NFL, but I can't wait till he's going to the Senior Bowl and then the Pro Day and the Combine because he is the it quarterback.
From a attraction standpoint, the city of Houston lost yesterday with both Texas and Alabama losing.
Well, of course, because you want all those Longhorns, all that burnt orange, which kind of makes me nauseous. But you want it here. You want Alabama. They have the tickets, the scalpers. Man, oh, man, they would have skyrocketed if the Tide and the Longhorns were here. And I have to say, I did want Texas to win. I wanted Texas to come here because it's been great for the city.
And, yeah, it would have been a fun game. That said, the best football matchup is Michigan-Washington.
It is. I want Washington to win. I don't want Harbaugh to win to get the national championship. Did you see that stat? They've been ahead or tied over 90% of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That is unbelievable. Blake Corum, their great running back, I saw a feature on him last year. He spends his NIL money at Thanksgiving and Christmas for poor people. So I'm a big Blake Corum fan. But who doesn't love Michael Penix Jr. right now?
I don't.
Be 24 next season. I guess not.
You mean in this room?
Be 24 next season. He's blown out his ACL twice. He was at Indy for 4 years. Now he's, I think this is his 5th or 6th year. What a great success story.
Yeah, this is not a leg hiking, but you just reminded me of something I came across. Next year, presuming they're all in the NFL, C.J. Stroud will be the youngest quarterback among Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams.
I believe it because guys,
he's still going to be the youngest.
They transfer so much. It's amazing, and they get redshirted.
I'm so glad I don't have to watch Bo Nix play football anymore. Go away.
He's going to be 24 next year.
Get lost.
Hey, I admired the fact that he didn't take off. He quarterbacked his last game.
Penix is going to be 24. Daniels is going to be 23.
Probably the last time he'll actually start a game. He should play in the bowl game. Bo Nix.
He's going to be a first-round pick.
Come on.
Oh, and Drake May.
He's going to be a what?
First-round pick. Bo Nix.
$100. All right.
You got it.
All right. There you go. Thank you.
Hey,
that's a free hundo.
What's the update here?
On what? Oh, if the Jags win this week, John McClain gets $100. If the Jags lose, John McClain does not get $100.
I'm going to go broke.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the easiest bet I've ever made.
He's not going to be first round.
No chance.
Every mock draft I've seen by all the people I respect have him going in the first round.
Yeah, well, you need to change your respect list then. This is all the respect you need, sir. Right here. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. C.J. Stroud will lead the Texans to a win on Saturday.
I believe he will. I've been picking him. I'm going to pick him again. I think it'll be close. This game Sunday was the first time they've had a game that wasn't close, that they won since October 1st against the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Be nice to have another one, but I don't think so.
Dave Tepper will be suspended at least one game.
Yeah, he did. Yes, and he should be suspended for the season. No team or league activities.
The season
for a year.
For a year,
the
for a season. Yeah,
I think so too.
Owners can't be doing that stuff.
Yeah,
and
money doesn't mean squat to him, and you can't take away draft choices because that affects.
They don't have any
coaches and everything. So suspend the guy. Nobody would miss him.
I think the most telling thing about that video, on top of the obvious, was that, and this is what me and Lopez were talking about, and our minds went the same way. And if you're just tuning in, Dave Tepper, owner of the Carolina Panthers, threw a drink on a fan from his suite the other day. You just type in Dave Tepper, and you'll see that. But the thing for me that was like the most telling, and this is the same thing like when Bill O'Brien flipped out in the draft, like his son is sitting there, and his son doesn't even look surprised. He's like, "Oh yeah, my dad must cuss all the time."
Tantrum.
Yeah, I'm sitting there saying, "Oh, he must cuss all the time." Like the bodyguard and the other guy, they didn't even dot an I. He might as well have sneezed. Like they were sitting there like him throwing a drink, screaming, slamming the drink down, and walking out.
And they're like, "Oh well."
It was a cough, basically.
Like, "Oh well."
It's too bad there's not cameras on them all the time.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was sitting there like that Bill O'Brien thing. Like his son's like the dude's screaming and cussing at the computer screen. His son's just sitting there, and then he walks by him, and his son's like, "Oh, okay,
Dad's doing it again.
Dad's getting the paper."
Dad's doing it again.
That was insane. Bill O'Brien had a bad week last week with what Jalen Milroe said.
Oh, absolutely, he did. Made him look terrible. And I'm guessing that Belichick's gone. Means Bill's going to be looking for another job.
Did you hear those chants at the Rose Bowl at the end of the game?
God, that was bad.
But that B.O.B. was right.
Oh, give me a break.
Did you hear that chant? That was
I didn't hear it.
Being a
No,
receiver.
I didn't hear it.
B.O.B. was right with the chant.
Is that how you chant B.O.B.?
No, they
I'm just kidding. They weren't doing that. I was making that up.
Devin Singletary has to rush for at least 125 yards.
Listen to this.
I get figgy. He doesn't need to rush for that.
125.
He didn't just run for that, and they won 26-3.
Yeah, but it would help if he did. This isn't the Titans.
It would help if he did, but I don't think he has to run for that for them to win.
125.
$125, baby.
You need to go to Indy, John. Are you going to Indy?
Nope.
Why not?
So I don't like traveling. I don't want to travel. I sit there right in front of my big flat screen TV.
You're welcome.
And thank you. And cover it and sit down and go to YouTube and watch the interviews, and then I write my grades and column.
Okay.
I have one more. John McClain did not stay up past midnight on New Year's Eve.
No, I did.
He's a night owl, man.
Yeah, I'm a night owl anyway.
Did you get a toast and a kiss?
I got a kiss when New York was on, and it was actually 11 o'clock here, but 12 there.
Okay, that
and
counts.
it was called a peck.
A peck.
Oh, there you
Peck.
go.
At my age, you get pecks.
Still counts.
There you go.
Yeah.
John McClain with us. Hopefully next week, John, we're not reflecting on a season. We're looking ahead to a playoff matchup.
I hope I have to pay you $100, but not for the Colts, for the Texans.
There you
Guys,
go.
thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
There you go. Got to bet. I got the field. He has the Jags winning the division, so that is still up in the air. Coming up, the dream for the Texans and the nightmare for the city. The hits are lit next.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Prime time. Shout out to good old Chris Berman and Tom Jackson back in the day. Little prime time. That's where the Texans are going to be. Saturday night, ESPN/ABC, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about that prime time.
Yeah, we're really excited about just our opportunity, all right, and what this game means for us, all right, to earn a spot into the playoffs. So we're excited about that opportunity. Whether it's prime time or not, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to go out and play good football, play our brand of football, execute, and just play clean.
Play clean.
He's not wrong about the game and once it starts, but this week it matters. They recognize it. I think they appreciate it. Who wouldn't? You're going to be on national TV. You got the big crew coming in, and I think it is matter. It's not going to matter once the game starts.
D'Amico, man, that whole excitement that he shows on the sidelines, you get that on the primetime stage. That's where it's it kind of seems like something we're talking about gifts, viral type of stuff, the clips from
people are
the
gonna
big
love
stage.
It. People are gonna love it.
The D'Amico excitement, you can see that. CJ, that type of thing, and then depending on what big plays are made. But I think D'Amico, I think he's gonna. I think national TV is gonna be very friendly to him.
Well, the camera is nice to him. He's some people just aren't good on camera. He's always looking good, always doing things that
you got a crush,
attract viewers. No, the camera's good to him. It's kind to him, I should say.
Who's it not kind to?
Bill Belichick. Seriously, you're like, what is that guy? That guy's the best coach ever. He's the first one that comes to mind. And I hate those guys that just look like somebody kicked their dog all the time. I'm trying to think of a good example, but you know what I'm talking about.
Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien was another one. You're just like, oh, this guy is surly.
Jim Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's not good. The camera's not kind to him.
Someone said, I forgot who this was. I think it was a Barstool thing, but they said that Jim Harbaugh always looks like he's thinking about whether or not he shut the garage door.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Who are some other coaches?
I think it was the dude who does the Sabin impressions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like he's always like, did I shut the garage door? Or did I not?
Yeah. Speaking of Sabin, even though he's always kind of
we'll hear from him in a sec. I don't know what the hell's up with this guy.
Yeah.
We'll hear from him in a sec. Goodness gracious.
Didn't sound like him.
Yeah, did not.
Yeah.
Playoff scenario. So the Texans lose, season over. If they win and the Jags and Dolphins win, then the Texans go to Kansas City. Now, if the Texans win and the Jags and Bills win, then the Texans go to Buffalo, and if the Titans, the old Oilers, are able to upset the Jags, then the Texans win. They'll be division champs, and they'll be hosting the Cleveland Browns.
It would be cool, but that's still not my preferred. Just cool to have a home playoff game.
Yeah, I'd rather go to Kansas City.
I would too. I know that sounds
it's big
weird,
stage.
Man.
It's the biggest of the biggest stage, the stars, all that. By the way, those Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes commercials, elite.
Those nuggies?
Yeah. Starting to find their groove.
Yeah.
I would say those are very, very elite. College football playoff last night, game 1, Michigan versus Alabama, 27-20 win for Michigan in overtime. Here's Nick Sabin. Who the hell is this guy?
We didn't finish the last 4 minutes of the game. We had some opportunities to get them stopped on defense. We could have drove the ball down and scored a touchdown, and we just didn't finish the game, and they kind of got the momentum, and so we're all disappointed. Players are very disappointed. But I tell the players, look, you had an amazing season. This team has come as far as any team as I've ever coached in terms of how they improved to put themselves in this position to win the SEC championship. So I don't think you can lose sight of that either. You know, when everybody buys into the principles and values of what you're trying to do and what you're trying to coach and what you're trying to teach, and everybody does that, I mean, it's really a good feeling, and it's special, and it doesn't happen all the time. And it certainly happened this year with this team, and it was a special chemistry, good leadership, and everybody buying in, and it was a lot of fun.
I'm so confused. Who is this guy?
He sounds like a dad coaching, preschool basketball. Well, we're disappointed.
How did they blow that game?
I thought they were going to win the whole time. We kept talking about kids came over with everybody, and we had our ham and black-eyed peas and all that cabbage, all that stuff, and we're watching that game. And then they went home to watch the other game, and the whole time we're like, Michigan is the better team, but Alabama's going to win. Michigan's the better team, but because that's what Alabama does.
You thought Michigan was better?
Yeah, Michigan was the better team. I really do. I thought about middle of the first quarter on, I thought Michigan was, and it's not what I expected. I picked Alabama, but I thought they were really more in control, a little more dominant on the defensive side. But that had Alabama's going to win written all over it because they kept hanging around. The Texas game was different because there was some good fortune involved, a lot of good fortune involved at the end. But like Alabama was just kind of hanging. They were doing Alabama things. And I thought Alabama was going to win the whole time.
From a Harbaugh perspective, so let's say you come to Houston next week and you win the national championship game. Why do you want to leave Michigan? Is it just the challenge? Because the money's going to be the same. Like you're going to be, he's going to. I would think that the money like at Michigan in the NFL is going to be similar. I know that he had a really good short stretch in San Francisco. One of the best that you could, if you go back and look at that Harbaugh resume early on, it's second to none. But like, why do you want to leave Michigan? Like, why would you want to leave a prestigious college job? Is it just a challenge? Like, what's the deal there?
I think Jim Harbaugh is the epitome of a guy that has a shelf life. He doesn't stay anywhere very long. Either they start hating him or he starts hating them.
But they don't hate him at Michigan.
Or he starts hating something there.
Yeah.
He's Jim Harbaugh. He doesn't have a long shelf life. He should stay there for 15 years if they'll have him. But something always breaks in his relationships with organizations. Always. Like why would
you? Like from your perspective,
I wouldn't.
Like you wouldn't?
Mm-mm.
Dude, I mean,
wouldn't.
Yeah, my case would be, and I feel like there's a lot going on in college football right now to where it's almost more stressful. I mean, you got the NIL, you got these guys transferring all the time. It's basically like year-to-year free agency. You got these expectations now, like where you got the expanded playoff. Like, maybe it's almost like more stressful to be a college coach now than it is to be an NFL guy. Maybe.
I think it takes maybe, and this sounds weird because we all know how long coaches work.
Yeah.
I think it's almost twice as much time that you invest in at the college level.
Yeah, I think that like I think some programs write themselves. Like I think Texas writes itself. Like Steve Sarkisian, good job. Like you oversee the like all that, and we'll get into him in a minute. But like at Michigan and like other schools, it seems like there's like a hustle. Like there used to be, like let's say 4 years ago, 5 years ago, there were probably 15 programs that wrote themselves.
Yeah.
Like where if you're in this situation, like you're in a good spot, you're going to get the top recruiting class, like even before like transfer portals, like especially before when you had to sit out. Remember when you had to transfer and you had to sit out a damn year?
Yeah.
Like if you go back 5-8 years ago, like I think there were 15 college programs that wrote themselves. I think there's maybe,
I don't know if there's any.
I think there's maybe 2. Texas is the only one. And that's not to say that they're going to be good. I just think that, like, I think you could take any solid coach and put them in that situation. But like, every SEC school, and in Texas, this does not mean they're going to win a national championship. So don't hear me out on this. I'm not saying anything like that. But I think you have to hustle at every level now.
See,
like Nick Saban has to hustle. Kirby Smart has to hustle. I don't even know. Like Texas, yeah, you have to hustle too.
But like I don't think there's any, and that's arguable.
But do you agree that 5-8 years ago that 15 programs just wrote themselves,
if not more?
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, you have to recruit your players every day. If they're not starting and getting what they want, like you have to recruit Arch Manning every day. Like you have to in your meetings say, "Hey, man, you're one play away." Blah, blah, blah. I'm just using your Texas example. Alabama, Nick Saban shouldn't have to recruit backups. He's got a litany of guys, running back position alone, that waited 2 and 3 years and then became Heisman winners.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Like he has to recruit those guys so they don't go to Colorado or Ole Miss or whatever. Yeah. It's harder now than it's ever been.
And you also have to be in like a situation where, and I'm kind of dating. I'm going back. I'll go back 25 years ago, like when, and this is localized. By the way, Texas lost to Washington 37-31, if you didn't know already. But like 25, 26 years ago, like let's say that you have, like you're trying to recruit Chris Sims, and Chris Sims is the #1 quarterback in the nation, like Mac Brown. So you're trying to recruit him. Maybe you promise him he's going to get playing time and you figure stuff out. It goes a little bit under the radar. But now, like at Texas, like you would say, well, they'd get a 5-star. You basically have to say, okay, well, you're going to come here. We got this 5-star. Maybe if it, like it's just and oh, by the way, you can leave.
Well, that's another good example. To stay with your Texas example, Major Applewhite would have been gone. Like, because he promised Chris Sims, you're going to start.
Yeah.
Major Applewhite would have said, cool, I'm going to Nebraska or wherever. I'm just, that's the difference between now. And maybe that's a factor with Jim Harbaugh.
Got to be. Texas loses to Washington, which means we got Washington versus Michigan in town. Appreciate the warning. I won't watch the national title. I'm going to set that one out.
I feel like there's going to become like when Gibson died, I didn't cry for like a day, and then I lost my bleep twice. I feel like you're in the shock period right now, the disappointment period, whatever it is. Like at some point in the next few hours, you're just going to go, damn it, because you're bitter.
No, I'm really not. Like I told you, and I mean this. I thought it was hilarious. Like I was seeing the Texas media talking about like how good of a job Steve Sarkisian does. He hasn't done that good of a coaching job. They peaked 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. They peaked against Oklahoma State. They peaked against Texas Tech. They peaked against Alabama. That was it. Mm-hmm. So like if he would have won this national title, I know that banners fly forever. It would have been misleading because if they were in the SEC this year, they would not have been in this situation. That Houston is not Mississippi State. Like Houston is not Ole Miss. Like you got the break against Houston. You got the break against Kansas State. There are teams that want to kick your ass. So I thought it was kind of a misleading type of thing. I thought it was poetic justice. He had an opportunity to figure it out. I didn't figure it out. I'm really fine with it.
I do like the football matchup here. That Michigan defense, Penix, Washington offense. I mean, you're not wrong. The Chamber of Commerce is not going to like this. Hotels, motels, all food, restaurants. But it's not like it's going to fall off a cliff like no one's going to come. I mean, this is the national championship. It's going to still be a benefit for the city. It's just not going to be Texas, and that stuff never really, frankly, it's not great to say, but I could care less usually. Yeah. I just want to see a good game.
D'Amico Ryans. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. John McClain had a nice back and forth with D'Amico. We'll hear from the head coach of your Houston Texans a few days away from the Texans being on primetime next. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. D'Amico going to get some of that national love. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, be loving up on old D'Amico and C.J. Stroud. I assume those are going to be the two main talking points. You've mentioned Derek Stingley. You mentioned Bobby Slowick as two guys that with this national exposure, with this attention, those two guys could benefit the most.
That's how it works.
Along with Will Anderson, I think, too.
Will Anderson for sure, because he hasn't gotten the national run outside of the draft that you would think he would have. But Derek Stingley has, I mean, this is like a huge moment for him potentially. The NFL and broadcasters, networks love cornerbacks.
Shutdown corners.
They love shutdown corners. They like saying it. They like showing the highlights. Usually the antics and all that stuff after a good pass breakup or whatever. And they're big money players. I think Derek Stingley is got an opportunity here that are extremely rare this early in your career. And we know it because it happens every year. And most recently, Sauce Gardner, the New York market helped him to become make a lot of money and become kind of a superstar in the NFL. That's what Derek Stingley could be. That's what could happen to him this week.
I feel like maybe I don't know that whether I'm a prisoner of the moment or not. I could be, but I do feel like D'Amico's still got some growing pains. I think inevitably a coach is going to fail, and there's going to be it's going to be a learning process. C.J. Stroud, I don't like everything around him is not ideal for him to reach the ultimate goal. But as far as just being able to live up to that big stage and being able to rise to the occasion, I feel the best about Derek Stingley. Just as far as this guy is ready to go at an elite level right now, I feel that way about Derek Stingley. And I think that's why Nick Caserio was willing to look past, any injury concerns, because the one time that Derek Stingley was on the football field for an entire season in the last 4 years, he was starting at LSU when they won a national championship. He was also guarding Jamar Chase and Jordan Jefferson in practice. He's been when he's on the football field, it's been elite more times than it hasn't.
Yeah, and he is low key. In terms of just publicly and all that stuff, I got a lot of confidence in it. Look, you can worry about a lot of things with this Texans-Colts game that is, for all the Tostitos, so to speak, as Brent Musburger would say. And there are a lot of things you can worry about. But I don't think the moment being too big is one of them. I really don't.
No, not for CJ, not for Will, not for D'Amico.
Not for Stingley. Not for a lot of these guys that are, Schultz. If you want to go down the roster, even some players that are not necessarily big, superstar type. You can. If Grenard plays, I don't think it'll be too big for him. Obviously, Jerry Hughes, Denzel Perryman, Jimmy Ward. I mean, I don't think you can worry about a lot, and there is plenty to worry about. But I don't think wide eyes and being too big for them is even a concern at all.
No, not at all. I mean, there's. Like there some shortcomings could be magnified. Like we could see. I could see, like, if we're talking, like, worst-case scenario. Like, I think best-case scenario, C.J. Stroud goes out there. He steals the stage. D'Amico Ryans glows. You have, like, the D'Amico Ryans moments where he's getting fired up. He's getting pumped up. Will Anderson does his thing. Like, I could easily see that.
Yeah.
But if we're talking worst-case scenario and we're trying to look at that, the offensive line sucking, I could see. I could see Jalen Petrie just being completely exposed in coverage. Those are like my worst case, and I could see your biggest concern, the lack of wide receiver depth and the lack of wide receiver production. I could see that being magnified. I think there's clear holes in this team.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, those would be my worst case scenarios. Best case, and I think the best case is kind of where you can lean is CJ, Will Anderson, D'Amico ready for this opportunity, and fortunately for them, Indianapolis has flaws as well.
They do. Now, the receiver thing for me. I get Nico Collins, a big play guy. He's not a number one.
No, I don't think so. I think I think best case he can get in like that T. Higgins tier.
Yeah. So the question becomes, if you go, everybody who can play, as John McClain put it, if you're 90%, hell, if you're 80%, they're going to play. This is a winner, a true must win.
I think Will Anderson was close to 70.
Maybe. I'm talking about the receivers right now.
Yeah.
I think I would expect him to play, but that doesn't mean that 2 snaps in. He's going to have another groin problem, Noah Brown, or Robert Woods' hip is going to go bad on him again. So that means you're talking about John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and Nico Collins being your go-tos. I know how good. We all know how good C.J. Stroud is, but is he that good?
I think Hutchinson's close to doing something.
He might be.
I think if we're looking for someone to like make a surprising play, I think Xavier Hutchinson is very, very close to making a big play.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Mechie,
disagree. What did we say earlier? Mechie is the
he's the impulse buy at TJ Maxx.
The winding line at TJ Maxx.
Yeah, he's just there. I mean, he's not.
Pick it up if you can.
If we're going to evaluate, and he's asked us to do such, like if we're going to evaluate him like an NFL player, I think John Mechie's just there.
Yeah. Hey, look,
he's just a guy.
They have back scratchers.
Yeah, he's just there.
You know what? I might need a new chamois. Let's go with John Mechie.
Hey, honey, are we out of hand sanitizer?
That stuff gets me every time, by the way.
No, the winding impulse buy line at TJ Maxx is
chocolate-covered almonds.
It's serious.
Of course I'm going to get some of those.
That's the only, I feel like that's the only area where, and they probably don't need it, but H-E-B, their impulse buys are just cut and dry.
They're just kind of an end cap.
Are there
gum?
Actually, H-E-B is so good that their impulse buys are throughout the store.
Yeah, they put them on the end caps.
Oh, wow. There's a seasonal hot chocolate covered almond that I'm going to have to try.
Yeah.
Like the H-E-B just has impulse buys throughout, but when you go to the checkout line to the right, you got the chips and the candy bars. To the left, you got like your little
gum.
Yeah. Gum. 5-hour energies and whatever the hell else they got.
So that's John Mechie.
Yeah.
I guess we will. Let's try this.
I feel like they've tried really hard to make Mechie a thing.
Really? Because he hasn't gotten that many.
I mean, he had a
targets.
reverse the other day inside the 20.
Yeah.
They had the at the end of the game against the Browns. He dropped dropped a couple passes. He dropped the touchdown. Yeah. I feel like they've tried. The thing about Mechie, like if you have your full arsenal of wide receivers, cool.
Mm-hmm.
But when you actually need to rely on him, it's like I don't know about this.
Yeah. And just as an update, the Texans, for those who don't put it all together. This is a practice day. It's usually an off day. I think today and tomorrow, tomorrow especially, we're going to be like, okay, this is not good or this is great or whatever with some of these guys. I'm not worried that much about Laramie Tunsil, but I feel like I'm going to regret saying that. Because George Fant did fine. I think he graded at like 7.
You think Laramie Tunsil is going to go out there and play at 70%?
I actually think he would. I know he gets his veteran days, and
I think he will because it's on national TV,
and he's a ball. He likes to ball. Okay.
I think if it were a week 6 noon game,
then
I don't think he would play.
No. I think because of the magnitude of the game,
but I think CJ would.
Yes, I think
and we saw that the last time the Colts.
Yeah,
came like CJ could have easily made the business decision. He had the shoulder, the no offensive line in front of him.
Yeah,
I think CJ. I think the difference between CJ and a lot of guys is I don't think he cares about the exposure. I think he just wants to go out there and play.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Tunsil, I mean, we don't give him a hard time, kind of kid around about, just his personality.
No, I mean, he's a very savvy business guy.
Yeah.
He understands the big perspective, and he marches to the beat of his own drum. There's no right way to do it. Like I'm not saying CJ does it right. I'm not saying Laramie does it right. I'm just saying it's two different mindsets.
But I do think when it comes down to it, he wants to play in a big game.
Yeah.
Whether it's national television or not.
Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans got a big game. This is D'Amico Ryans at the podium a few days before the Texans take on the Colts on that big stage.
How do you feel about getting the primetime game on Saturday night national TV for the first time this season?
Yeah, we're really excited about just our opportunity, all right, and what this game means for us, all right, to earn a spot into the playoffs. So we're excited about that opportunity. Whether it's prime time or not, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to go out and play good football, play our brand of football, execute, and just play clean.
What do you do about keeping guys from getting overexcited? You've been in so many of these big games at second entry. A lot of these guys have.
Yeah, our guys have to understand, right, when that ball is kicked off, right, or the ball is snapped, like it doesn't matter about being overly excited. You have to be calm in a moment. You have to be focused on the task at hand. You have to be focused on what's in front of you. And that's just going out and executing the details of your job to the fullest. And when guys do that, that's how you play winning football, right? The excitement of the game really doesn't matter when that ball is snapped. You just got to go out and play the right way.
You guys last played the Colts, and both teams have changed a lot since then, for personnel, for everything. Where do you feel like you all have improved specifically since that game?
Yeah, we're a completely different team. They're a completely different team. For me, it's all, fresh start for us. I don't put much weight on the first game of the year. I started watching, it's like, man, who is this team, right? It seems like that was so long ago playing that second game. So it's a fresh start for both teams. I think they have different players in, we have different players in, so it'll be a fresh start.
Cohesiveness and the guys' camaraderie, what do you see from them in terms of being close?
Our team has gelled together, and that's what you want. You want a close team. You want a connected team, and I feel like our guys are connected. We had a lot of different guys in and out at various times throughout the season, but our guys are connected. They're a tight team, and that's why I feel like we're playing better, right, because of that.
Did you happen to maybe even look back on the highlights of the Texans last year, their Week 18 win, and what do you think if you did happen?
No, nothing. Never looked at a game from last year. Doesn't concern me.
Nick Caserio has, he's kind of been here for a good minute and saw the team move down, and he's been a part of it. Can you talk maybe about his contribution and how you all have worked together to get to this point?
Yeah, Nick has done a great job when it comes to roster management, all right, adding players all throughout the offseason, throughout the draft process. Me and Nick have worked, we've worked step by step, right? We talk about every decision before it's made, right? We make sure we're on the same page, and I always say this, it works well when you see football the same, right? You know what type of players we're looking for, right? The skill set that we're looking for. Me and Nick are on the same page when it comes to that, and we've worked well together throughout this entire year.
A game of this magnitude, considering how many close games you've played in up to this point?
I think throughout the year, we've seen a lot of different games. We've been in a lot of different games, won them a lot of different ways, lost some, where we were able to gain valuable learning lessons on what we can do different in those situations. So I think from that standpoint, our team has a ton of experience on what it takes to win games, no matter what it looks like. Whether it's overtime, whether it's the last drive, all right, or the fourth quarter, our guys have been there. They've been successful in those moments. So there is no situation where our guys are gonna blink or gonna be nervous about a moment. Our guys have been through it all, and we've been successful through the majority of those.
Gardner Minshew, what do you see from him from an accuracy standpoint and tendency to kind of get on a roll against some defenses and offense?
Gardner has done a good job with this entire season, right? He's played really well for him. You talk about the accuracy, talk about him just being his movement in the pocket is what I think sets him apart, right? He's able to move up in the pocket and make plays right? The scramble plays that he makes, the explosives they're creating downfield, like he's done a really good job of leading this team as their quarterback. And he has that moxie, that playmaker to him that you can see on the tape. You can see guys really rallying behind him because they know the type of plays that he can make. But he's done a really great job for them all year, and that's why they're in this position that they're in, because of good quarterback play by Gardner.
Nico, how much does it help you as having 16 games of experience of call defenses with this team to know which players you can have the most confidence in certain big situations?
It really helps a lot. As I've gone throughout the year, I really have a good feel for who I can put in what situations, all right, what positions, and it's all about, John, just how do you put guys in positions to make plays, right? Let them go play fast, not think a lot, but just go play fast and try to make sure I accentuate their strengths and putting them in those positions. But now I have a really good feel for our team, have a really good feel for what our guys do well, and I just have to get out of the way and let them go do that. Let them go play football, go play fast, go play relentless, and that's what I just want to see, our guys playing fast, having fun.
All right, there you go. It's D'Amico Ryans. Big stage for D'Amico and the Texans, C.J. Stroud, et cetera. By the way, I think we're gonna hear from C.J. today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because it's usually Wednesdays.
Yeah, normally it's Wednesday, so we'll hear from C.J. Little bounce back from last week.
Yeah.
I want to feel the vibe of what C.J. He seemed a little exhausted last week.
Did he?
He seemed kind of fatigued, and I understandably so. He'd been through a lot the last couple of weeks.
It was great. I didn't get a chance to hear him last week, but it was great that he was back, and I'm going to be real interested to see. He mentioned Gardner Minshew, D'Amico. He's not C.J. Stroud.
I don't take him serious. I'll be honest. Like I'm not saying that that's the right decision. I sure as hell don't think that the Colts are where they are right now. If Gardner Minshew is backing up Anthony Richardson, I think there would have been some inevitable growing pains for AR-15. But I'll be honest. Famous last words, perhaps. On this stage, I don't take Gardner Minshew serious.
Well, that's interesting because that was kind of where I was going with this. You take C.J. Stroud every day, obviously. I feel like we're kind of like glossing over Gardner Minshew's season.
I admit it. I admit it. I'm not taking him serious.
He's constantly been an underdog, like constantly his whole life. Go back to Washington State and Mike Leach and all that, and he's just. I'm not scared of him. I just feel like we're kind of glossing over
for sure
the impact that he's had.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty. 100% guilty.
That would stink if he. And he's a good guy to cheer for.
He's easy to root for.
Yeah.
No dislike. No reason to dislike Gardner Minshew. But I don't. This situation, I don't take him serious.
Yeah. I think that's what we're all doing, and I'm wondering if that's maybe come back and bite us in the butt a little bit. But Texans, by the way, have a very short, less than an hour practice today, which is good. I feel week 18. Take it easy, get these guys healthy, just go through stuff, walk through, and all that stuff. So we'll know by tomorrow afternoon how these guys are going to play. I mean, who's going to play. So it's going to be big.
Yeah, they got to get out there. Mm-hmm. None of this veteran day off unless you 100% need it.
Yeah, because it's just walkthroughs anyway. I'm guessing. I'm not out there, but if it's less than an hour, I'm guessing that's what it's going to be.
And then we'll see what happens with the playoff schedule. Maybe they get an extra day off. Maybe they go from getting one less day off to you put them on Sunday.
11:30 a.m. Saturday. It's like clockwork. When do the Texans start the playoffs? 11:30 Saturday. Okay. Maybe not though with the the CJ star power thing and the D'Amico thing, but we'll see.
There's a lot of star power in these postseasons.
Yeah.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There's a lot of meat left on the bone this season, this weekend, and hopefully beyond. But I've already kind of made up my mind on the draft. My mind is made up.
The NFL draft?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was made up last night. Could you imagine this offense with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and one of those receivers for C.J. Stroud?
I think offensive weaponry should be the top priority. I hear McClain saying they're going to draft a D lineman. Screw a D lineman.
Screw that.
Like they bring in D lineman. Matt Burke told us ourselves this is kind of a plug and play type of situation. You already invested in Will Anderson.
Yes.
So I don't want to. I'm not into this like draft a defensive lineman like type of thing. Get C.J. Stroud as many weapons as possible. Put together one of the best offenses in football, and then trust D'Amico Ryans to get the most out of defensive players, whether it's a next man up, whether it's a guy off the streets. Screw defense.
I know Marvin.
Straight offense.
I know Marvin Harrison's going to be gone.
Oh, you think?
But like those guys last night, Mitchell, that dude.
Yeah, he's probably a second rounder. Worthy, Mitchell, Worthy, any of those Washington receivers. Like there's a lot. This is a very, very deep.
You get another receiver like that on this offense and let's say Bobby Slowick is still around. I mean, they could really cook.
The other thing is I think that like the dangers of assuming like, oh, Nico Collins has 1,000 yards and Tank Dell did this. Didn't we learn anything from Dameon Pierce? Like there was like an assumption. Oh well, Dameon Pierce, he's got man. No. Don't assume the best is yet to come. Stockpile those receivers. Stockpile those receivers.
I mean, my mind's made up. I mean, I might change it. I doubt it because I keep I'm looking at these guys last night, and then of course Malik Neighbors at LSU, and obviously Odunze will probably be gone too. but you can do anything you can to get a stud wide receiver. This changes everything.
I also think Nico Collins is kind of in like that danger zone right now where I like Nico Collins, but it almost feels like he might be in like the area of overpay.
Yeah,
like where you sign him next year and like, do you overpay? Like, so if you can find my point is like if you can find a receiver like you say that like at this time next year we're saying, is he better than Nico Collins? Then maybe you don't overpay. I don't think I think Nico Collins could end up being a T. Higgins type of wide receiver, but Cincinnati's probably going to have to let T. Higgins go because they have Jamar Chase and because they have Joe Burrow and they have all these other things. So I think eventually. And we're not used to this. We're going to get to a situation where the Texans are letting good football players walk away.
That's the way it works
because it's because they're going to have a good squad, and you're going to have to make those tough decisions. So we'll see.
I'm in on a wide receiver. It's done.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I feel bad for the city, man. I feel bad for the great people here in Houston. I feel very, very bad that they don't get Texas or Bama in this national championship. Washington and Michigan, yawn, snooze.
It's not a yawn.
Meh.
It might not
yawn, snooze, meh.
It's not a yawn. It's freaking Michigan, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like is it still the winningest program in college football history? I think it is. And been around for a while. Pretty well known. And Washington is a great story with Penix and all that. I think it's going to be a terrific game. I get it, but as much as I love this city, I mean, I don't work for the Chamber of Commerce, man. I mean, you know, that's not my job.
I'm just kind of
yeah. I'm gonna watch it. It's gonna be good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's their own fault, but I feel like Georgia would have won either of those games last night. Like either of those games.
Oh yeah, probably so.
I think Georgia would have won either.
You're
of those.
probably right.
I mean.
Yeah, you're right.
It was tough.
You're right.
That Alabama loss. They made some mistakes.
Yeah.
Didn't capitalize. I think they win both those games.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because you have to balance like best team with like most deserving and stuff. And I think that, you know, I don't think Georgia got screwed, but if you held a gun to my head and said, okay, Georgia's playing all these teams, I think they win.
Yeah.
But the 12 team kind of eliminates that. But like I don't disagree with you at all. Like,
I mean, it's their own fault. They didn't get it done, but they were better than all four of those squads.
The margin for error for Georgia was so much smaller than the margin of error for Texas.
Yes.
Like it's kind of weird. Like this is almost like the case for a playoff that like, I mean, Texas can sleepwalk through Houston. They can get favorable calls. Kansas State can bail you out. Georgia, you lose to Alabama, you're done.
Yeah. And when you lose too, because there was a championship game. I mean that's going to do it every time.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm really intrigued to hear what Joe Buck has to say about the Texans as well as Troy Aikman. I think these guys come across as very prepared. I think that the opinions are always firm. They always come across as educated. Like we've had some the broadcast quality has been better. Like we've got Nyan Eagle and we've gotten Kevin Harlan this year. But I am really intrigued to hear what Joe Buck and Troy Aikman say after their 1 week of homework. Because basically what they're doing right now, they're taking the knowledge that they know about the Texans and they're cramming and they're preparing, and just the overall presentation. I'm intrigued to hear the overall presentation of what thesis Troy Aikman and Joe Buck come to from everything from C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins to Jonathan Grenard to Will Anderson to Derek Stingley to the linebackers. Like they'll take you, you'll go in the sticks, and they will have a lot of very educated, strong, credible opinions, and that's the best thing about primetime games for me.
Who's Aikman going to compare Stroud to? No, I'm not saying he's Tom Brady, but that accuracy and his pocket presence and all the other things that they say, he might even throw a Tom Brady reference out there.
I think he's going to compare him to Joe Burrow.
That's been a very common one, but you're right. I mean, everything that they do is going to be well prepared, well versed, and it's going to be great. going to be great for the whole team.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't know I could feel better about C.J. Stroud, but this factoid that I came across this morning did make me feel even better about C.J. Stroud. I'm gonna name some quarterbacks for you that are coming into the NFL: Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May. They're all gonna be as old or older than C.J. Stroud next season. That's remarkable. Like C.J. Stroud, everything he's done already going into his second year. These five dudes are going to come in, and three of them are going to be older. The two are going to be the same age. That's incredible. That makes you feel good. That makes me feel real good about where they are with Stroud.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was listening to Sean and Seth this morning, and I heard them talking about the poll question of who would you rather play? Would you rather face Cleveland or would you rather face Kansas City?
Yeah.
I don't even think it's close for me. I would rather play Kansas City. I think there's so much more to gain from going to Kansas City, like from a long-term perspective. Like I'm not going to pick the Texans to go to any Super Bowl. Okay, like there are steps that they need to take before they get to that point. But I think there are some experiences that are more valuable than others when it comes to eventually reaching that goal. And I think the Texans, even Buffalo, like I would rather go to Buffalo or Kansas City than host a playoff game against the Browns, because my goal is not to postpone the season. My goal is for this team, this young core, this team to experience going to Buffalo in January, going to Kansas City in January. And I also think Kansas City and Buffalo are as vulnerable as they've been. As much as I feel like Buffalo's a threat, I feel like they're as vulnerable as they've been, and I just think there's so much more valuable experience, so much more exposure that would come with going to face one of those teams more so than having a home playoff game against the Cleveland Browns with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, look, it's a classic be careful what you wish for with Kansas City, but I'm with you. It is close, though, because I do like the idea of a home game, this crowd, this noise, different atmosphere, haven't done it in so long. I think I wouldn't be complaining, that's for darn sure, but I think I'm with you. It's a be careful what you wish for, but I'd take Kansas City.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What's that expression you like to use? Jumped on like a trampoline? I was jumped on like a trampoline last night.
You deserve it.
I was so jumped on like a trampoline, sitting there watching the game, and the family's there for a while, and my wife just turns to me at some point midway through the second quarter and said, "How come that guy didn't win the Heisman Trophy?" Talking about Michael Penix Jr. I said, "Well, I had him second on my ballot." Second? I thought that was going to be like, good. Okay, at least you had him second. No. She was calling me an idiot. What was I thinking? I'm like, well, Jaden Daniels was really good. He had better numbers. He had, only 3 losses on a team that wasn't, I got destroyed in my own house last night, like for 3 hours. Like every play he made. Like, you dummy, that's the guy you didn't vote for? Yeah, that was the guy I voted for him second. Thought it was pretty good.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, what's the worst that could happen on Sunday? What is the worst that could happen? We'll discuss next.
Andre.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lockett.
All right, what's the worst that can happen on Saturday night? Texans versus Indianapolis Colts. So, like, outside of, like, pure disaster, from, like, a competitive football game standpoint, what are your fears? What are your fears? 713-572-4610. What are your fears about this football team heading into this win or go home game?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of fears in terms of, like, you can all say, like, oh, turnovers. Well, we know that. I mean, you know, that's going to happen. My big fear is that they just can't run the ball, because you've got to, and you give me a hard time about this, but I think you have to have 100, 125 yards from Devin Singletary to have any chance, and that fear is actually, I think, grounded, because the offensive line did okay without Laramie Tunsil on Sunday, but now you got, let's see how they do in this game on the road against a much better defense, especially against the run. Especially against the pass, because they're better against the pass than the run, the Colts. And if you can't run on the Colts, I don't think you're going to win the game.
The first time these teams met, CJ was banged up. They were still trying to force the Dameon Pierce thing. So
Yes.
so if we're going back to that game and you're saying, okay, these teams have changed, how have they changed? Like, what's been the biggest change? The Texans, Dameon Pierce had 15 carries for 31 yards.
Yeah.
This was kind of the final stretch of trying to force feed Dameon Pierce into being the face of your run game. So that's one of the more optimistic things, if you're a Texans fan, is that the running game has gotten better. It's progressed, and they're not. It's not we're going to give Dameon Pierce the ball 15, 20 times. Devin Singletary, he only touched the ball 4 times. They've kind of gotten over that.
Yeah, and they're 27th against the run, Indianapolis. So they are susceptible. I mean, it's the last week of the year, so they, that's what they are. They're not a good run defense team, and they're getting who's that cornerback that's coming back that was injured last week? So they're going to be at full strength in the secondary. I would worry if they can't run the ball. C.J. Stroud's going to have make all the biggest plays, but you got to be able to run the ball. That's you. Do you have one?
My biggest fear is blocking.
Which goes with that.
I mean, which sounds very simple, but yeah, blocking. I could see the Texans getting roughed up on the offensive line. That would be my biggest fear. Also, I know he had a pretty good game against the Titans. The Jalen Petrie, it's one thing to make mistakes, but the mistakes that Jalen Petrie makes cost you games.
Yeah,
like that one big play, that one 60, like Jalen Petrie in coverage terrifies me.
It should. He was better last week. Kenny Moore, by the way, he missed last week's game for the Colts. He's their best cover guy.
Little slot guy.
Yeah, he'll be back. Has a couple of interceptions, 3 interceptions. So they're going to be better against the pass. That doesn't mean C.J. Stroud can't do what he's done all the time, but then you couple that with who knows if Noah Brown, even if they're playing Noah Brown and Robert Woods, are even going to be 100%. So you got to run the ball. It's boring, but that's how you do it.
Yeah, and that is going to be interesting to see how Bobby Slowick reacts to that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there was I wonder what was going through Bobby Slowick's mind when he put the game plan together last week as compared to this week. You're getting CJ back after 2 weeks. You want to you say that you want to just go about your business, but in the back of your mind, like, you trusted him this much before. Do you trust him as much? I wonder, like, as probably nervous as CJ probably was to get back on the field, I wonder what Bobby Slowick felt like.
Yeah, they were. You could very much tell that he was careful to start the game, at least, and pretty much didn't have to be very daring the rest of the game because they took such an easy lead. You do got to let it rip this time, whether the receivers are 100% or not. You do have to put the ball in his hands, but the running game is going to have to help that. You're going to have to establish that against that secondary.
It's all about running the rock.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Of course, also last time, Anthony Richardson got off to a pretty good start. Indianapolis took the 14-0 lead in the game. Texans then responded 14-7, and then Anthony Richardson left with a concussion, and that was really the start of Gardner Minshew. Richardson was in and out of the lineup for a couple weeks, but we got a good taste of what Gardner Minshew could do. He came in 19 of 23 touchdown for him. Last time these two teams faced as well, I thought it was kind of I feel like they would have maybe figured out Anthony Richardson, but Gardner Minshew, I don't want to say he surprised them, but they weren't preparing for Gardner Minshew.
Mm-hmm.
Now they actually have tape on Gardner Minshew. They got a whole season's worth of tape, and I don't think, like, you're not going to be surprised. There's not going to be an element of surprise.
I feel like we, including myself, are underestimating how good Gardner Minshew's been. But really, the other part of this is, like, what would be, a worst-case scenario, as you put it? What if Shane Steichen slices and dices up that defense? He knows what this team's doing. He knows Jalen Petrie, has some flaws, and how to get him to bite on some of these plays underneath. He knows what Will Anderson has done these last few weeks. And if he has the answer for D'Amico's, pixie dust.
I mean, this might be a nobody's talking about. I mean, I think these were the two most popular names for the Texans this time last year when we were talking about hiring a coach.
Yeah.
And some people said, you want the offensive-minded coach. It's a quarterback league. You want the offensive-minded guy in Shane Steichen. Other people, you want D'Amico Ryans, the prestige, all that, the nostalgia, on top of the obvious resume. And now these two guys, both of them, very much in Coach of the Year discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really, like, this is kind of like a full circle type of thing. And I don't think this is one of those instances where a win or go home. I don't feel like either fan base, obviously, like, what happens in the game will matter and you'll react to it. But I don't think either one of these fan bases is going to feel too bad if they do lose. But I will say, I think the Texans kind of have a leg up when it comes to the long-term sustainability, because we still don't know about Anthony Richardson. That's the problem with the Colts, is next year they're kind of in a situation where, you feel good about what you did, but now the rookie experience and the growing pains that a quarterback goes through, even as much as, like, walking off the field after losing a game, I think that builds character. Mm-hmm. They're not going to have that. They're going to have to go, like, I don't want to say it's like 2 steps back, but that's basically what they're going to have to do.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not high on Anthony Richardson, and I haven't been since he was in college. I think he's kind of a Taysom Hill more than a C.J. Stroud. No, I do. I really do. He can play a little quarterback, but that's not his strength. But so they got to figure things out. As far as, like, the Texans, the future, I'm not worried about. But I feel like and I said this yesterday, like, we've kind of elevated the standard here, and I think you get to the playoffs, you can win in the playoffs. Obviously, depending on the matchup more than others, but you can win in the playoffs. I don't know if the Colts are saying that so much, in terms of long term, like with Anthony Richardson.
They're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I guess they bring back Minshew. Like, Minshew's not going to, like, get a starting opportunity. That's the good thing for them. Like, I guess they bring him back.
I'm thinking about it. I guess they would.
I mean, they would, but then, like, what happens when Anthony Richardson? Like, if Gardner Minshew leads you to this spot and then Anthony Richardson struggles, you're like, it's kind of looking over his shoulder.
His best starting opportunity might be staying in Indianapolis, because if Anthony Richardson doesn't work out again, they'll go back to him, and the fans will clamor for it.
You look at the quarterback situation in the AFC South; like, it's one of the wilder things, because you feel good about CJ, right?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, is he elite? Like,
they feel good about him for now.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he's been banged up. Anthony Richardson, okay, we'll see, and then you have Will Levis, which we'll good luck with that. In Tennessee, but you feel good. You feel good, but you got to get on this stage. You got to get to the playoffs. Got to at this point.
Yeah.
If you're the Texans, they need this, and I think they should expect to beat the Indianapolis Colts.
I'm sitting here thinking of other worst case scenarios. You said the offensive line, I said running game. I'm wondering if Shane Steichen that chess match, Shane Steichen and D'Amico Ryans, is going to be fun. The other worst case scenario is I expect them to play even if they're 80%. But these two receivers don't get on the field, and you're going into Indianapolis in a must-win game with John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson as your key receivers, starters. It's a little worrisome. That's a little worrisome.
Noah Brown's going to play.
I think they both are. But that doesn't mean they're going to be 100%, and that doesn't mean they're going to play the whole
game.
And
it doesn't even assure you that their 100% is going to be enough.
And the groin injury, man, you know how that is. Like, at any moment, it could go again. So that's would be a worst-case scenario, too.
And you look at where we were last year. Good God, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were talking about this. You can't win this one. Can't win this one. Oh, no. And then all hell was breaking loose, and it's kind of feels like the vibe, the luck, the overall luck of the Texans it's just kind of changed a little bit.
It's a complete 180. Now they both want to win desperately. Last year they both wanted to lose desperately, so to speak. Fans, anyway.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So what did you make of McClain's notion that Nick Caserio should be the executive of the year? Is there anyone else even in the discussion?
I don't see. And the other thing is you can go back to the draft. That alone. And I know D'Amico had a big say in this. It was kind of an out-of-character move from what we know of Nick Caserio to give up those picks and move up for Will Anderson. But he gets credit for that. So that's the start of it. And then he gets credit for Tank Dell. For these other players, these other young players and rookies that he's brought in. But to me, the two most telling ones were, he could have, a lot of general managers would have told Steven Nelson, go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
After the whole vest stuff and all that. But he swallowed his pride or set it aside and got him signed. And that was a huge signing right there. And then some of these other guys that he's brought in season, Derek Barnett, I don't know what Tart's going to be, but he hadn't been bad.
He looks like a presence.
Yeah, he hadn't been bad.
He looks like a presence.
Some of these other players, who else is even in the mix?
He said Baltimore. It's like, what?
Baltimore always like, well, their organization this, their organization that.
Yeah, they're awesome, but like,
Lamar
what did
Jackson
they do?
And they've had Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. What did they do? Like, what did Baltimore do this year to where you're like, okay, that's as impactful as bringing in a new coach. And maybe you're taking it for granted, but that's as impactful as bringing in a new coach and bringing in a new quarterback and drafting all the guys and all the roster turnover. I don't even know like how of all the things we talk about, like C.J. Stroud, I know there's like the Puka, C.J. Stroud, offensive, whatever. Like, I can understand both sides. I don't even know who's in the conversation with Caserio this year.
Yeah. And Devin Singletary alone. Where would this team be if he didn't sign Devin Singletary?
The churning of the roster was elite.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how Nick handles this offseason, how the Texans handle their business on Saturday night. Coming up, let's go over the scenarios. Let's hear D'Amico Ryans. We talked about Nick Caserio. Let's hear what D'Amico has to say about him next.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans on Nick Caserio. Here was D'Amico. He was asked about Nick Caserio and the job that Caserio has done. Here's what D'Amico had to say about it.
Yeah, Nick has done a great job when it comes to roster management, all right, adding players all throughout the offseason, throughout the draft process. Me and Nick have worked, we've worked step by step, right? We talk about every decision before it's made, right? We make sure we're on the same page. And I always say this, it works well when you see football the same, right? You know what type of players we're looking for, right? The skill set that we're looking for. Me and Nick are on the same page when it comes to that, and we've worked well together throughout this entire year.
See football the same. That's, I don't know that people would have predicted that, like when their relationship started.
I wouldn't have. I mean, just being honest, I wasn't sure this was going to work. And I thought Nick Caserio in the offseason showed a little doubt himself.
Yeah, if they don't think I'm the right guy, that type of thing, yeah.
It's a testament to both these guys. Caserio clearly has, a lot invested in this team and already had a lot invested in this team. But he was kind of the odd man out once they decided this is our guy, D'Amico. D'Amico was going to – he could have been a real jerk about things and I'll take the job, but –
it's my shot.
Yeah, but I want some authority, or I don't know about Nick Caserio. This has been one of the – well, it has been when you look at some of the acquisitions and the draft, it's been the most important thing for them to kind of work together like that.
I do wonder because – D'Amico made it clear he wanted this gig. I do wonder, when you're at the level that D'Amico is, where it's inevitable you're going to be a head coach.
Yeah,
everybody wants you. Essentially, some people go in for job interviews. Some people go to job interviews, and they're basically interviewing the company.
Yes.
So I wonder, what D'Amico, what his biggest questions were when he came here. What was his what were his reservations? What was he asking about? What did he want to know? Because there's some guys like David Coley, he's basically just coming in trying to get the job.
Yeah.
D'Amico's interviewing them. I wonder what his biggest reservations, if he had 3 questions that he wanted to ask, what his reservations would have been.
Yeah, when this was going on, seems like forever already, and it was just a year ago. I remember thinking, well, he's got to want full authority. No matter what's in Nick Caserio's contract, he wants to be able to have final say. And I guess he still does and has impacted, certainly the trade and other things. But I don't think it's I think the relationship, the way it is, he likes it. So what questions was he asking? He's probably more about Nick Caserio and talking with Nick Caserio. Can this work?
Here is Nick Caserio. I thought this was a money quote from Nick Caserio talking about changing, evolving, all that as he builds his relationship with D'Amico Ryans.
It's all about finding solutions. So you take the information, and you can't change what's happened, right, Landry? So here's the information. Here's the situation. Nobody's going to make excuses. Sorry, my friends. Nobody's going to bitch and moan about your situation and your circumstances. It's okay. Let's deal in the real. Let's deal in the now. Let's identify problems. Let's provide solutions. Maybe the way you thought originally it was going to go, it doesn't go that way. Okay, well, then you got to be able to adjust and adapt. And it might take a little bit longer than you thought, but you can't erase or fix what has happened in the past. It's out of my hands. It's out of my control. We're not going to make excuses about what's happened. Our job is to try to find solutions. Okay, take the next step and then move the organization forward. And that's my commitment to everybody in our building. That's my commitment to the fans. And that's my commitment to the organization. That's my commitment to ownership. And I'll be damned if I don't go down swinging.
There you go. And he went down swinging. He hired D'Amico. And I think if they do see football the same, then Nick Caserio is going to be here for a long time. We're talking decade plus with Nick Caserio and D'Amico. Because if D'Amico did not want Nick Caserio here, I think D'Amico would still be here and Caserio would not.
Yes, I agree with that. The other thing with
I don't think Caserio is going to be able to fire D'Amico in any situation. They're not. No matter what. I don't think that's going to happen. It's either going to if it ever comes to a point where you're getting rid of D'Amico, they're both gone.
But also credit to Caserio because let's face it, it wasn't a big demotion, but he got demoted. Like a year ago, it was Camp Caserio, and everything was about Caserio building the foundation for the future, and he's calling all the shots, and he's the man. Well, he's still like way
Did he get demoted, or did he just get good enough company to where he doesn't have to do everything?
Look, demoted is a harsh word, but I think it does fit. Like, he could do anything he wanted. He was final say, first say, everything.
Okay.
He's not anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say by definition, but like kind of like.
And I don't think he has a problem with it, but I don't think he has a problem with it.
That's what I'm saying. Credit to him. Credit to him for saying, you know what? I do need to take this step back. I'm gonna honor my commitment to this team, and I want to make the team better and all that.
I think with Caserio, like you always said this with B.O.B., Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig going around the NFL. You always said this with B.O.B., the I got this guy.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily like it's not necessarily for the better. A lot of times when you're the I got this guy.
Yeah, it's often for the worse.
I think Caserio, like unlike a lot of people from New England, I think he's kind of shown that I don't think he wants to be the I got this guy.
Or he can be, but he's flexible.
I think he's okay being the we got this guy.
He's flexible, yeah. He's willing to take kind of a team approach and listen to what guys that know a lot of football and know a lot of things about the organization can do for you. So I really give Nick Caserio a lot of credit because, frankly, like in the real world, like if we're in that situation and you're doing this particular job and you have final say on this particular job, and then all of a sudden your boss comes along and says, oh, by the way, here's so-and-so, and he's going to have as much say, if not more, than you. That's a demotion. I mean, we would look at it like that, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess.
Yeah. So credit for him for saying, you know what? Welcome. And now at the same time, we do have to qualify it. Like, he's getting paid really, really well. And, ultimately, it's about, well, I guess I got to do this, but it did work. One way or another, however it got there, it is working.
Yesterday, college football playoff, Lopez, you won a receiver.
It's done, man. I watch these guys, and we're looking at highlights right now. When you start thinking about what one of these receivers, like that we saw yesterday, can do for C.J. Stroud with what he already has, and John McClain was like, no, defensive line, and then he was also arguing about, well, Nico can be a number one. I don't think so. Tank Dell might be able to put up number one numbers, but you can't ignore that he's tiny. You just can't. Especially now that he's already been injured this year. Like, you need a number one stud receiver. Like, I don't know what we're going to be talking about in the next couple of weeks, hopefully playoffs. But when it comes to the off-season, I mean, we saw it with Adunze and Mitchell, and we've seen it all year with Malik Neighbors and obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. Put one of those guys on this offense, and what happens?
I think it goes back to the discussion that was being had last year when it came to the head coach. You want an offensive-minded coach. I think that's overrated. Like, because I think you can hire the right coordinators. Like, oh, we need an offensive-minded coach. But I do think that's the right approach when it comes to personnel, especially with this squad. Like, we see plug and play. Like, I don't want to sit here and act like, the guys that they've brought in off the streets are as good as like the original options, but I don't think you do that in offense. Like, you don't see it very much in offense. Like defense, you're bringing these guys off the street, and that doesn't happen on offense. How many times do you see a team pick up a receiver in the middle of the season, and that receiver's having an impact?
Yeah, he goes for 1,300 yards.
Yeah, like
it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, but you're seeing that with defense, and that's why like McClain just seems hell bent that they're going to take a defensive lineman. Really? They need as much offensive weaponry as possible.
And it's not to downplay the importance. Everybody knows how important offensive line, defensive line are, and we know it here very well this season already. So I'm not downplaying that. And they're not a dime a dozen. Like, when a really stud lineman, whether it's on the offensive side or defensive side, when you see one, All I'm saying is, like, in this offense, as much as they've made do with the offensive line, you put a receiver like that with C.J. Stroud at quarterback. I mean, that's what we always talk about. You got to give him every opportunity, every weapon you can, surround him with as much as you can because he's the franchise. Well, get one of those guys. That's what I'm in on.
Yeah, I'm all about running backs. Yeah. I'm all about receivers, tight ends, whatever. Let's get CJ surrounded with some offensive weaponry. Going around the NFL, Minshew mania. I don't really have it. I respect it. I don't really have it. I'll just be honest, I don't have like a healthy amount of fear for Gardner Minshew on the big stage. Here's D'Amico Ryans, though, talking about Gardner Minshew.
Gardner has done a good job with this entire season, right? He's played really well for him. You talk about the accuracy, talk about him just being, it's movement in the pocket is what I think sets him apart, right? He's able to move up in the pocket and make plays, right? The scramble plays that he makes, the explosives they're creating downfield, like he's done a really good job of leading this team as their quarterback, and he has that moxie, that playmaker to him that you can see on the tape. You can see guys really rallying behind him because they know the type of plays that he can make, but he's done a really great job for them all year, and that's why they're in this position that they're in, because of good quarterback play by Gardner.
I actually, like, if I were voting for comeback player of the year this year, it would be between Joe Flacco and Gardner Minshew. I know DeMar Hamlin, like that's a good story, but I mean, comeback player of the year, to me, you got to be producing on the field. God bless DeMar Hamlin. Very glad that he's playing football, playing the game he loves. I think he has 2 tackles this year. Who would you vote for?
Is that what he has?
I think he has 2 tackles, and he's been inactive.
It's Flacco, right?
It's got to be, right?
It's got to be Flacco. I mean, he was on the street the majority of the season, you know, and then he comes in and does that. No, I think it's definitely Flacco. But I do feel like we're shortchanging Minshew a little bit here. Like, he's playing really well.
No, I'm guilty of it.
Yeah,
I'm sleeping on Minshew.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be the first to admit I got the snooze button on Minshew. The Indianapolis can win, but I don't look at it like, oh, Gardner Minshew's just going to go out there and deal. I don't look at that. It's possible it could happen, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's gonna like just spin it everywhere and throw dimes like C.J. Stroud's capable of doing. But I think he can make huge plays in moments, and he's been doing that. And Steichen, man, like what he's been able to do. We talk about Slowick and Stroud and all that. What he's been able to do with Minshew, and really Anthony Richardson a little bit. As much as I'm not a big fan of his game, he did the same thing.
Jags versus the Titans. This opened as a 3-point line. Now it's up to 5. Is there any way that Tennessee beats Jacksonville? Like, do you see any possibility of this happening?
Not really. I mean, you always got to kind of say, well, anything's possible any given Sunday. McClain was talking about that earlier, but they were checked out in the second quarter on Sunday against the Texans. They're already checked out for the season. Mike Vrabel kind of went off today in his media availability. People asking him, and he just kind of popped off, which is a little uncharacteristic. They're done. I mean, the golf clubs are in the trunk of the car. I mean, they're done.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who's even active for this. Like, is Derrick Henry going to be on the field, or now that he got his 1,000, is he going to sit out? That's going to be a really, really interesting situation. And then you have the nightcap, the final regular season game of the year. Buffalo going to Miami. Miami's banged up. They need this dub, though. Like, this isn't like you just gotta chill. If Buffalo wins this game and the Jags win and the Texans win, then the Texans will be going to Buffalo. Buffalo's a 3-point favorite. Are we dismissing the Dolphins too easily? No Waddle, banged up Tyreek Hill, just lost Chubb for the season. Are we sleeping on Miami?
I don't think so. I think they're struggling right now. I think they obviously got exposed big time by Baltimore, but look, Mike McDaniel, just incredible. He's fun to listen to. He does a great job, but they're just falling apart, right now. So I'm not sleeping on them. I think that's legit.
Yeah, I just Buffalo for some reason. I don't know. Like, it's been a roller coaster ride with Buffalo. Like, they start out the season They lose to the Jets after Aaron Rodgers gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of dismissing them. Then all of a sudden they're like, they beat Dallas. They beat they beat Kansas City. And all of a sudden, like, you look at all these teams, like Baltimore has been up there all year, and then it's just been kind of a seesaw. But right now, it just feels like Buffalo is where you want to be at this time of the season. Like, the Texans aren't peaking. I know they're coming off the top. Like, the Texans aren't peaking. Buffalo, like, when you hear that cliche, peaking at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
It feels like Buffalo's that team that's peaking.
And they've got so much playoff experience under their belt. Like they're really a scary team in the AFC. I think Kansas City, as much as they've won the Super Bowls and all that stuff, they're kind of looking around the locker room, going, "Man, we're not what we were." I think Buffalo is feeling it, and they're like, "We've done this before. I don't care where we are in the pecking order. We're going to be able to do it."
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Scale of 1 to 10, how much would it shock you if the Cleveland Browns went on this magical run and landed in the Super Bowl? Like, if on Super Bowl Sunday you're watching Joe Flacco, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that shock you?
You know what would be cool about that?
Deshaun would just be chilling?
It would probably be Baltimore-Cleveland for the AFC Championship. That would be pretty damn sweet. I hadn't even thought of that. I'd love to see old Baltimore and Cleveland in the AFC Champ. Scale of 1 to 10, shocker, probably because of Baltimore, 8. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them get to the AFC Championship game.
No, and the good thing that Cleveland's got, and this is a luxury that Buffalo doesn't have, this is a luxury that Miami doesn't have, that Cleveland is the only other team in the AFC playoff picture that basically has a bye.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett's already playing hurt. Texans have to win to get in. Indianapolis has to win to get in. Pittsburgh has to win to get in.
Yeah.
Miami needs to win the division and improve their seeding. Buffalo needs to win and get in. The Browns are the only other team in the AFC right now that basically has a bye.
Yeah, they're just chilling. You know, it's going to be a lot of call-ups. And
because you know where you're going,
inactives, yeah,
you know what's going to happen. You know you're going on the road. Right? Figure it out, yeah. They'll figure it out, and you just tell us who we're playing, and we'll figure it out.
The other part of that is they're already scouting teams, like potential opponents.
Yeah, this is that. Yeah. That's a very underrated aspect of what Cleveland's got going for them, and the Texans unfortunately don't have that. This is going to be a battle, like guys. This is going to be a lot to ask. It's going to be physically taxing for all these squads, and the Browns and Ravens are the only two teams that have the luxury of kind of having a bye. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So the Chicago Bears, they have the number 1 overall pick. Not what will they do, what would you do if you were the Chicago Bears? You have Justin Fields heading into the final year of that rookie deal. Who knows what Justin Fields can be. What would you do if you were the Chicago Bears?
Hey, you got to, at some point, bite the bullet and just trade Justin Fields. You won't get more than a third rounder. He's probably worth more than that, you know, because he's not bad. But what do you want to be? You know, you want to be on the treadmill and with an okay quarterback that you're always going to wonder about. And maybe Chicago does want that. They want to kind of ride it out, get in, you know, bring in Marvin Harrison Jr. Maybe magic happens, but they probably know that he's good. He's an NFL quarterback, but he's not the NFL guy.
The thing that I was talking about this yesterday, and someone brought up, are you going to bet your job on Justin Fields? Because essentially, if you pass on, like Chicago would have now, they passed on C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, and all the quarterbacks last year.
Yeah.
You pass on Caleb Williams, Drake May, and all the quarterbacks this year. Like essentially, you're betting your livelihood, you're betting your life on Justin Fields. When you look at it that way, I just don't see
what's the answer.
Yeah, I don't see how you can be okay with that if you're.
That sounds like something Cody would say.
Pace, etc. He did.
Yeah, that sounds. That does sound like.
It was definitely Cody Stutes,
and it's a good way to put it because I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Coming up. Internet goes nuts. Andre Johnson talked about the one who left us in a good way. Next.
Andre Johnson is officially a finalist for the 2024 NFL Hall of Fame. In his third time on the
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Andre Johnson had to sit down with Will Kunkel of Fox 26, and the transparency within the organization came up. And we all remember when Andre Johnson talked about the POS, person of service, Jack Easterby, in a tweet, which really kind of brought to the forefront on top of all the obvious why Jack Easterby was a POS. Mm-hmm. Here is Andre Johnson with Will Kunkel, a little back and forth on that moment as the internet goes nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
When you go and meet with Cal about, whatever your feelings are with the franchise, how honest were you with him? Because I'm sure if you go up there and just blow a bunch of smoke, it's not really beneficial to anybody.
With me and Cal, it's been a little different because I had a relationship more with his dad, than him. And, when Mr. McNair passed away, Cal took over, so it was like, we had to kind of fill each other out. And I think over time, that relationship has grew. And, I could text or call him anytime. And, one thing he told me, he was like, Andre, if you're feeling something, don't hesitate to ever call me or tell me what you think or you may feel. And when he did that, ever since when we see each other, we talk about different things. And he may ask me what I think. There's times where, standing on the sideline before the game, he's like, how you feeling about this? And, I tell him what I feel, and he's like, okay, I like that, So the relationship has grew, and, I just try to be as honest with him as I can.
What's one thing that may have been uncomfortable for you to tell him but needed to be said?
I wouldn't never say anything was uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I do think probably I wouldn't say it was uncomfortable. I think probably the biggest thing was when the whole Easterby situation was going on. So I think that whole situation was, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, but I just felt like it needed to be said, and I didn't know how it would be received once I went and said it to him.
All right, there you go.
And that was that, right?
Yeah. I'll never forget when Easterby was trying to hold court with 11 media types at the dinner where I think he about peed his pants because he thought it was just going to be like a
big fluff.
But he said, because I started kind of grilling him about obviously being a POS, and he was like, name one person who's ever gone on record and said anything about me. And I go, Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, I don't know what was going on with Andre. Andre was hurt, and then he said that he tried to teach Andre how to be an NFL agent, and have him sit in meetings and teach him how to be a general manager and stuff like that. And I was like, I feel like he's got enough connections to where if Andre Johnson wanted a seminar on how to be an NFL general manager, he would be able to. He probably wouldn't go to you.
Yeah, I got a lot of people I can call, but I think I'm going to call Jack. See what Jack says and how he can help me. No, look, when Andre spoke and did that was the final straw, right?
I don't think so. I mean, it took a while.
It took a while, but it was one of those things that was probably the most eye-opening.
And it was out of love too, because Andre's not like one of these guys that sounds off a lot. It was very necessary. I think it was a major contribution. It was a service to expose what Jack Easterby was and what a slimeball scumbag lowlife he was. He's one of the worst things to. He is a scary guy, honestly.
No, he absolutely
is a scary guy.
And Andre knows everybody in the building, or they know him. He can have a conversation with anyone in the building. So when Andre said that, and it opened the eyes, and he's building this relationship with Cal McNair, as you just heard. All of a sudden, it resonates even more, and maybe Cal respected it, and in the back of his mind, that was one of the final things that led to Easterby being gone.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right. This doesn't affect me, but it does speak to your point about Houston, which game Houston wanted here. According to Darren Ravel, he said he's been covering ticketing in the in sports for decades, that he's never seen a biggest one-day drop in prices like he's seen in the national championship game. So halftime of Washington and Texas, the get-in price, in other words, the lowest you could pay to get into the national championship game, was $2,900. Today, $881.
Houston lost yesterday.
Plenty of seats available.
Houston lost yesterday.
It doesn't affect us. It's just eye-opening, and it does. I guess it does affect, like people purchases and all that. But the hotel's going to be full and all that.
Yeah, I was talking to my boy who's a Michigan fan today, and he asked about tickets. I said, go to Dollar General. Probably get two for $1.
I mean, $881 is not cheap, but that's what, 200% less.
What a bad draw for the city of Houston.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of which, let's get the John Lopez sweeping takeaways from the college football playoff yesterday. Game 1, Alabama tops Michigan, or falls to Michigan, I should say. I spoke too soon, like a lot of them did. In overtime, and then Texas falls to Washington. Last-ditch effort, but really Washington kind of had that game in hand for the majority.
Yeah, look, these aren't the proverbial passing thoughts, but things that I thought we should take away from those games. Number one, I think and you just alluded to it, I think as great as these games were, as wild as one finish was, and, well, both, I thought the better team won both games. I mean, that's just being fair. I picked Alabama, but Michigan from the very start was really kind of controlling the line a lot better than they were. I thought, Washington, Penix Jr. had one of the all-time great performances. Their defense did just enough. I think the better team won both those games. That's not anything. But the other takeaway here, as much as that's true, the unpredictability of college football, I think, makes it more entertaining and interesting than the NFL. And we love the NFL. But, what happened at the end of the Texas and Washington game? The kid goes down with an injury. If he doesn't go down with an injury, it's over.
Yeah, it's done.
It's over right there.
It's finished.
Instead, they don't. They have to stop the clock. Texas obviously doesn't burn out 10 seconds off. They get the ball with timeouts. And by the way, there were some coaching decisions that were questionable. I would put the play call of the last play for Alabama's game third. I'd put it third on the list because that was supposed to be an RPO. It was just a bad snap, and Jalen Milroe got kind of turned around. I think number one clearly was Steve Sarkisian on first down at the 12-yard line or whatever it was with that little flare pass. I don't know if people, if you go back and if you recorded the game, go back and look at that. He was pretty dang close to being tackled inbounds. And that would have gone down as maybe the dumbest play call in the history of college football. Like a chance to win the game, first down, 12-yard line, and you throw a little flare and the guy gets tackled inbounds with no timeouts. That was number one. I thought number two was it was, I guess, DeBoer deciding to have his quarterback throw the ball out of bounds rather than just run the ball again when they're trying to kill the clock. See, that killed the clock too. That killed the clock, then the running back got hurt, and I thought that was like almost malpractice. They gave Texas a minute to play with, and then third would be Jalen Milroe. They had horrible snaps, bad snaps all day long, but that was an RPO that was going to set up to have a chance, but that was it. I was highly entertained. It was a lot of fun watching it.
Man, it's too late though. I mean, I don't want to be you got to start that at noon.
Yeah.
You have New Year's Day. Like, what's the difference between noon and 4?
I mean, games are going on at noon.
Yeah. Like, or 2 or something like that. You got to start that at 2. You got to start that a little bit earlier.
2 and 6 would be perfect.
I mean, if it were NFL, you'd be fine. But college, I mean, the overtime's
the NFL
long.
shouldn't start that late.
Yeah, but at least in the NFL, like if they're going to start consecutively, like if the game starts at 4, then game 2 is going to start right at 7.
Well,
or 7:30.
And then there's this. You have a half-hour halftime.
You think halftime's too long?
Yes. Like,
what do you want to do? Kick out the bands?
Look,
Meathead?
no. Look, you can do whatever you want, but it's got to be shorter than. You give them 3 minutes each, 4 minutes each, whatever.
3 minutes for the band?
Yes. Why not? They had a great halftime on Sunday here, and it was 12 minutes. You know,
that wasn't a full band.
I know, but it was a full band. I mean, it was a full rap group or rappers or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, give them like 4 minutes each. And we got a 15-minute halftime rather than 12. Dude, it was 33 minutes.
This doesn't sound very Texas A&M-y of you.
No, give them 3 or 4 minutes. I'll stand and cheer. I'll all that stuff. That's ridiculous. You know what I did at halftime of the Texas and Washington game?
Take a nap.
I watched an entire sitcom because they're like 22 or 26 minutes. I told my wife, I said, well, let's watch Hot in Cleveland. We've been kind of finishing that off.
Never even heard of it.
It's the one with Betty White and a bunch of people. It was old, but it's pretty good. We watched the whole sitcom, flipped it back, boop, there's a kickoff. Like it's way too long. Way too long.
Coming up.
Oh, go ahead.
Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans, best case scenario, worst case scenario on Saturday night. Next.
Andre Johnson.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
National stage for the Texans on Saturday night. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. I asked you for storylines. The obvious is D'Amico and CJ. Give me storylines after that.
Yeah, I think there's 4 big ones, and they can benefit. They can benefit a lot from being on the national stage. That's how it works, man. Like why do people all of a sudden start buying certain things because of commercials? Well, this is a commercial. This is a commercial for Texans football. Ooh, I sounded like D'Amico Ryans right there. This is Texans football. No, because the most of the country fans, a lot of people otherwise, whether in the media or whatever, broadcasters don't really know. So let's say, and this is my number one by far, let's say Derek Stingley just puts on a show, whether it's like just locking people up in the highlights and they're talking about him and Troy Aikman talking about, he reminds me of so-and-so, and all that. He could make a lot of money just in terms of like marketing and such. That's how Sauce Gardner became such a big thing, because he had the New York market. If Stingley, could make some plays, a pick, whatever, key stops, I think the league is going to take notice, and he's going to start getting recognition as like a quote-unquote shutdown corner. Way, way ahead of the horse here is the card. But, like, that's how it works. Like, he could make that big of an impact.
Practice report, Cody Stutes, Sean Bajani on the scene as usual. This is Stutes, though. Laramie Tunsil is watching practice, so he is not practicing. No surprise there. He hasn't been practicing on Wednesday, and we're a day ahead right now, so this would typically be Wednesday. Jonathan Grenard is at practice. He is also observing on the side, so he's not practicing. Will Anderson is practicing, and Nico Collins are practicing. So no word yet on Noah Brown and the receiving situation, but we'll keep an eye on that, and the injury report should drop in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, today and tomorrow. Tomorrow more important. We'll find out. Here's the other big storylines that could blossom on Saturday night. And this is a good news, bad news thing. The good news is if Bobby Slowick does what Bobby Slowick has been doing, certainly what he did Sunday, the Texans are going to be in the playoffs, and maybe even beyond that, because if he has a big day, that's a good thing for C.J. Stroud, et cetera. But I think he could maybe earn a head coaching job on Saturday night, or at least Saturday night and into the playoffs. That's how D'Amico got a job. I mean, he kept showing up. That's how Robert Saleh got a job. Kept showing up, kept doing great things. The units that they coached, made big plays. There was a lot of buzz around the league. D'Amico ended up getting interviewed or wanting to get interviewed by everybody, like everybody. So if Bobby Slowick has one of those days, he could become a multimillionaire overnight almost, and a head coach somewhere else. It's big for him.
Let's hear from D'Amico. This is D'Amico in anticipation of the big game on Sunday. A little podium action from D'Amico. John McClain, you're going to hear his voice. He's got his game face on, too.
How do you feel about getting the primetime game on Saturday night, national TV for the first time?
Yeah, we're really excited about just our opportunity, all right, and what this game means for us, all right, to earn a spot into the playoffs. So we're excited about that opportunity. Whether it's prime time or not, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to go out and play good football, play our brand of football, execute, and just play clean.
What do you do about keeping guys from getting overexcited? You've been in so many of these big games at second entry. A lot of these guys have.
Yeah, our guys have to understand, right, when that ball is kicked off, right, or the ball is snapped, like it doesn't matter about being overly excited. You have to be calm in a moment. You have to be focused on the task at hand. You have to be focused on what's in front of you. And that's just going out and executing the details of your job to the fullest. And when guys do that, that's how you play winning football, right? The excitement of the game really doesn't matter when that ball is snapped. You just got to go out and play the right way.
You guys last played the Colts, and both teams have changed a lot since then, for personnel, for everything. Where do you feel like you all have improved specifically since that game?
Yeah, we're a completely different team. They're a completely different team. For me, it's all, fresh start for us. I don't put much wait on the first game of the year is to see him. I started watching, it's like, man, who is this team, right? It seems like that was so long ago playing that second game. So it's a fresh start for both teams. I think they have different players in, we have different players in, so it'll be a fresh start.
Cohesiveness and the guys' camaraderie, what do you see from them in terms of being a close team?
Our team has gelled together, and that's what you want. You want a close team. You want a connected team, and I feel like our guys are connected. We had a lot of different guys in and out at various times throughout the season, but our guys are connected. They're a tight team, and that's why I feel like we're playing better, right, because of that.
Did you happen to maybe even look back on the highlights of the Texans last year, their Week 18 win, and what do you think if you did happen?
No, nothing. Never looked at a game from last year. Doesn't concern me.
Nick Caserio has, he's kind of been here for a good minute and saw the team move down, and he's been a part of it. Can you talk maybe about his contribution and how you all have worked together to get to this point?
Yeah, Nick has done a great job when it comes to roster management, all right, adding players all throughout the offseason, throughout the draft process. Me and Nick have worked. We've worked step by step, right? We talk about every decision before it's made, right? We make sure we're on the same page, and I always say this, it works well when you see football the same, right? You know what type of players we're looking for, right? The skill set that we're looking for. Me and Nick are on the same page when it comes to that, and we've worked well together throughout this entire year.
A game of this magnitude, considering how many close games you've played in up to this point?
I think throughout the year, we've seen a lot of different games. We've been in a lot of different games, won them a lot of different ways, lost some, where we were able to gain valuable learning lessons on what we can do different in those situations. So I think from that standpoint, our team has a ton of experience on what it takes to win games, no matter what it looks like. Whether it's overtime, whether it's the last drive, all right, or the fourth quarter, our guys have been there. They've been successful in those moments. So there is no situation where our guys are gonna blink or gonna be nervous about a moment. Our guys have been through it all, and we've been successful through the majority of those.
What do you see from him from an accuracy standpoint and tendency to kind of get on a roll against some defenses and block those?
Gardner has done a good job with his entire season, right? He's played really well for him. You talk about the accuracy, talk about him just being his movement in the pocket is what I think sets him apart, right? He's able to move up in the pocket and make plays, right? The scramble plays that he makes, the explosives they're creating downfield, like he's done a really good job of leading this team as their quarterback, and he has that moxie, that playmaker to him that you can see on the tape. You can see guys really rallying behind him because they know the type of plays that he can make, but he's done a really great job for them all year, and that's why they're in this position that they're in, because of good quarterback play by Gardner.
Hey, how much does it help you as having 16 games of experience of college defenses with this team to know which players you can have the most confidence in certain big situations?
It really helps a lot. As I've gone throughout the year, I really have a good feel for who I can put in what situations, all right, what positions, and it's all about, John, just how do you put guys in positions to make plays, right? Let them go play fast, not think a lot, but just go play fast and try to make sure I accentuate their strengths and putting them in those positions. But now I have a really good feel for our team, have a really good feel for what our guys do well, and I just have to get out of the way and let them go do that. Let them go play football, go play fast, go play relentless, and that's what I just want to see, our guys playing fast, having fun.
All right, there you go. It's D'Amico Ryans talking about Gardner Minshew. I've said this, and these could be famous last words. I don't have a fear of Gardner Minshew. If the Texans get past this point, I will have a healthy fear for any potential quarterback that they face. I do not. Well, unless somehow they see Pittsburgh at some point in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I have zero fear of Gardner Minshew, and that's disrespect. I think that's what makes Gardner Minshew. Guys like me have said stuff like this, but he's gotten the last laugh more times than not. But I do not have a fear of their quarterback.
I think you should. It's not like, oh my gosh, you're facing, an elite franchise quarterback that can do things when things aren't there, but he can do things. I mean, Gardner Minshew is. I like him a lot.
I like him.
Yeah,
I've always liked him. I think he's a great backup.
Yeah, and he is.
And I think he's their best option at quarterback, too.
I also think that. I also think that he's going to be his best place for next season is probably in Indianapolis, even though they have plans for Anthony Richardson, because who knows how that's going to play out, and he's already got system, and he might have a playoff game under his belt. I think he can make some plays, and I'm not saying that they have the quarterback advantage, because they don't. I mean, it's C.J. Stroud, but he can do some things.
You talked about Bobby Slowick perhaps playing his way into a head coaching gig. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more as far as what you mean by that?
Yeah, because a couple of texters have said, well, it's just one game. Settle down. He's not going to be. It's not how it works in the. I mean, these people, coaches, owners and general managers, they're like everybody else, and they know more because they're in the league. But they start seeing successes in real time. Let's think about this. They go from what they were last year, 3 wins, to it would be 10 wins if they win, and then a playoff berth, maybe another win. With that offense, what he's done with C.J. Stroud, of course, what he's done with a patchwork offensive line, what he's done with receivers that we thought were going to be, let's be honest, crap. He would vault. He's at minimum, I would bet anyone that he's going to get a head coaching interview this offseason. Head coaching interview. So if he wins in these games and does all those things, I wouldn't be surprised if he has a head coaching job next year.
The pipeline doesn't go away either. Like the Shanahan pipeline,
that's another aspect.
It doesn't go away.
Yeah, it's the hottest thing in town right now. Is if you're a limb on the Shanahan tree, your resume is gonna be at the top of the stack. And so, yeah, don't be surprised if this happens, if they win like that, 3 wins to 10, 11 wins, and everything else, Shanahan and all that he doesn't get a job. I would not be surprised. At minimum, I'll bet anyone he's going to get a head coaching interview this offseason. As is, even if they lose on Saturday.
What do you make of McClain saying that Bobby Slowick would be stupid to go to Carolina?
Well, I actually don't think it would be wise, but if you got an opportunity at Carolina, you're probably going to get an opportunity somewhere else, unless it's the last one and the only one. I mean,
the owner's a loon. He's an absolute loon.
I wouldn't recommend it, but
what can you turn down? I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm hearing
it's 1 of 32, Landry.
Yeah, I mean, and we made fun of David Coley for that, but he's right.
Yeah,
I mean, that's probably not what you want to say when you take a gig. Mm-hmm. You probably want to sell it a little bit better than that, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Hell, 6 days from now, we could be seeing Jim Harbaugh's final college game, which, by the way,
what do you make of that? He's still not saying anything. Oh, my only thing I'm planning for the future is a plane ride. Okay. It's easy to dispel that.
He obviously hired the agent. Yeah. I just don't know why. I think the Chargers. If money's not an option, then go to the Chargers.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that'd be a good situation for Jim Harbaugh. But as far as I want to go to Carolina, I want to go to one of these. No. But as far as if you can inherit Justin Herbert and go to Los Angeles and coach the Chargers, I would. That would be something that I would do if I were Jim Harbaugh.
Well, the other part of it is, I mean, I know the NCAA has weighed in and he's got his suspensions and all that, but is there something else coming down the pike? Is he ahead of the posse a little bit on this?
That's what Urban Meyer did.
Yeah. Just get out of town before the posse gets there. I mean, that could be a possibility. I don't know. The Chargers would make the most sense for him. Good weekend for the Harbaughs. Real good weekend for the Harbaughs,
man. Especially
Daddy Harbaugh.
Dad, Mom. That's the other thing. His family bleeds Michigan, man. You saw the interview with his mom. They said they switched seats at halftime.
Yeah, superstition.
Yeah, superstition.
I saw you did something superstitious. I saw on Twitter. What'd you do?
I don't know.
Did you watch the game upstairs or something?
Yeah. Hey, it turned around when it happened.
Well, there you go. You're the reason.
Yeah, no.
You're the reason.
Not enough.
It turned around.
Not enough.
We all do those things. I don't consider myself superstitious, but every once in a while I'll be like, okay, maybe it's working like this.
The minimum face value ticket after the Texas game dropped $1,900.
Well, it's dropped more. It went from $2,900 to $881. You can get in right now, and that's just looking.
It's down to $650.
It's down to $650. So, dang,
it's down to $650, man.
So what? 350%? It's fallen.
Yep.
Again, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm not going to spend the money either way. It's $650 or $2,900. But it's just kind of enlightening for like all the surrounding businesses that are still going to have a hell of a week.
Are they?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean,
are they?
Yeah, oh yeah. The tickets are cheaper. It doesn't mean fans aren't coming from all over, Michigan and Washington. And by the way, Rudy Tomjanovich was all about it. He was posting. He's a Michigan guy, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Rudy T was pretty
Rudy
pumped.
T was all about it last
Good for
night.
him.
Yeah,
Man. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Bajani, Clint Stoerner in the building. We got a Texans practice report coming down. Will Anderson, Nico Collins on the football field. Clint, I want to ask you this, and I'm admittedly doing what many people have done over the course of time. I'm not fearful of Gardner Minshew. Am I making a mistake here? I'm not fearful.
No, I think it's very fair. There's nothing about Gardner Minshew that should scare us at this point in time.
Yeah, and I kind of thought there was an element of surprise the first time these teams faced off, where Richardson gets off to that start. They had the turnover, and then you weren't really preparing for Minshew. With a week to prepare for Minshew, I think D'Amico could perhaps do some things.
Oh, well, look, D'Amico, I think the biggest thing he said yesterday in his time with the media was that how well he knows his guys now and how much more he knows now versus then, and being able to put him in position to have success. He also knows Gardner Minshew a little bit better, obviously, and can game plan. To your point, Landry, he can game plan to Gardner Minshew. And look, I think Gardner Minshew is just one of those guys, which I can relate to. There's no, from a defense coordinator perspective, I'm striking no fear into you from an arm strength perspective, from a mobility perspective. This is truly a be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, execute the game plan, and you should have an extreme advantage. This guy's not going to go off script, off schedule. He's not going to make some big arm throws like we saw Michael Penix making last night. I mean, he's just there's none of that. He's going to game manage the hell out of this thing, and the guys around him are going to play maybe a little harder than they do for the next guy because Gardner's that kind of rally the troops guy. But yeah, Gardner Minshew doesn't bring a whole lot.
Having a good year.
Yeah, no, he's having a hell of a year. Everybody over there is.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in Indy is having a hell of a year, other than the guys that can't stay healthy. I guess Anthony's watching it happen, but Jonathan Taylor's watching a lot of it happen. But I think as a team, I think it's a lot like what's going on in Houston. Obviously, I think C.J. Stroud's significantly better, but they're just a solid group. They're just solid. There's not a ton of greatness, but they're just solid at this point in time.
I'm more nervous about the Texans' offensive line and potentially what that looks like against the Colts D-line. That intimidates the hell out of me. But there is that slim, chance that Bobby Slowick can dial up.
We were just talking about that. Yeah.
And with this Colts secondary, we're going to talk about it a lot later on. They are a lot different looking now than they were week one. I mean, they're basically playing with 2 practice squatters and a bunch of.
But they're better than their rush defense if you look at their numbers.
Yeah.
What was the last team that the Texans have played that had that the opponent had the ability to be dominant up front? Would it be the Jets? Cleveland?
Jets,
Cleveland?
Browns, God.
For sure.
Yeah. So they've had their fair share, and we'll see.
Garrett didn't get home, right? Miles Garrett didn't get home in that game.
Everybody else did.
Everybody else did. But that's kind of the point. We focus so much on Garrett. It's like I don't think he's had a sack in like 5 or 6 weeks.
He's hurt though. Yeah, he's hurt. He's playing with one arm. Now he's going to get to rest.
Yeah, now they're resting.
Terrifying. Yeah. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, The Drive. It is live.
It is alive and well, baby. Sean Bajani and Clint Stoerner, T-Mill back in the house. Ron Hughley chilling on the couch for one more day. I imagine he'll be back.
There you go, man.
What?
See?
What? See
there
what?
You go. I ain't gonna let you keep doing this to my boy, man. How do you know he's on the couch, man? Why's Ron got to be on the couch?
Where else would he
Ron's
be?
working his ass off, man. Taking the kids to the zoo. Working out like a beast. You got my man on the couch with his toes
Ain't
up,
nobody going to the zoo. It's 42 degrees outside, Clint.
Huh?
It's 42.
No, I'm telling you, Ron told me Sunday he got some passes to the zoo. Him and the wife, he may take the kids to the zoo. Now, that's something you can make fun of.
No.
Ron would be the guy, being from Kansas City, he'd come to Houston and then take his kids to the zoo on the coldest damn day of the year. That'd be something Ron would definitely do.
He might have stepped out with that in mind this morning, but stepped his ass right back in.
Sidelined ass tennis shoes.
You know it, man. You know it.
Hey, he's on that. I'm gonna tell you, man. I guarantee you, Courtney got his ass up. Them 3 kids, man. He had them 3 kids kind of holed up over Christmas, man, with a little sickness in the house, and they're all finally healthy.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Courtney said, "Boy, you better get your tail up out that bed and get these kids to rolling. You better get out there."
No.
Yeah, yes, Ron. You better get your ass out there on that bike with Trey. You better work on your own pedaling right there.
We'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
I guarantee you, Ronnie done sweat twice today. I guarantee it's 2:00.
Game changing this.
He done got him 2 good sweats in and burnt the extra 250 calories, man.
I know one for sure.
You.
He's been on that workout, man. I don't ever put that past him. He's disciplined. I gained a lot of respect for Ron last week when I saw him bypass all that good-looking food, all those drinks, sipping on water, eating salads the whole time. I was impressed.
But your little narrow ass can't relate to damn sure what Show's been through in terms of the inability to put the grub down. But I'm along.
I know how to put the grub down. It
I
just
know,
don't
but
stick.
Ain't nothing stick to your damn belly button. This sunbuck looks like he looks like he's about $120 soaking ass wet. What are you smiling at, Tyler? Hell, you ain't but about $135.
None of it in my ass.
I mean, there ain't a lick of it in your ass. Ain't no doubt about it. All head. all head and shoulders. I mean, it is unbelievable, man.
Oh,
I mean, I look at a damn donut and gain 5 pounds.
You know, as you get on the other side of 40, as you well know, and you're approaching the big 50. Got a few years away.
Man, I'm 46, man. I turned 46 4 days ago, man. Will you cut me a little slack?
Ron had you at 47.
Ron was telling everybody you turned 47.
Yeah. He had old boy at 47 the other day.
Treating you like you treat Dusty Baker with his age.
Yeah, y'all just trying to make me older so y'all feel younger. I see what's going on.
I was purposefully trying to rub that one in.
I mean, to be honest, so I always feel young around all y'all, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Clint just pursed his lips at me. I was kind of scared.
Let's all get out there. Let's all get out there and get to moving around. See how much younger than me y'all songbooks feel.
I'm good.
I was just thinking, I wish I could say the same thing, man. I kind of feel old around some of you guys, and I shouldn't at all. I don't know why I do. It's a complex. We've got a great show today. Coming up in the first hour, we're going to visit with Seth Payne, talk a little Texan football with him.
Big Seth.
Maybe and see what he thought about the college football playoff games last night. We got a lot to talk about in regards to those. We'll get to here momentarily. C.J. Stroud will meet with the Houston media at 3 o'clock. 3:40. 3:40. We'll have
Get ready. We'll have it in full at 3:40. Get ready.
Yeah, man.
We're gonna get a little football horny around these parts. You know, CJ first time. CJ spoke last week, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He spoke last week.
He did, but this is the first time where it's kind of all about football.
He turns me on every day.
All about what's next. I'm just glad we don't have to really focus on the concussion thing. How's he feeling? What that was like? How scary was it?
Oh,
all
it's gonna
that
come
mess.
up.
I mean, yeah.
I bet John kicks that thing off with some kind of concussion question.
No, John ain't gonna have. He don't give a damn about no concussion.
No.
If Christy Reekin's in the house, which she probably will be because it's C.J. Stroud Day, she'll ask, "So, how's your head? How are you feeling? Are you still scared?"
Are we gonna give you your flowers for sure?
You know Christy pretty well.
Yeah. That's why I'm rubbing it in. Like, she asks all them little softy questions, so make her make the column she writes warm and fuzzy. You know, she'll get that in there. Maybe even DJ. Who knows? And then he'll ask about, like, some weird concocted play and coverage, that he could possibly see. I don't know. We'll get all of that.
My favorite in the press conference is when you can, by the types of questions individuals ask, you can tell what their story is going to be about.
Oh yeah. Except for me, because
hey CJ, can you tell me about that Ohio State game against Georgia last year and how you? Wait a minute, we're finna play for the division here. We had a game to go to the playoffs here. Somebody must be writing stories about CJ's college career.
Or like when we were all wondering where the hell CJ Stroud was and if his head was okay, and McClain asked about defensive coordinator Matt Burke.
Big Bird. Big Bird getting that love.
The only Matt Burke question all season.
Yeah,
because McClain's writing the column.
McClain's fixing to write a 3-pager, man.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I feel so bad. Literally every day I go to work over there because McClain will ask me, Sean, do you know what you're writing about today? And I said, no, sir. I'm going to see how it goes. Whatever question I can think of.
What's the point in hanging around with Hall of Famers if you're not going to learn from them, Johnny?
I just don't know.
You just said to hell, you're going to do it your way, huh? You ain't even going to think. You're going to take your ass all the way over and not have any clue what you're going to write about. You're just going to walk in there and get.
I kind of feel it out. I don't have a plan. John, I feel like just, plucks from a hat, gets a little paper ball out of the hat, reads it. Okay, that's what I'm going to write about today.
Can you hear me?
I'm asked about 5 different questions about this topic, get my quotes. And me, I just kind of let it, play out.
I think I'm going to ask John about that on Friday, Tyler. How does he decide what he's going to write about?
It's a good question. I'd be interested to hear his answer.
I'd like to ask him about that,
He'll give me a 3-word answer and then go into the defensive line for the Colts or something. I'm sure he'll take that thing and run. Now, he'll take that baton and run with that damn thing now. Ain't no doubt about it.
He will.
But I would be a Hall of Famer, man. Like, when you get up in the morning, he obviously has done it extremely well for years and years. But, like, what I mean, you get up in the morning, because some of them are off. They're not they're not like, look at the ESPN ticker and the hits of the day are right there,
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, he's a storyteller. He's very, very thoughtful. But, yeah, how he arrives at them and how he does it so quickly, I would like to know. And so I would have asked by then, but I don't want to feel even more inept around him. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when he's going to just stop asking me, Sean, do you know what you're going to write about today? No. What do you think, John?
Got any ideas, Big John? Mad Dog?
Cockamamie idea.
Help me out here, man.
Yeah, shoot me your cockamamie ideas. You keep the real ones, man. I'll write about your I'll call it cockamamies.
John McClain doesn't mince words here.
All right, hey, let's get to this, man, because I know you got some thoughts on these games that we watched last night.
What a night, man!
I'm so glad it didn't go down like you thought it might. You were looking for a pretty handed victory, by Michigan last night. I was glad that one was close. I was kind of expecting the opposite in the second game. If Washington and Penix was able to really get loose, didn't obviously turn out that way, but a couple of great games. And that first one, here's what it sounded like.
Game on the line. It's Williams in motion. Low snap. Melrose stopped. Michigan makes a stand and comes up with a milestone playoff victory.
Simple things done savagely well, man. I mean, the most overlooked aspect of the game of football, quarterback-center exchange, the snap. And it was a problem. It's been a problem all year for Alabama, if we're being honest, but it was a major problem last night. You just look at that. I mean, there was multiple times in the first half where it was an issue. It was an issue in the first drive. And then you look at exactly how that game ended. If Jalen Milroe is able to catch that football upright, keep his eyes up, that play is designed to go inside and bounce left. Mm-hmm. It is clearly there. It is a walk-in touchdown. The defensive end coming from the quarterback's left, the edge rusher right there, he gets so far upfield with Jalen Milroe's ability. It's a walk-in touchdown. And the snap is low and right when Jalen Milroe needs to have his eyes up and left. And it totally throws off the timing. A lot of people want to make a lot about that right guard or right tackle that got blown up. Even though he got blown up, it would have been a non-factor. He got his job done.
It's going to the other side.
Yeah, he got his job done. The only reason it was a factor because when that ball was low, Milroe just literally caught it and just put his head down and shot straight forward. And so Simple things, man. I'm sitting there watching that game, and it's just like, how frustrating do you have to be if you're Nick Sabin right now, knowing that game was altered in a major, major way throughout with a snap.
Mm-hmm.
You do it 100 times a practice, and it was so bad in the college football playoffs that you gave up 5 first-half sacks. Several of them were bad snaps. I mean, it was bad, and then it bit you when it mattered the most, man.
We were here watching the first portion of that as we ended the show yesterday, and I think, 4 rushes, negative 20 yards for Milroe to start, and that's from a guy that you thought was going to get real loose yesterday.
Yeah. No, I thought Milroe was going to go for a $150, 200 yesterday. I thought Milroe was going to be the X factor that ultimately allowed Alabama to win the game. Look, in the game, really, to be honest with you, the game went exactly how I thought it was going to go, except for Milroe.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that Tommy Rees for Alabama was going to try to throw the football too much, try to ask Milroe to process and distribute and all that crap, instead of just taking advantage of his legs, and he did that. The problem was, what I didn't see coming was Michigan took what I thought then, when that happened, that was going to be the formula for Jalen Milroe to hit creases and impact this game in a major, major way, because I thought he was the more explosive, more twitchy, faster player than anybody on the field, really, and that was going to be the X factor. Michigan's defensive front was able to literally take Milroe, consistently force him to go backwards, and took major losses early in this game. Milroe ended up getting loose a couple times late to keep that thing interesting, really to keep Alabama kind of ahead late. But, man, what I thought was going to be the X factor, when all that stuff went down that I thought it would go down just like it did, I thought Milroe would be nails in that situation with his athletic ability, and it was the exact opposite. Michigan was nails. And then that thing down the stretch, Sean, down the stretch, Alabama allowed Michigan to do what they've done really all year long, and just and piece something together, being more physical. J.J. McCarthy made a couple of big-time throws.
He was nice, man.
Oh, late he was real nice.
That late drive by him and the Wolverines, they convert that 4th and 2, and then it was a hard drive to that point, but they get that 4th and 2 conversion.
Yep.
Boom, 16 yards. Boom, 29 yards. At that moment, I was like, damn, this is probably the best team. And then, to me, it was hammered home. You talked about that Wolverine D-line, especially late on that goal line stand to end that ball game last night. I don't know his name, number 55. That sucker, I think he's their the defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And he's generally playing on the right side. That sucker is a big, strong dude. Whoever was in front of him, that left guard and left tackle for Bama, they couldn't deal with that cat, man. He was a game changer, game wrecker late.
Here's the deal. I really believe that Michigan's the better football team. And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't 100% sure of that coming in. I thought the athletic ability, the speed, the quickness, the explosion of Alabama would be able to overcome Michigan. And in reality, Michigan's physicality, their size on both offensive line and defensive line. And look, let's be honest. When it comes down to it, Michigan outcoached Alabama. When it came down to it, Michigan, whether it was offensive or defensive, late in that ball game, late in the fourth quarter and in overtime, the play calls and the execution, obviously, but the play calls were absolutely tremendous. And you flip it on the other side, Alabama really struggled down the stretch late in the fourth quarter and in overtime.
Yeah, what did Nick Sabin have to say about it?
Texas.
No, we didn't finish the last 4 minutes of the game. We had some opportunities to get them stopped on defense. We could have drove the ball down and scored a touchdown, and we just didn't finish the game, and they kind of got the momentum. And, so we're all disappointed. Players are very disappointed. But I told the players, look, you had an amazing season. This team has come as far as any team as I've ever coached in terms of how they improved to put themselves in this position to win the SEC championship. So I don't think you can lose sight of that either.
I think it's a good way to couch it. I mean, I think you're right. The better team won last night. I was just so high and so impressed by the turnaround of that offense, and Milroe particularly, from going to get benched early this season, come back, finish the season the way that he did.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people talked about it last night, just kind of validation the way you felt after just watching them all season long. One of the better coaching jobs that I think you'd seen from Nick Sabin in recent years, just given what he had to work with this season. I think it was a really good season. You wanted to get there. You want to get to the last game, but Michigan's definitely the better team.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt when you talk about the whole season, I think Sabin did a hell of a job. Now, look, I'm curious to see what he does with Milroe in the offseason and what he does with Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, in the offseason. It's been a long time since we've watched a Sabin-coached offense not have answers. Mm-hmm. And that team, if we're being honest with you, they survived and won and overcame because of Milroe's athletic ability. Once they committed to him as a starter, it was a lot of it was off script, off schedule. Milroe being the better athlete. You know, Milroe's got a long way to go in terms of sitting in the pocket and distributing the football accurately and on time and consistently. He's got a long way to go with that, man.
Yeah.
I just don't know how comfortable Sabin is with saying, I'm gonna keep doing this coaching thing and I'm gonna make runs at national titles and I'm gonna fight an uphill battle with a quarterback that his best asset is playing off script, off schedule, and his speed.
Well, it's set January 8th. You've got Michigan against this team, Washington, hanging on to beat Texas last night, 37-31. I had everything written, man. It was done. About a minute 45, I started taking my notes, getting everything set for a headline segment today, opening segment, and then, boom, holy crap, interfering with the punter. Boom, holy crap, third down, WTF, where'd Jordan Whittington come from? 41 yards. Holy crap, an over-the-shoulder, almost no-look 16-yard catch down the right sideline. Holy smokes, one of the best pass deflections I'd seen to end a ball game, too, by that Washington DB. Timed it perfectly, jumped as high as he possibly could, swatted that ball out of the air. I don't know if the kid would have got his feet down anyway, but that was one of the best games that I've seen all college football season, man.
Great football game. You thought Texas was completely out of it. They somehow get a chance to come back. Even when they weren't playing great, they still get a chance to come back. And I'm going to tell you, boys, Tyler, I don't know if you do live betting or not, but
I do.
I'd have bet Texas heavy. 1st and 10, 20 seconds left on the clock. 4 shots at the end zone from the 12-yard line. Mm-hmm. Sarkisian, Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
These receivers they got. One of the best play callers in the game today. I would have bet a large amount of money that Texas would have won that football game, especially from the 12-yard line. If it's a 6 or 7, everything's condensed so much, it's hard to spend. That 12-yard line is a sweet spot. You got 22 yards to work with, the width of the field. You got great play. You got a great play caller. You got a quarterback that, by the way, that kid, he looks like Romo 2.0 to me. The way he throws the ball, the way he plays the game, all of it looks like Romo. But
and doesn't come up in big moments.
Fair. Very, very well done, Tyler. I didn't think about that. I was not setting you up, Quinn. That was Tyler. That was well done.
Alley-oop.
I would have bet big time. And I'm going to tell you, the most surprising part of that entire ballgame, to be completely honest with you, is, again, Texas and Sarkisian being who he is with that offensive mind. I thought they would have been, dialed in. These are the 4 plays from the 12 to win the game. These are the 4 plays we're running. You can't throw it short of the end zone. These are the 4 plays we're running. I thought everybody would have known exactly what they're doing. They would have worked on that, month after month, week after week this season. Mm-hmm. And I was dead ass wrong on that. They looked like they were unprepared for it. Hell, he threw a swing route to the running back that if he gets stopped inbounds, the clock runs out and you're done.
Yeah.
I was shocked that Sarkisian wasn't more prepared for that moment.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Asses are back home, suckers.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
Back in Austin.
We'll talk a lot more about those ball games coming up throughout the show. Coming up next, big questions heading into the Texans and Colts win or go home game this Saturday evening. 7:15 is the kickoff up in Indy. But what matters more? We'll discuss next at Sports Radio 610.
Andre Johnson is officially a finalist for the 2024 NFL. Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The running game of these guys. They ran the ball well versus us, but now getting Jonathan Taylor back, I think that's where they're gonna lean heavy. They're gonna run it. They probably run it more than anybody in the league. So we have to do a really good job of stopping the run. And the quarterback, I think he's just been so efficient. They don't throw it deep a lot, but when they scheme up some shot plays, they're wide open and they're able to make those plays. But they're very efficient throwing the ball under 10 yards, getting the ball into their playmakers' hands. About Pittman, right? And he's able to make some big time plays for them.
Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans on Texans Radio's Coaches Show yesterday evening. Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. He's Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner producing as always. What matters more? What matters more? I know the last show, Landry and Lopez on In the Loop were talking about Gardner Minshew, how scared of you are of him. Is he a guy that intimidates you? And I think we'd all agree that, not really, not so much, but you worry about how he could just be schemed up, how he and the offense could be schemed up against the Texans defensively. I played that cut from D'Amico because, look, he's talking about Jonathan Taylor, a guy the Texans defensively didn't face week 2, that they have a part of their arsenal now, running the football much, much better, certainly this time of year, and, deserves just as much credit as maybe Gardner Minshew does in stepping in since week 4 or 5 for the injured Anthony Richardson. But I think there's something else that matters more here. Another angle to this game. And I'm going to ask you, Clint, and you out there, if you'd like to weigh in, 713-572-4610. What matters more, Stroud and a Texans depleted receiver core versus a depleted Colts secondary, or the Colts defensive line against the Texans offensive line, which could be on its 8th different combination of starters come Saturday evening. We'll have to wait and see what Laramie Tunsil's status is. He was present at practice but did not, which over the course of the last 11, 12 weeks has not been an uncommon occurrence for him as he continues on his load management program. But I asked that specific question, Clint, about what matters more between those matchups, because taking a look back at what the Colts have been dealing with in their secondary, they had to place their safety, Julian Blackmon, on IR last week. Their corner, Kenny Moore, was ruled out this past weekend against the Raiders due to a back injury. We'll see how this week goes for him. But they got 5 primary defensive backs that I think have a combined 30 NFL starts under their belt, not including Ronnie Harrison, who went from safety to linebacker, and now he's back playing a little safety for him. I think this is prime time, man. If Slowick and C.J. Stroud could get things rolling offensively, the one thing they're going to have to do, in my mind, to be successful on Saturday is stretch the field. Sure seems like on paper that would bode pretty well. That's one of my bigger keys. What say you?
Well, I mean, to your question specifically, which matchup matters more, Texans O-line versus this defensive front, or Texans wide receivers versus Indianapolis Colts secondary? If we're just hoping and praying and talking football, I think most people would go with the up-front matchup, because if you can run the football and protect the quarterback, then you can probably win. Mm-hmm. You can probably move the football pretty consistently. It'll open up the play-action game. But and that's just talking football. Now, if we're talking specifically about the Texans and we're taking into consideration what the Texans have done well this year and what they haven't done well this year, what their strengths and what their real strengths and weaknesses are, like, to me, I don't expect them to protect great, and I don't expect them to be able to run the football this week. I don't expect them to do those things against above average to great defensive fronts. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to do that, because that's what they've shown us all year long. So that leads me to my answer to your question. It's all about this wide receiver group being depleted, if you will. Definitely down Tank, possibly down Noah Brown and Robert Woods. We don't know exactly yet. I guess we'll find out. But to me, it's all about that secondary, depleted wide receiver group for the Texans versus a very depleted secondary for the Colts. This thing's going to come down to C.J. Stroud being able to spin the rock around the park.
Yeah.
And if they've got a bunch of dudes in the secondary that can't cover, then I like C.J. big in that situation. Yeah. So, again, I know most people just talking football would say, well, the defensive line, offensive line, that's clearly the biggest, most important, most impactful part of a game. General football talk, yeah. But I'd say if we look at the Texans, if CJ's able to shred, if CJ's able to take shots, I think the most important part of it is this receiving core, whoever it may be, versus that depleted secondary.
Yeah. I don't want to – you can't ignore it, and we're going to spend time this week talking about it and really looking deeper into it. But I don't want to take the Texans' defense for granted. But, man, they look to be playing really well, and we know what they've been doing all season long against the run. I mean, to have Derrick Henry do what he's done, not just against your team over the years, but, I mean, he's done it against a lot of guys. He's just – tended to do it against the Texans a lot better than most, where he had, 5 straight games of 150-plus yards before this season, and you held him to fewer than 100 yards combined, fewer than 62 yards combined in 2 games this season. It's been fantastic. But I feel like I can almost rest my hat on that. I feel like these are the biggest storylines going into the game from a football sense. You look at that Colts defensive line, DeForest Buckner, that guy's been a beast all season long. A couple of their defensive ends, Samson Ebukam and Kwity Paye, they've combined for 18 sacks, a ton of quarterback hits. Ebukam alone, I think he's got the second highest PFF grade on his team, probably next to DeForest Buckner, and potentially against a Texans offensive line, Clint, that it may not be the most banged up. Say you get Laramie Tunsil back. Say he's healthy, quote unquote, for Saturday. The guy's got knee issues. The guy's got a groin issue now. We know what he looked like, a few weeks back against Josh Allen. He got his ass handed to him, a number of times. Charlie Heck had his worst game out of any player that played the position with regularity at right tackle in the NFL this season against the Cleveland Browns. Gave up a ton of pressures. And now you're talking about facing this Colts defensive line with, Buckner on the interior and Paye and Ebukam, on the edges, and not to mention their backups. I mean, they're pretty damn good too. That concerns me because before C.J. Stroud went out with concussion against the Jets, he was running around all over the place. I don't know if being able to take advantage of a inexperienced Colts secondary, if that happens on Saturday, necessarily is a great thing for the Texans offensively, because they haven't really hit their stride without Tank Dell in the mix, and he's been out for a while.
Yeah, look, we've heard the one thing we've heard from D'Amico all year long, I think is really, really good defensive football speak, is if your coverage isn't married to your rush, if it's not in sync with your rush and vice versa, then it's hard to play defensive football. You can be really good up front, but if you can't cover down in the secondary, then the quarterback gets the ball out quick. Receivers win early. There's a lot of run after catch, and it nullifies the pass rush a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you can't do those things, teams they choose to throw it more instead of trying to run it into that strong front, and so. When you got a depleted secondary, I just don't know that you're going to be able to force the quarterback to hold the football the way you want to.
Yeah.
So that your defensive front that is dominant gets home. Like I said, they're going to get theirs. And the Texans, I don't believe, are going to run the football effectively, consistently. We've seen that all year long when they've played better opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to see that again. This thing's going to be put in C.J. Stroud's hands. And I like C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, versus a beat-up secondary, given that circumstance.
He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani. T-Mill behind the glass, 713-572-4610. Bill in the 713 says, I'm concerned about the DBs. They give up a lot of chunk plays. Yeah, the Texans give up the most chunk plays or near the most chunk plays. I think they're like third in the NFL now of 20 or more yards in the air all season long as it stands. And it's a little bit of it's bolstered now with Kareem Jackson. Only played in 15, 19 snaps, whatever it was this past weekend. But I don't know. I could feel worse. I think we all could feel worse about the Texans secondary, but yeah, that's certainly an issue no matter what quarterback is back there, because we've seen some lesser quarterbacks dice the Texans up and hit them for chunk plays throughout the season. Desmond Ridder, Zach Wilson. Hopefully you don't add Gardner Minshew's name to that. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by Original Texan and one of the P's out of Payne and Pendergast. Seth Payne's going to join us to talk all things Houston Texans coming up next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
The Texans' playoff hopes come down to Saturday in Indy. Does this squad have what it takes to make a run? Sheldon Rankins show.
Early on where, man, he had a good rush going, but then he was just stopped cold in his tracks by a chip block. The second is when tight ends give that jab at the line of scrimmage before they go out on their routes. That would screw him up early in the season. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of times where, man, like he could have had a good down, but he just kind of got stopped in his tracks because of that stuff. That second sack this past weekend, this one did end up looking lazy by the tight end, but it was because Will anticipated it and kind of took his shoulder and his midsection away from the tight end before he could get the shot in. He stepped inside and then stepped back outside after the tight end was gone and got a speed rush around the end. So he talked about it afterwards, and it was really cool because he said, you know, like everybody was saying good stuff, but like a double team rate and all that, but like that doesn't matter. You got to produce. Like, so his standards were much higher than just getting kind of close and having the advanced stats show that you're having an effect. Because realistically, and he knows this, and this is what I was saying this in the beginning of the season. I was getting frustrated because people thought I was criticizing him or not acknowledging him for doing well. But it was the same thing he was thinking. Look, Micah Parsons gets double-teamed a lot, but he also gets sacks. You know, Nick Bosa gets double-teamed a lot. He gets sacks. If you're going to be a genuinely great pass rusher, it's not enough to just get double-teamed. You got to get sacks. And on both those, he had two people trying to block him, and he made it look like a non-factor. So that was really cool. That's great to hear from you as well, Seth, because, I mean, to me, that is the reality of playing the edge position in the NFL is – There is one stat that sits well and above in the eyes of really everybody, including the players. Anything else that you can do, you can be great everywhere else. If you're going to be that game-changing, I mean, market-setting deal kind of defensive end or edge rusher, you got to get home, and he got home in a big way. Seth, also on that, and I hadn't watched the All-22 yet, but it seemed like that second sack that he got, he won with his hands as much as he won with anything. And I ask you this because it seems like to me that where Will Anderson can improve like drastically from year one to year two is ultimately filling out his toolbox, getting more pass rush tools, weapons, if you will. Did you see him use his hands one, and how do you feel about how much better he can get in that toolbox area? Yeah, I think that there's a couple things about that because he's been willing to use his hands. I think there's some of it where he didn't necessarily always trust his speed rush around the outside. And sometimes, you know, it's a matter of committing to it, even if it feels like you're going to get run. And then also, you know, he has that ability to come back inside to offset it. So it's kind of like James Harden being able to go to the hoop really fast when he was in his prime before he gained all that weight, or hit you with a step back. Like, you got to be able to go inside or outside, and that's when the magical stuff can really start happening. I think and he talked about this in the postgame too, he's got a better feel right now of how to work the angles and the edges, because that was another thing that would happen early on. Was there were times where he was either taking a route that was too direct, you know, right at the offensive tackle, or sometimes he was running straight up field and getting washed. Like, he's got a much better feel and understanding for where the offensive lineman wants him to be. You know, like when you're lined up out there on the edge, you want to be taking an approach in a path that makes the offensive lineman as uncomfortable as possible. And there were times where, especially against the better guys, the better offensive tackles, he was making it real comfortable for those guys early in the season. And that's been the fun part, because I compare him to Nick Bosa in some ways. Obviously it's not a perfect comparison, but I think athletically they're about the same. The big difference is that Nick Bosa has spent more time since high school as just a pure defensive end, and he's just gotten more muscled up and bulked up, I think. I think Will can still gain 5 or 10 pounds of muscle, but when it comes to using the speed that he does have, he's just got to maximize everything. And he can't waste any footsteps. He's got to have the angles perfectly because he's not as blisteringly fast as a Micah Parsons. But if you watch like Nick Bosa takes like 3 gigantic steps off the line of scrimmage. I'm miming it. I wish you guys could see me. So like he gets every little bit of speed that he has, and he gets 5 yards past the line of scrimmage in those 3 steps, and then he turns in and uses all that power of his. And like I see Will being that same guy. He's a combo power and speed guy, so he's got to really be sure he ties those 2 things together.
Seth, I just asked the question last segment. We had a conversation about what matters more to you, a depleted receiver core for the Texans against a depleted secondary for the Colts this weekend, or a Colts D-line versus a very imbalanced Texans offensive line right now with a little bit in flux regarding Laramie Tunsil's health and Charlie Heck still being at right tackle. I'm kind of curious. I won't ask you that question, but I am curious if you think Charlie Heck, who started the last 3 games for the Texans at right tackle, regardless if we see Tunsil or Fant, at left tackle remains to be seen, but how well do you think the Texans offensive line can match up against the likes of Samson Ebukam, Kwity Paye, Tyquan Lewis, and Odeyingbo? They are all beastly on that D-line and on the edge for the Colts.
I think they need to be able to hold up really well for like 2.2 seconds. So if they can give me 2.2 seconds, and then I'll be okay. And then beyond that, honestly, I think one of the things that was interesting last week, and might be a silver lining to Beck's injury, was that in the first half, I thought Brevin Jordan did a pretty acceptable job as a fullback. And what that might do is maybe open up some more versatility and unpredictability by keeping heavier personnel in, keeping a fullback, keeping tight ends or multiple tight ends in. And there's going to be times where you max protect, but also you've got multiple tight ends in there that can release on routes. And I think they're going to have to get super creative as long as the game is close. If the Texans can control it with their run game, and that's very achievable, given the way that Singletary's been running, and the Colts are not nearly as good on run defense as they are as pass rushers. I think that's the key. It's boring and it's cliche and all that, but the only thing the Colts really do really well is rush the passer, and usually they do it really well when they have a lead. So if you can keep a lead yourself and keep the game closer and on the ground, it's much less of a factor.
Hey, Seth, what kind of statement did it make to you by the league in flexing this Texans game to Saturday night primetime?
I think part of it's just that it's one of the only really good, relevant games between winning teams that really matters and has just such big, you win and you're in. This is the play-in round basically for these 2 teams. So there's that. But I think, we were talking about this morning. We asked Ross Tucker this actually. If you look at the 2 teams and you think about, okay, first-time head coach in his first year with the team. They both drafted rookie quarterbacks. Both were not expected to do really well. But then the Colts lost their first-round pick at quarterback, and yet they've got identical records. It's kind of weird because the Texans are the darlings of the league right now. A lot of people are really intrigued by the Texans, and the Colts are pretty much an afterthought. I think that it's as simple as C.J. Stroud. I think there's so many people, you guys hear all these different commentators, former coaches, and GMs that are just so blown away by how good C.J. is and how ahead of his, how wise beyond his years he is in so many respects that I think he's just captivating. And I think that you look at the games right now, I think there are a lot of people that are super curious about C.J. Stroud.
Seth, I appreciate you joining us, man. It's good to chop some ball up with you, and we'll look forward to listening to you the rest of this week, dude.
All right, my pleasure, guys. Thanks.
I appreciate you. Seth Payne from Payne and Pendergast spending a little time with us. Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. That's me. He's Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner producing. Coming up next, it's the Big 3 at 3. We'll give you the Texans practice report, who was there, who wasn't there, and a lot more. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Break out the brooms. The Texans swept the Titans with a dominating 26-3 win. But the job isn't done for D'Amico's crew.
And we're pleased with where we are. As our guys say, we didn't come this far just to get this far. Right? We have a lot to still play for that's ahead of us. Credit to the guys in the room for putting us in this position.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is a Texans timeout. Here's Mark Vandermeer.
Saturday night, it's winner take all as far as a playoff berth goes when the Texans take on the Colts in Indianapolis. The first matchup was week 2 in Houston. C.J. Stroud was just getting his feet wet. Well, last Sunday, he returned from a 2-game absence to help the Texans knock off Tennessee and set up this matchup.
It was tough these last 2 weeks not being in there and seeing my brothers grind and wanting to make plays and wanted to do everything that I knew I could do, but I had to sit back and take care of my health.
Stroud went on to say that while the future in the coming years might be bright for the Texans organization, there is a tremendous opportunity right in front of them.
The time is now. Like, it's not next year. It's not year after that. It's right now. We had the opportunity to control our own destiny, so I'm excited to do that.
Saturday's game with Indy is live at 7:15 on Sports Radio 610 and 100.3 FM. I'm Mark Vandermeer, and this is a Texans Timeout.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Contrary to what you might think about him, Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper insists he's actually a very patient person. Really? So no, I'm not buying this notion that you're patient, especially not after we saw that video of you apparently throwing a drink at some Jaguar fan or fans. I mean, come on. You're that easily hooked as an NFL owner. I'm Jim Rome.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-335-1274 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-335-1274. That's 800-335-1274. What do you have to lose? Call 800-335-1274. Again, 800-335-1274.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's an incredible mattress sale at Gallery Furniture right now, starting with Sealy Posturepedic mattress. Queen size as low as $399 for a queen size Sealy Posturepedic mattress. King size Sealy Posturepedic mattress, $499. Or getting the Gallery Furniture Texas Win It All, Get It All promotion. Buy a premium Tempur-Pedic, $4,000 plus. If the team from Texas wins it all, January 8th, Energy Stadium, Houston, your purchase is absolutely free. Sleep great tonight on the new Tempur-Pedic mattress, and you might get it free.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
The holidays are just around the corner, y'all. Shopping, family time, gift giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who choose to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, but it's serious. In our communities today, it's still a major problem. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change someone else's life forever. It's not fair, and if a drunk driver should hit you, be sure and protect yourself. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222 to fight for your rights. Mokaram Law has over 20 years' experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. Call Mokaram Law for a free, no-obligation consultation at 281-222-2222. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law. Principal office in Houston, Texas.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Yeah, I love it because that's the truth of the matter, right? No one can predict what's going to happen in the future, even though people may say, oh, the future is bright or we have young talent. Like, every year is different. Things happen. You lose guys. Teams change every year. So you have to own the moment that we have right now. And right now we have an opportunity versus the Colts. So that time is right now. If we handle business the right way, we know how good our team can be. We know how good of football we can play. So that time is now, and I definitely agree with what CJ says.
Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans talking about what his young QB said last week. The time is now. They don't want to wait. They don't want to get the job done now. They've got one more win to get in. That's Saturday evening, 7:15. On the practice field today, most were, some were not, and those that weren't always doing anything. Per the reports out there from Cody Stutes' Twitter, I saw that Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason were not dressed out today. Jonathan Grenard was at practice, but looked like a DNP candidate, a did not practice candidate. And we'll get that official practice report to you when we get it, hopefully within the next hour. Nico Collins. Johnny Greenard. Nico Collins looked good to go, according to reports from the field. Remember, he got an arm or a hand banged up this past weekend too, Clint. So something to keep an eye on for him. Will Anderson was present at practice, but looked like he'd be limited at best. Noah Brown was not seen, nor was Robert Woods. Usually a rest day for both of those guys, as they've been under a load management kind of program for the Texans in recent months. But kind of weird that Robert Woods and Noah Brown just weren't flat out seen. They're usually on the side catching balls even during their rest day. But that's the latest from the Texans practice field for Houston. Any concerns about what you just heard, Clint?
Not concerns. A typical Wednesday practice on a short week. It'd be hard for me to be concerned on this what would be a Wednesday practice. You got a lot of guys with vet days that have been doing it all year. You got a lot of guys that this time of year you've been playing a lot of football. So if you have been in the league at all and you've earned the respect of getting a vet day, you're probably going to get that day today. So I don't see my first practice of the week report. I don't allow that to create a lot of concern in my world. Now I'll tell you who, in my opinion, we got to keep our eye on. We need Jonathan Grenard, and we need Nico Collins. Those two dudes right there being on the field are absolute game changers for the game while it's going on. They change the game plan and how you scheme up what you're going to do that week. We saw last week. I don't want the Texans offense to play without Laramie Tunsil, but I'm not just down and out if they do.
Yeah.
I don't want the offense to not have Robert Woods. I think he'd be a valuable weapon in this particular game. Noah Brown as well. But I think as long as Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz are there, I think you're okay, right? You start going down this list of guys that are mentioned, and the two that stick out big time to me is if you got Jonathan Grenard on one side, Will Anderson on the other, and you got Derek Barnett, and you got Jerry Hughes, you got Myjai Sanders to come in and mix things up behind them, you're gonna be able to create a pass rush. If you've got Nico Collins on that football field along with Dalton Schultz and along with some of the weapons like you mentioned, Brevin Jordan, Devin Singletary, some of these guys out of the backfield, you can move the football between the 20s, and when you get in the red zone, you got a couple of viable options there.
Yeah.
So to me, it's about Jonathan Grenard and Nico Collins. The rest of them, hey, we'll wait and see. I hope they're part of it. It'd be in our best interest if they're part of it. But JG and Nico, them two right there, you just simply need to have and have to have this weekend to move the football and ultimately keep the opponent from getting comfortable in the pocket.
I like everything you just said, but I'll raise you a Collins with another Collins. Malik Collins, by the way, on the practice field today. Need to get him back. That's just another force working alongside with Sheldon Rankins in the middle. I like what I saw from the interior this past weekend, but you can't ever have too many quality bodies. And you know how well those two guys like working next to each other, like playing next to each other, but just feed off of one another in Rankins and Collins. If you can get him back this week, that would be huge. It feels like it's trending in the right direction where theoretically, I know you're 2 weeks removed from losing Jimmy Ward and you got a banged up Laramie Tunsil and stuff like that, but you might be as healthy as you could expect this time of season with everything that had gone on. It's trending in that direction at the very least.
Yeah, man, look, defensively, you get Malik Collins back and you get Jonathan Grenard back, and if Will keeps coming and can obviously take on more snaps this week, Blake Cashman is healthy, obviously. Christian Harris is healthy. Man, you look across that board, Kareem Jackson's going to be another week into learning this defense and becoming a player.
D'Amico even said he'd ramp up the reps for him as he gets more comfortable.
Yeah, Sean, I'm telling you, man, if JG and Malik Collins are healthy, this defense will be as good as they've been all year long. Mm-hmm. I mean, they will be better. When you look at Tier Tart and you look at Derek Barnett now being a part of that two deep at the pass rush position, Kareem Jackson being in the secondary now, with Des King rocking and rolling in the secondary, man.
Blake back in the middle.
Yeah, Blake back in the middle. I mean, this defense with all the pieces on the football field, potentially, their ceiling, I'll put it to you this way, the ceiling for the Texans defense will be higher in Week 18 than it's been all year long. And then you, on top of that, what D'Amico Ryan said yesterday and said how much better he knows his personnel right now, They had a chance to be significantly better in Week 18. They're better from a personnel standpoint. They're more experienced. Their defensive coordinator knows them better. Now it's all about, are the key players healthy? Can they go 100%? If they can, this defense has a chance to be better than it's ever been in Week 18. You talk about peaking at the right moment.
The arrow's pointed up.
That's right,
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Game on the line. It's Williams in motion. Low snap. Melrose stopped. Michigan makes a stand and comes up with a milestone playoff victory.
Wolverines win it 27-20. That's that milestone victory you just heard about right there. Their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, was nice. 17 of 27, 221 in the air, 3 touchdowns. Bama's Jalen Milroe didn't get as loose as Clint thought, but 16 of 23 for 116 in the air, 21 rush attempts, just 63 yards, and that was putting in some work. As he started his night off 4 rushes, minus 20 yards. Not a good start for him. That late drive in the fourth quarter by Michigan to convert that 4th and 2, then get 2 back-to-back chunk plays of 16 and 29. That's when I thought, I'm watching the best football team in this football game, at least. Maybe it turns out the best in the entire country. That was pretty evident for me. And then they flexed their muscle on a goal line stand late.
Yeah, look, Sean, this one's easy for me, man. The better team won. I still believe that Alabama's the more explosive, the faster, the twitchier team, and I thought that was going to be the difference, but it wasn't, because although they were the faster, twitchier, more explosive football team, when you look at it, the advantage that Michigan had in terms of being physical and playing fast, knowing what their plan was, executing their plan without thinking and playing fast, they were the better team. They were better in the trenches offensively and defensively, and they made this a heavyweight bout is what they did. And they made this about a final drive in the game is what they did. And they were more physical. They were coached better. They were more prepared. They out-executed. Their quarterback was significantly better. And the better team won last night. My thought was that the speed of Alabama, really Jalen Milroe, would be a difference maker and really put this out of reach to where Michigan all of a sudden, no matter how physical you are, you got to go make big plays. You got to play fast. Mm-hmm. And that never happened for Alabama. Michigan kept it close. They made it about one drive. They capitalized on that one drive. And then in overtime, they made it about one drive, and their defense was dominant. It was Michigan was the better football team, and they are in the college football championship.
Talk about one drive. Well, they're in that championship with this team, the Washington Huskies, after a 37-31 victory over Texas last night. It became about one final drive, maybe one final play. And then you get another chance at one final play. I mean, how many opportunities did Texas actually get last night? The beneficiary of some really, really close calls, but they just don't get it done. Quinn Ewers, 24-43, 318 with a touchdown. Those numbers kind of inflated because, well, he hit a 41-yarder and a 16-yarder to get them close and give them an opportunity to throw one into the end zone, but just couldn't get it done. Not 0 for 1, not 0 for 2, not 0 for 3, but 0 for 4 opportunities throwing the ball in the end zone. Just couldn't connect. And I felt like Sarkisian in that offense just limited itself there late, Clint, because they really shut that end zone down and they said, we're going to use this third of it. Like, they didn't use the entire end zone. It was kind of one track. They didn't use the entire field, I didn't think, late. I thought to their disadvantage.
Yeah, look, I would have bet a house note when it was 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line with enough time for Sarkisian to run 4 plays, 4 shots at the end zone. With him being one of the better play callers in all of college football, one of the better offensive minds in all of college football, Quinn Ewers obviously knows the offense like the back of his hand. He's got multiple wide receivers that are problems. In terms of going up and catching 50-50 balls. So you got a great schemer and some man beaters. I would have bet a huge house note that Steve Sarkisian would get it done and win that ball game.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't think they deserved to be where they were. I thought Washington was the better football team throughout the entire game. I'm surprised Washington wasn't up 3 scores, if we're being honest. Texas turned the football over twice, and against that offense, they were lucky to survive that and even have a shot, to be completely honest with you. They somehow found a way to stay in this thing down the stretch and give themselves a shot from the damn 12-yard line, 4 shots from the 12-yard line to win it. And Washington was able to hang on. I still believe that the best football team won. I know, and look, these 2 games changed my opinion. I did not think Michigan or Washington was I thought this was a Texas-Alabama a national championship game. After watching those football games, I think the more complete football teams, the more let's say more is probably not fair. The teams that were better coached, more prepared, I think we're going to see those two teams match up in the national championship game.
There you go.
I firmly believe
Title
that.
game, H-Town, Monday, January 8th at NRG Stadium. Number 2, Washington. Number 1, Michigan. By the way, the opening line, Michigan, a 4.5-point favorite. Over-under 55 for all you bettors out there.
You're talking about, I mean, look, and I know statistically this isn't necessarily fact, but I do believe if you watch games, it's hard for you to go anywhere else. You got the best defense in college football. Statistically, that is fact. And I think you got the best offense in college football. When you talk about Washington and Michael Penix, I know they're pass happy. They don't run it as well as some other teams do. But when you talk about this dude has got 4 wideouts now. One of them wasn't healthy all year long. He's got 4 wideouts now that are absolute problem. His offensive line won the Joe Moore Award, and I personally believe after watching him last night on the biggest stage with the brightest lights, I believe he is the best quarterback in college football.
Team of Destiny? We shall see come January 8th.
One thing's for sure, the Longhorns are not a team of destiny.
Big 3 and 3. Number 3.
Glad you're not at that last stage, that denial stage.
My wife hates you.
I'm sorry, Lauren.
Oh, man. Well, hey, Ron's got to be happy somewhere after last night's Rockets victory over the Pistons.
Up on that couch,
T-Mill, right? Do you remember how concerned this dude was last week talking about, oh, my God, like we both talked about it. If the Rockets lost to the Pistons.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good.
It wouldn't have been good, but you didn't have to. You went in with a little less stress last night, right? Because the Pistons had beaten the Raptors a couple of nights ago. Some way, somehow, they get a 2-point victory. Rockets destroy the Pistons, 136-113 last night. A 47-point third quarter. That has to be. Is that a franchise record in any quarter?
It might be. I want to say I read something like. Let me check on that.
Go look that up. I meant to do it earlier.
Any quarter record? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no chance.
I think the Rockets actually have a 50-point.
Well, but that's what I'm talking about.
No, not for sure.
Like with James Harden and those runs where they were scoring a boatload of points, you don't think they ever scored more than 47 points in a quarter?
I think in that era, I think they had a 50-point quarter. I feel like I remember that. But Tyler will find that for us. Nevertheless, in that third quarter.
Cheryl will. Or maybe Ron, who's sitting on his couch with his toes up. Maybe he can help.
Maybe. Getting a dang pedicure done. 6 threes in that third quarter. A ton of paints in the point. That was really the story of the ballgame throughout. I mean, they scored from all over the place. One of the top players in the ballgame over the course of the last 5 games, certainly, really all season, Alperen Sengun, 26 points last night, 9 assists, 4 rebounds. Jabari Smith led the Rockets with 6 rebounds. And let's see, who else? Oh, yeah. What's this guy everybody was crushing? What's his name? Jalen Green.
He had him a night, didn't he?
3 straight games of 20-plus points. Only the second time he's done that all season long. And he's doing it maybe the most efficient way that he's done it in his career. He's taken much better shots, was good from 3 last night. I think knocked in 6 of them alone. 15 to 35 total for the Rockets as a team. Really, it's a good win because you did exactly what you were supposed to do against the worst team in the entire league, the Detroit Pistons. Now in the midst of a 7-game homestand, they've got tonight off before tipping it back off tomorrow, I believe, against the Brooklyn Nets. So kudos to the Rockets. That's going to do it for our Big 3 at 3. And look, we've got to talk about something. Next segment. I don't know how realistic it's going to be. I don't know how realistic it is. But I love Devin Singletary. I love the Texans haven't given up on Dameon Pierce. I love the fact that Bobby Slowick in that offense, whether it's with C.J. Stroud,
man, would you get to it already, man? We got a former Pro Bowl, one of the best running backs in the NFL in the recent history is on the streets, man. We going to pick this guy up or what?
Are we?
I don't know. We'll talk about it next. Before we do that, talking about picking somebody up. How about QC Kinetics, man? You out there dealing with some chronic joint pain? Well, look, you can make the decision right now.
podcast. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. He's Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner here. It's The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, I should have just come out and said it, but I guess maybe I was, Clint, trying to convince myself like this could be even a possibility. Do I even want to think that it is? We can discuss. You can weigh in, 713-572-4610. I'm talking about the Jets waiving running back Dalvin Cook, 28 years old, sparingly used this season. Some people think he's washed. I tend to believe otherwise, but we shall see. I don't know if he's going to clear waivers or not. I don't know how that process works. If he's in the midst of it right now as we speak, I can just tell you this. At about 43 minutes ago, the news broke that the Jets were waving bye-bye to Dalvin Cook, which means if he clears waivers, he'll be an unrestricted free agent, can sign with a team, and can make a Super Bowl run with whomever he chooses best. Do the Texans kick the tires on Dalvin Cook?
Yes, absolutely. You kick the tires. Look, when Tom Pelissero, when he crafts a tweet, right, to announce the release of a 4-time Pro Bowl running back in Dalvin Cook, he says this is done to allow Cook the opportunity to play for a playoff team per his agency. The beautiful thing about this is when we see to allow an opportunity to play for a playoff team, that includes the Houston Texans, okay? And you look at the running back situation, and regardless of what you make of it, Devin Singletary is doing a good job. But there is a desperate need for a running back that fits this system, if you will. When I say fit, knows this system, is experienced in the league in multiple systems, multiple run game schemes, has the ability to make a defender miss, has the ability to take it the distance. There is a need here in Houston. They are on the verge of being a playoff team. And when I look at this team from the other perspective, which is Dalvin Cook's, if you're Dalvin Cook, you got to damn sure like the opportunity to get in this running back room and get touches. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about just this year. I'm talking about down the road and what this team's building and what DeMeco Ryans wants. We've said this before. DeMeco Ryans has made this a destination organization. I do believe players want to play in this system. And I firmly believe, I personally believe, that Dalvin Cook still has plenty left in the tank to help a football team for years to come.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong. As he's going through waivers, we're talking about heading into the last week of the season. The Texans aren't in the playoffs yet, okay? They need to win to get in. The Texans' turn on the waiver wire would theoretically be the first amongst every other playoff team that is bound for the postseason already this year, right? So Texans' turn comes up on the waiver wire. They should nab him on waivers. If they want Dalvin Cook, there's no way you allow him to clear waivers, because if he clears waivers, he's an unrestricted free agent. He gets to choose where he wants to go. In no way, shape, or form would he choose to come to the Houston Texans, a team that is not guaranteed to get in beyond, this Saturday's game with the Colts. Like, is he waiting? And if he's waiting, why wouldn't he choose the likes of the Ravens, the likes of the Browns, the likes of the Dolphins, the likes, those teams that are guaranteed your seeds 1 through 5 in either conference that are guaranteed to get in? If the Texans want him, you have to claim him off of waivers. And chances are nobody that's before the Texans on the waiver wire would be touching him with a 10-foot pole for the final game of the season, right?
I don't know. I don't know, whether Baltimore or Cleveland would be interested. I don't, and I'm just using those teams as you mentioned. There's also Kansas. There's plenty of teams up there.
49ers. Look, and I invoked all of those teams because of course. It only took 49 minutes, Clint. There's already an article out about the top 5 destinations, the biggest, or the possible landing spots for Dalvin Cook. Cowboys, Ravens, Dolphins, 49ers, Browns.
Yeah, I mean,
there you have it.
Arguably, list them again.
Cowboys are number one. God dog it. All right, Cowboys, Ravens, Dolphins, 49ers, and the Cleveland Browns. Those are your top 5 most likely destinations for Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, I mean, if one of those teams wants Dalvin Cook and Dalvin Cook is literally making this decision based on a legitimate playoff run, then obviously there's going to be better suitors, assuming everybody wants Dalvin Cook's services. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think there's some of those teams that are going to be happy with what they have. But I look at it as a more of a future play for the Texans in terms of them showing interest. I don't know if they can get it done. I don't know what it's going to take to get it done. But in terms of them showing interest and flipping the tires, I think the answer is absolutely yes. And then I think Dalvin Cook is crazy being where he's at in his career if he doesn't consider Houston along with anybody, right? You go to the 49ers, it's nice on there. Dalvin Cook ain't going to the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey plays 97% of the snaps.
Exactly.
He's not going there. The Dolphins may make some decent sense for him. Cleveland, he ain't going there. Chubb's going to be back next year unless this is legitimately for a hope to win a title this year with the Cleveland Browns. I would be willing to bet you there's more to the decision than that for Dalvin Cook, but nonetheless.
Yeah, you're probably going to a place where you can see a future.
Yeah, I would think so. You know? I don't know contractually. I don't know contractually how it ties the Dalvin Cook to whatever team claims him, or I would imagine he's going to clear waivers. If he clears waiver, becomes a street free agent, now he can go wherever the hell he wants to go. I don't know exactly what that looks like, what kind of commitment he wants, what kind of commitment the team would want. I don't get off in all that contract talk because I don't even pretend to understand all of it. But if it's at all possible, the Texans are a team on the rise, and I'm talking about on a rise as quickly as anybody in the league in terms of arriving and being a playoff team. And there's one glaring issue with this football team that I think is one guy away, and that's the running back room.
Yeah. I just – if the Texans want him, you have to claim him off of waivers. It's just that simple.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Unless you let this season play out and then this offseason you go out and get him and you sign him to a deal, if we're talking future. But if you're talking this year, you have to claim him off of waivers because he's not going to choose you. He's not going to choose the Texans. And I don't – unless it comes after Saturday.
But you're assuming that all those other teams are going to want the guy.
No, and why wouldn't you want running back depth? Quality running back depth.
Why was he available so long for the New York Jets?
He went to the New York Jets because he thought he was going to be playing with Aaron Rodgers.
No, I get it, but it ain't like that. It ain't like folks were beating his door down when he. I mean, I know there were some teams that were interested. I think the Miami Dolphins were one of them that was very interested.
Look,
but it wasn't like that. Like everybody was beating the guy's door down. I don't know, Sean. I don't know exactly.
A guy that's rushed for more than 1,100 yards in 4 straight seasons, has made 4 straight Pro Bowls, has finished top 5 in Player of the Year. Inside of the last 5 seasons. He's 28 years old. I don't know why a lot of teams wouldn't want a guy like that unless it's just he's not a system fit, which, you know what? Like, you get a talent like that, I'm going to worry about the system later. I
agree. I'm not a system fit guy. I think if you're a top-of-the-line running back, you figure things out. You've got patience. You've got vision. There's something that makes you great. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it would be crazy. Like, to me, and again, I don't know if this is a future play or if it's just a playoff play. I don't know what it turns out to be for Dalvin Cook. But if it is a play that ties you to a team longer than this year, Dalvin Cook would be silly to sign with the San Francisco 49ers over the Texans.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Because of Christian McCaffrey.
Right. So I mean, the list of him potentially signing with the 49ers, I mean, it's like I just think there's more to the possibility than that. And I think the Texans should be in the conversation. Like, if we're having a legit conversation about running back needy football teams that would sign him and he would move the needle for them, I think Houston's probably at the top of that list.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so.
I mean, Miami's got some serious speed in their backfield and in that running back room that they're scoring a lot of points with.
He was rumored to go to the Dolphins before he'd signed with the Jets, and we had conversations about, oh my goodness, like what would that Dolphins offense look like with Dalvin Cook and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Tua doing Tua things? Be crazy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep you updated as we find out more with Dalvin Cook, whether he clears waivers or not. Hopefully we'll find that out before the end of the show. But I don't know. I wouldn't anticipate that. We'll see. What we do know is the official injury report for your Houston Texans is out. When we come back, we will have that for you. And I'm going to ask you a question. You think about it. Which scenario would be the best thing for the Houston Texans, assuming they win this weekend's primetime matchup with the Indianapolis Colts? We'll discuss next.
Andre Johnson is officially a finalist for the 2024 NFL
career.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Every once in a while we make a mistake. I made a mistake. I forgot we have C.J. Stroud in this segment.
What?
Speaking...
How the hell did you do that?
I don't know.
Johnny?
I don't know. We got all hot and heavy in the Dalvin Cook stuff, and I was ready
thinking about Sarah Jessica Parker.
Thinking about that damn waiver wire.
I was. All right, we got to make some time for C.J. Stroud addressing the Houston media right now at NRG. Take a listen.
I think I've grown a lot in a lot of different places. I think our team has grown as a whole. I think we've put a multitude of games together to make our team really kind of stick like glue. Like we've come into a great situation of like now we're starting to pick up our chemistry better than ever. So it's like night and day from week 2 to now. So
you've played in a lot of big games in your life. What's your approach in regards to either talking about the magnitude of it and taking it head on, or just business as usual? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I really feel. I mean, yeah, you gotta keep it. It is what it is. Like, you don't want to make it too high. You don't want to make it too low. It's just a regular game. Since I told my teammates earlier, like it's the same game we've been playing since we've been young. You know, so nothing changes. Gotta just prepare hard and do everything that we need to do to try to win this game. And I think that'll take us home. But trying to make it too big, that'll like psych you out and make you nervous and stuff. So I just believe in staying even keel.
The camaraderie in the locker room, how have you seen that grow? How would you describe kind of the relationships you guys have built?
Yeah, we built a lot of strong relationships this year. A lot of guys coming in and coming out, and like the core group of guys, we've really gotten close and then invited those new guys in with open arms. You know, I think our front office has done a great job of bringing guys in who like to be in the locker room. And we have really all of our players, I feel, are really comfortable around each other. We all have great conversation and things like that. So it's been great to get to know these new group of teammates and brothers that I have, and we're closer than ever.
What is it for the defensive front seven, especially from linebackers?
Yeah, I think their defense really is a really good defense. Of course, up front with 99 and 90, two really good players. Of course, and Zaire Franklin is a good backer. He flies around. I think he has the most tackles in the league right now. So he's doing a good job by getting guys on the ground and stuff. So we got to just be on our A game with everything and do us as best as we can. And I'm really excited for this matchup.
See, a lot of people saying that they are surprised that the Texans but a lot of people in the locker room, including you, always believe you guys can do something special. Was there anything in a particular moment, training camp, preseason, where you guys knew, okay, we could be something special this year?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just a group of guys that we put together had a winning mindset from the beginning, and I really feel like it wasn't ever in my mind. I was like, man, I'm going out there to lose, or not to lose, but to like try to win. Like, nah, we're going out to win. You know, like that's the mindset I think everybody in our locker room has. So it really was early on, like probably even like in rookie mini camp, being with the rookies. That's when my confidence started to build up. So it's been good because we've actually been able to win games, you know, and it's never about what everybody else says, about what we put on the field. We're the ones that control. Everybody else just watches, you know. But it is what it is, and I think we built something special, but we got to just finish.
What's the balance from, week 2, you guys played on week 2, you guys are a much different team now, but, just looking at some of the stuff that were there versus just kind of focusing on how the Colts have looked in the past, month. What's kind of that balance of self-scouting against them versus what we've done recently?
Yeah, I mean, week 2 from now is you have two different football teams, like they're a different team, we're a different team. And you got to kind of plan for what they've been doing lately, not more so what they did against us. Of course, you got to watch it and look, because that's good background, just to see how guys play, how they move around, and stuff like that. But I feel like you definitely got to be able to throw that stuff away and look to the last couple of games they've played and really lock into what they're doing now. And they're a really special team. They've done a lot of great things, and it's going to be a good matchup.
You
TJ, you're talking about the relationships that you built. Why is that so important? Maybe particularly inside this locker room. It seems like that is especially cohesive inside the locker room. You guys trust one another, all those things. Why is that so important to the product that you put on the field?
Yeah, I think like for the guys who've been places that have won a lot of games, like myself, I mean, the closest teams I've been on were the best teams. And it's something that happens natural. Like, you can't force it. Then it's just unauthentic, and everybody's just kind of like just not being themselves, and that's not what you want. But like other guys like LT, Shaq Mason, really all the guys, Jimmy Ward, like whenever they get up and talk, they really talk about how the closest teams were the best teams they've ever been on. So that's something that was big for us in the beginning, and we built that naturally, and D'Amico also says the same thing, and that's really probably why we're so close. Winning too.
Sunday, that you felt like probably the area you from most is the state with these people when they take those defense. Like, what might have been an example earlier that you might not have had that same role?
We were playing actually with the Colts week 2, and we were probably plus 25, around 25-30 yard line, and we called like a not really a shot, but like a 4 vertical look. And they did a good job by carrying the safeties with the vertical seams, and I had Metch, or no, I was looking to the right and I went left, and I had Metch in the flat, and I didn't take it, and I tried to hit the check. The check down was there too. I didn't take it, and I ran. I got hit, and I threw it away. I took an extra hit for no reason, So in this past game, we had a shot play. They went Tampa 2, and I seen it was taken away, and I threw it to DP. He made a good catch, and that's just growth right there, just knowing not to take hits when you don't need to, and just getting the ball at your hand, helping your O-line out, So that's like an example of me growing in that type of area.
TJ, you've been in a lot of big games, but where would you rank this game? You're playing for a chance to go to the playoffs on national television in your first primetime game in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to have fun. I think, like I was saying earlier, is just go be myself. Go be ourselves. Go just put it on the field, and there's nothing to lose. There's a lot to lose, but in my mindset, there's nothing to lose. Like, what are you gonna go out there and we're really just going to go out there with confidence. That was the main thing we talked about today, being relentless in every single thing that we do. And what's the worst that can happen, by playing hard and playing fast. So we don't doubt ourselves. We really think we can win this game, and that's the plan. So we'll go out there and just execute.
In your career, the biggest game you've been a part of, the Georgia game or the Louisville game, obviously this is probably the biggest game so far in your rookie year, but the biggest game you've always been able to play at your absolute best. What is about those type of moments that brought the best out of you?
I think, like I said, just being myself, just not making the moment bigger than what it is, and just going out there and having fun. This game is meant to be fun, so that's what I plan to do, not be in the eggshell. I'd be nervous. Of course, they're going to be I have natural nerves every game, but I just think those are probably the reason why I just really just lock into my preparation and things like that.
Last one, Sarge. At this point of your career, it seems like adding rookie to you is just semantically speaking, just because of the number of years you've been in the NFL. When you go into the quarterback room, you have Davis in there, you have Case in there, you have Bobby in there, Gerard in there. How much input do you have now, and how much do they look towards you to say, what is the game plan you want to have?
Yeah, we have a good mixture of just conversation and input that we get to put in there for the game plan and stuff, and I've been trying to get more in and things like that, and it's just a conversation, going between the quarterback room and Bobby and stuff like that. So it's been a lot more just just a trust factor that I've been able to protect the ball really well and things like that, and that's really big, going into your first year. I feel like really for everybody, like from year 1 to year 15, whatever that is, like protecting the ball puts trust into your coordinator that he can call a play, and if it's not there, you'll be smart with it and not make a bad play worse or whatever. So it's been good. I've been able to ask for certain things and get certain looks and do different stuff. So it's been good, and hopefully just keep building that.
There you go, C.J. Stroud from NRG addressing the Houston media ahead of the biggest game of the season, win or go home against the Indianapolis Colts on Saturday, 7:15. Of course, he had to field the proverbial, what's it going to be like to play in a primetime game? I always think those are silly questions because there's cameras around already. They're not watching the game. They're playing in the game. Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a factor at all, is it?
No. I mean, I know, look, it's hard to ignore the hype around the game. I looked up a while ago, Adam Schefter, I believe, or Ian Rappaport, one of the two, they're retweeting the Texans injury report now. Oh, that's a lot of starters. By the way, we're going to hit that in the next segment, the Texans injury report. But there's a lot of interest around this football game. Clearly, it's why it got flexed into the Saturday night time slot, primetime time slot. So it's hard to completely ignore because there'll be a lot more media requests, and there'll be the questions. Obviously, will be different. Will be about primetime and about the playoffs, and so it's hard to completely ignore. But yeah, once the thing is once you go to pregame meal.
Mm-hmm.
And you get on the same bus, and you go to the same locker room, you get dressed, you go down the same tunnel to the same 100-yard football field that you call home. It's got you grab that pigskin. It's got 4 panels, 8 laces, and you go out there and you play the game, no matter what time it is. So ultimately, the only time it matters is kind of in the build up and the lead into the game. And I think D'Amico Ryans has done a tremendous job keeping these guys grounded. Now, there's been a couple of times you could tell he was frustrated after losses.
Yeah.
Maybe they got to feeling themselves a little bit. Maybe he didn't like the way they prepped or the way they responded to a win or a loss. But that's growing pains of a rebuilding franchise. And it appears that D'Amico has done a really good job of grooming these guys for this particular situation.
I think so. I think that's a good point. I mean, D'Amico's talked a number of times throughout the course of the season about his team being able to respond after a loss, and we've seen that, and the Texans have done well. That's something that D'Amico felt like they were able to kind of respond well to early on in the season, even before the bye week. He talked about how proud he was of his team being able to respond after a loss. And I asked him the question weeks ago, well, what about the team's mindset, preparation, ability to respond to a win?
Yeah.
And that was something that he flat out said, you know what? Yeah, we could do better at that. And I feel like they've gotten better at that. To me, it's about the routine. Like when you're talking about a primetime game, something that's, well beyond your usual noon start. When you're talking about having to kick off at 7:15, guys not being used to sitting around and doing nothing all day, that's the change. And D'Amico, I think, addressed that on his coach's show, what was it, yesterday on Texans Radio with Vandy and Harris, and that, look, they have one example they can point to, and that was that 4th and final preseason game against the New Orleans Saints. They played at night there, and they're going to use the similar schedule.
But these guys have all played big-time college ball or in the league for a handful of years where
you got to draw upon that.
They played on, with a long day of rest. That they're the one thing that I think pro athletes, the majority of, if not all of them, do really, really, really well. Is adapt to situations like that. I mean, they compartmentalize. They don't let it bother them. They block out the noise. The really good ones have the ability to do that. All these guys have experience playing late games, traveling. Like we start talking about short weeks and traveling here, traveling there. Man, the game got moved up, or man, the game got moved back to a later time, and you've been playing all noon games. Like that's the least of my worries as it pertains to the Houston Texans. So we'll see how that all goes down. But we got an injury report, boys. We got an injury report. Like I said, it's an injury report for the Houston Texans that Ian Rappaport is tweeting, quote tweeting, because, damn it, there's a lot of starters on that list. Is that a typical first practice of the week, a lot of rest? Or do we have problems in Houston before the most important ball game of the year. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
The Texans' playoff hopes come down to Saturday in Indy. Does this squad have what it takes to make a run? Sheldon Rankin sure thinks so.
All we need is an opportunity. When we're operating the way we operate at a high level, playing violent and physical, fast, I truly believe there aren't many teams that want to see us with that opportunity.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at North Post Oak. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. They said Jim Harbaugh would never beat Ohio State and win a Big Ten championship. Michigan has now defeated Ohio State and won the Big Ten 3 years in a row. They also said Harbaugh would never win a college football playoff game. Michigan just defeated Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Harbaugh's brought Michigan back, but they're
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, the Texans, winner, or more importantly, loser goes home, winner advances, man. Playoff atmosphere Saturday night versus the Indianapolis Colts. You win, you're in. You lose, you go home. The only thing that can make this better, boys, is if it was at home. It's against the Colts, division opponent, a playoff appearance on the line, potentially a division championship on the line if the stars align for you and you win this ball game. And it looks like, for the most part, that the Texans are, in some degree, going to at least have some key players this week, starting with C.J. Stroud. They're going to have a handful of key players that we know are healthy, but the injury report, Bijani, is not as long as it's been all year. We've been talking about, damn it, man, I got to get my readers out just to read it because the font's so small because there's damn near 30 names on there.
Well, it's different looking this year than it usually is.
This week, right?
Yeah.
It's not as long. The font's a little bigger.
It was only a walkthrough today, by the way.
But boy, are these it's a walkthrough for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, are these not some really, really important players to have not participated today. Will Anderson Jr., ankle, did not participate, although I do anticipate him playing more than the 12 snaps that he played last week. But for right now, he did not participate in this walkthrough on Tuesday, which is your typical Wednesday from a scheduling standpoint. Andrew Beck, tight end / fullback. He's played a lot this year. He did not participate, out with a calf. Not real sure what to think of that, having missed last week's game. All I know is Brevin Jordan is and was a solid fill-in for him and could potentially be the future at that position. Noah Brown, wide receiver, a back injury, did not practice. Now, this comes on the heels of another injury that kept Noah Brown from participating throughout the week. I don't think he missed a game from it the last couple of games. I don't think Noah Brown missed a game.
No.
But I know in practice he was dealing with, I think it was a knee or quad or hamstring or something.
It was a knee, and then it became a hip.
Yeah, okay. And now on this, it's a back. So Noah Brown clearly beat up pretty bad. Malik Collins did not play last week. He did not practice today, again, with a hip. That, to me, that's one of the big boys right there. You get him back in there this week, it would solidify that front to some degree. Jonathan Grenard, defensive end, edge rusher, your double-digit sack, your sack artist, if you will, did not practice today. Ankle is his issue. Sheldon Rankins did not practice today. Ankle. I would expect him at a touchdown last week. We had him on the post-game show. Appeared to be fine. I would expect this to be more of a rest day. Mm-hmm. Laramie Tunsil left last week's game with a groin. He's reportedly had a knee issue all year long. Now it's a groin. He did not practice today. And finally, last but not least, wide receiver Robert Woods did not practice today due to a hip. He left last week's game at some point in time, as did Noah Brown with the hip and back issue. For those two. But shorter list, but quite a few big names on that list. Sean.
Other good news, in regards to this list, per reports from Cody Stutes, who was out at practice today, I saw on his Twitter that Will Anderson at least was present, along with Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Laramie Tunsil. Those are the ones that I can confirm per reports that were actually present at practice and at least watching from the side. Other reports said they did not see Noah Brown, nor did they see Robert Woods. Not certain about Sheldon Rankins. But you mentioned about Rankins. He's been one of the ones here in probably about the last month that Wednesday practice rolls around, which they're really screwing with us on this practice report because it says Wednesday with all the DNPs on it. Today's Tuesday, and I've been messed up on my days for probably a week and a half because I was not used to Christmas being on a Monday. Monday felt like Sunday, and today feels like Wednesday, but it's Tuesday. It hadn't been not untypical for guys like Rankins and Collins and Tunsil and Shaq Mason and Noah Brown, Robert Woods to get those rest days. You know they're banged up, but they're going to rest regardless.
Well, I think one name not on here that we talked about earlier that I'm glad to see that he's not on this list at this point in time in the week is Nico Collins, because whether they play or not, even if they're just banged up, Robert Woods and Noah Brown are your I would say your 3 and 4 option on this team in terms of pass catchers. I think that the two most important are Nico Collins right now and Dalton Schultz right now. So good to see that Nico Collins is not on this list. I'll be honest with you, given that I know he played last week, but he's coming off a calf injury. I'm surprised he wasn't on this list, to be honest with you. To some degree, at least it's limited, but these are all did not practice guys.
I don't remember at what point in the game it was, but he made a catch through traffic and got up and was shaking his left arm.
Yep.
And you couldn't tell if it was fingers, if it was a hand, if it was an elbow, a forearm, whatever. But he went over, left for one play. Trainer looked at him, and they didn't bandage anything up at the time, but he went right back out there. And so I thought for sure, man, that might be something that lingers, and he'll show up on, Tuesday or Wednesday's report. But thankfully, you're right. I mean, he's not out there. That is somebody they need, because the one thing is you're kind of talking through that whole thing that worries me a little bit about the real options for the Texans outside of Nico and Dalton in the pass game, and what Slowick's been able to dial up every once in a while with Devin as a pass catcher out of the backfield. I worry about them being one-dimensional, and a defense like the Colts, I know we talked about their inexperienced secondary, how depleted they are, but being able to kind of neutralize what the Texans can do offensively, that bothers me.
Well, look, I think Robert Woods and Noah Brown being on this list as did not practice. I mean, look, that's if that happens tomorrow, I'm going to be concerned, right? I mean, that is quality depth, and I think all these receivers, these pass catchers being complementary, are how they've had success, right? It's not top heavy with one guy doing all the heavy lifting. There's been multiple guys go for over 100 yards. There's been multiple guys catch touchdowns. And so I just know this is if Nico Collins, along with Noah Brown and Robert Woods, is questionable, is injured, is limited, then you got major problems. As long as Dalton and Nico are healthy, you got a shot. The other one, my other concern, is a guy that is on this list right here, and it's Jonathan Grenard. I believe the Texans need Jonathan Grenard desperately in this particular ball game. You put Jonathan Grenard on one side and Will Anderson on the other. Again, Will Anderson's on here as well. Yeah, that guy. You put those two guys coming off the end, you've got one guy that's proven statistically with the stats to go get 2.5 sacks, to be a game changer in critical moments, and Will Anderson, who I believe did it last week in a very small sample size, had 2 back-to-back sacks. You got game changers coming off the end. And in a game like this, off both ends, and in a game like this, you're going to need that.
Yeah.
And so I think Jonathan Grenard.
Johnny Greenard.
Yep, that guy. Nico not being on it, Jonathan Grenard being on it, both of those are guys to keep an eye on, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. We'll see how it all boils down here as the week rolls on. It's going to be a funky week, though, because of the short week. We'll see how they handle practice. Today is typically, your first practice is typically a heavier workload, and hell, they walk through. So, we'll see what Wednesday and Thursday look like before a Saturday night ball game.
Set, red 22.
Sean, it's bowl season. Really, bowl season is come and gone. All you got left is the national title game. Do we have any games? Is there any more bowl games this week? Or are they all done? They didn't sneak one in after the semifinals?
No, we already had the all-popular Pop-Tart Bowl, so nothing to look forward to now besides January 8th.
Cheez-It tried to do some Pop-Tart type stuff, man. I wonder if they're owned by the same
that
parent.
Pop-Tart guy would have whooped that Cheez-It guy's ass.
Is that not phenomenal? But bowl season has come and gone, and look, we need to put to bed. I know there's a lot of frustration. I know there's a lot of emotion involved in bowl season. Right, because even if your team's not playing, you're at home a lot over the holidays, and we all like to sit around and watch and wager on college sports. Can we put one thing to bed? College football bowl games are going nowhere.
Of course.
We're not going to have fewer games.
Oh, no, hell no.
We're not going to do away with bowl games. It's just plumb ass silly. Every time I have a conversation with somebody in and around the college football landscape, one bowl game stinks, or they have to move it from the Bahamas to Charlotte because the stadium in the Bahamas is getting worked on, and I don't know why they had that bowl game anyway, yada, yada, yada.
Feed you, dine you, host you, house you.
That's it, and who passes up on that? Who passes up on that right there, Mayor? Look, here's the reality of it, right? A lot of folks are frustrated with bowl games because of what we watched with Georgia and Florida State. And I'm not even talking about that Florida State wasn't even in the college football playoffs. Forget that part of Florida State's season. But look at what happened to them in a bowl game. They played a really good team, and their quarterback was already hurt, and they had several NFL caliber players that chose to sit out and prepare for the NFL, or more, not take the risk of getting injured and prepare for the NFL. All right. So here's the deal. That particular situation, if you want to jump on Georgia and Florida State and say that's why, that's going to be solved with college football playoff expansion. You're not going to have to worry about the top 12 football teams in America. Mm-hmm. That Georgia-Florida State situation is going to be solved. The top teams in America, year after year, their players are going to play because they're still going to be playing for a championship, right?
Yeah.
You move the transfer window back, right? Right now, the transfer, and if you just move it back to January 2nd through January 7th, whatever the window is, move it back to after the first round of of college football playoff, the semifinal. And then the players that all chose to transfer, which required them to miss their bowl game, which again left a lot of teams shorthanded, those players, the majority of them, stay and play and then transfer afterwards. Right? There's going to be a handful of situations where you've got Drake May and you got Caleb Williams, who are slotted to be top 5 picks, quarterbacks, and their team didn't sniff the college football playoff. So they were in a regular bowl game, and those guys sit out. Jaden Daniels, the kid from LSU. Mm-hmm. Is it Jaden or Jalen?
I think it's Jalen.
Jalen. Either way it goes. Wins the Heisman Trophy, and I ain't got his first name. Imagine that. But either way it goes, there's going to be the quarterback that sits out because his team doesn't make the
Sorry, Jalen's the Kansas City Jayhawks quarterback. Jaden,
okay. It's that's going to happen. You're going to have to deal with that every now and then. But there's a boatload of money tied up in bowl games, and what kind of you think Pop-Tarts? You think Pop-Tarts got the bang for their buck that they wanted?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, Kansas State, NC State. Now, that's a good matchup, but the Pop-Tart, as long as there's companies out there.
But people don't care about that.
Don't care about what?
People don't care that a multi-billion-dollar company got more money and more exposure out of that. People want to see good football. And those football games suck ass.
I disagree. Sure, there are bad. I
don't want to watch a 6-6 versus a 7-5 squad play in a .com bowl or a Bad Boy Mower Bowl.
Well,
I don't care.
That's fine. Then don't watch it. Don't. But I mean, the deal is Tyler and I are going to watch and we're going to wager on that game, right? And at the end of the day, the point is everybody thinks, like I keep hearing people talk about, they're just going to do away with a bunch of these bowl games. No, they're not.
No, they should.
They're not. It's not going to happen. And I think that like the bowl games will be better if they fix the transfer window, right? And look, every year there's bad bowl games. Every year there's bad bowl games. Mm-hmm. But to sit around this year and act like there weren't good bowl games, no, there were good bowl games. Right, there were a handful of teams that didn't perform well that everybody expected to perform well, mm-hmm. and it's a topic of conversation. I just hate that it's people think they're going to go away. They're not. The other thing about it is you talk about the 6-6. To me, when we get down to those teams, Sean, it's like I can understand where you may not want to watch it, but at that point in time, that 6-6 football team needs that bowl game more than anybody that's going to play a bowl game. You get 12 to 15 extra practices. You get to work on your depth. You get to see what you're going to – I mean, it's just like that work is very valuable for those football teams.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to discount that. I mean, but the thing is with the college football situation anyway, especially with bowl – just period. College football, period. The allegiances are to those alums or, people closely tied to those universities for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Most of the people don't get behind those games. One, because they're not very good teams playing in them, and they just happen to be on. So there's no way they're making.
But that's never changed, though, Sean.
It's never changed.
There's always been six wins has always been what you got to get to. There's always been bad like early bowl season is not good football teams. But we still watch.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't know if you still watch. Your TV's on because who doesn't want football in the background when you're moving around the house and hanging out with family this time of year and drinking and eating? You got plans going on. Nobody's really sitting down in Houston, Texas to watch a Toledo versus Appalachian State bowl game. You know what I mean? Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I mean that's a convenient pick for your conversation. Toledo, really? Toledo, App State. That's what you go with.
Any random team.
Did you care to watch Kentucky Clemson this week? this year?
I did watch it because we were doing a show and it was on right in front of us.
So you wouldn't have cared to watch that before? See, I would have.
No, because
to me that was very interesting, and a big part of it is Clemson appears to be sliding.
They're 7-4, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a bad year for Clemson, and can it get worse? And it's bowl season, and hell yeah, I want to watch it. How can you not be interested in Kentucky Clemson?
Because it means nothing.
How about where you? What? None of them mean anything except for the two you watched last night.
Exactly.
Well, you Debbie Downing son of a.
Exactly. It's college football bowl games are like the Kentucky Derby. Like, I only care about what actually means something.
Man,
I don't care about all the races to get into the Kentucky Derby. I want to watch the Kentucky Derby.
A lot of betting on Kentucky Derby.
I want to watch the Indy 500.
I still got bragging rights in my household because I beat Texas on January 1, 2000, baby. And it was, guess what? It was for nothing.
That's right.
But what you guys are talking about.
But I still get love for it. Any Longhorn come at me, yeah, well, last time I got on the field with y'all, I whooped that ass.
What you guys are talking about is the only reason the average person not affiliated with those schools or universities watch. It's because they're gambling on it.
I disagree. I think
gambling is saving this
you're
crap.
Clearly an NFL guy.
I
think there's a lot of college football. I think there's a lot of college football fans, including myself. Like, I enjoyed the hell out of that A&M Oklahoma State game. I stayed an hour longer away from my wife and my two babies because that game was interesting to me.
It's a Texas school. I'm more interested in that than anything else that we've talked about. But it's not like I'm going to change my plans to watch that because I'm not affiliated with it. I'm a Houston Cougar. That's it.
We all three can agree, though. I mean, like last night, that's an inning we can all be happy with. Watching the Longhorns lose, go down like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Something that means
that's what I meant. Great game, but we can all be happy about that.
I get what you're saying, Clint, but ultimately
they're going nowhere. Ultimately, was my point.
You're right. They're not going anywhere, but they ain't going to be on my TV screen. That's for damn sure. Coming up next, it's not the matchup. I guarantee it. And you know it. We're talking about college football. It's not the matchup really anybody wanted around these parts, but will it be the best game you possibly could have gotten? That's next Monday night. We'll talk about it. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, and for Ron today, he'll be back tomorrow. I'm Sean Bajani. He's Clint Stoerner. T-Mill doing his thing. Coming up next segment, we'll talk about Texans' best-case playoff scenario. What do you want? Assuming the Texans continue to control their own destiny and beat the Colts. Yeah, playoffs. Jim Mora, get your ass out of here. You can only dream of that stuff now. Couldn't take care of business 20 years ago. You ain't got nothing to do with it now.
We suck.
Yep, you do. All right. You know what maybe a lot of people think does suck? Coming up next Monday night, January 8th, NRG, College Football Playoff Championship, is this matchup. Michigan and Washington coming to Texas to play a championship game? I know you wanted Alabama, Texas. Hell, I wanted Alabama, Texas. Who didn't want that?
Me.
I mean, yeah, I know you, Tyler. Damn Aggie. Get out of here. I mean,
well, I think everybody wanted Alabama, Texas with the game being here. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the cost of admission went down significantly. I heard the In the Loop guys breaking down the numbers, but the cost to get in the building went down significantly. I mean, like from $2,000 to $800 to get in the building. Yeah. It was a big financial hit.
Needs to come down more to fit in my tax bracket. But I know what you're saying.
Ain't that the damn truth? But yeah. So look, I think when you look at the two potential outcomes of who it could have been, I think Alabama Texas would have been the sexier matchup just from the two brands. I think Texas Michigan would have been the other matchup that would have been really, really sexy. I think when you throw Washington in there, even though I do believe that they got this right, the two best teams in college football are in the championship game. I think for some reason when you bring a team from the Northwest down here that not a lot of people have seen play much ball this year outside of last night's game, I think the appeal goes down a bit. So yeah, I would say if you could have handpicked the matchup to be here at NRG Stadium for the College Football Championship, I believe this would have been the fourth option you would have picked.
But don't you think now that after having watched both of those games last night that you've got the best possible matchup? I mean, you look at that Michigan defense, see how they flex their muscle late against Alabama, and then Michael Penix Jr., man, the best quarterback going right now in college football, finished second in the Heisman. Dude had a game last night. Maybe a season of destiny for him, maybe the team of destiny this season for Washington and the Huskies. You've got both of those teams going now. Maybe that's the best matchup we possibly could have gotten, and we'll have it on Monday.
Look, we got a sexy matchup when it comes to football. I believe this. I believe Michael Penix is the best quarterback in college football. I think he's the best prospect, in NFL prospect in college football. Now maybe splitting hairs there with Caleb Williams, and it may be a recency bias, but I love the way this kid plays the position, man. You're talking about a rare elite combination of arm strength and quick release that is absolutely rare, and there's some serious arm talent there that I didn't think was there initially when I saw him playing at Indiana. This is when it comes to distributing the football accurately, aggressively, with authority, across the field. There's nobody in the game right now, in the college game, that's doing it the way that Michael Penix is doing it in this Washington offense, and he's got some hellacious weapons. And so I personally believe that you've got the best offense in college football. I believe that you've got the best quarterback in all of college football, and they're going against what I believe, and really statistically I think it's factual, they're going against the best defense in college football.
You talk about maybe having the best quarterback going in college football. Did you hear what Jim Harbaugh said last night after the game about his quarterback? If you didn't, take a listen. Here's what he had to say about J.J. McCarthy.
And in overtime against Alabama, I think the last quarterback to win in overtime against Alabama was none other than Tom Brady. And I've said it before, but this is right here. This is the greatest quarterback in University of Michigan football, college football history. Got a long way to go to get to get where Tom Brady eventually got to, which is the GOAT. I mean, he's lapped the field when it comes to that. But in a college career, there's been nobody at Michigan better than JJ. And I know we talk about an amalgamation of quarterbacks. He is that guy.
You lost me at amalgamation. I don't know what the hell that means. But
he invoked the GOAT and then used a very large word in which I maybe have only heard once, but I had no idea what it means.
Yeah, look, I think when you talk about Harbaugh, he took the opportunity to really take some shots and defend his group and stir the pot a bit consistently, not just with the J.J. McCarthy comments, but the comments about in response to him being suspended half the games this year, all that kind of jive. But in terms of the matchup, I don't know where J.J. McCarthy ranks in Michigan history, but in terms of the matchup, J.J. McCarthy is the second best quarterback in the championship game this year. It's contrasting styles. You got a physical brand, bruising, downhill, run heavy football team, run oriented football team versus a pass happy football team in Washington. I just think that the matchup is absolutely tremendous. Now, one thing I will agree with Harbaugh is that I do think J.J. McCarthy is a Heisman caliber quarterback. Like I don't know what didn't study Michigan this year, and I don't know exactly what happened. I know the Heisman hype was hot early on with him, and I don't know if the year maybe just didn't go according to plan or the stats aren't there. I don't know exactly why.
The numbers are fantastic. 2,800 yards, 73% completion percentage, and a 22-4 touchdown to interception ratio.
Yeah, I mean 22 touchdowns and would you say 20? How many yards?
28.
Yeah, those stats are just not going to get it done, even if you win all your games. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong.
Very good, yeah.
But I think that they had hopes of him being putting up bigger numbers and at least being in the Heisman hunt down the stretch. Probably will be next year. But I'm telling you, this matchup is absolutely tremendous because again, what Michigan did yesterday, their D-line versus Alabama was absolutely phenomenal. And guess what? Washington's got. They got the best offensive line in football.
It's going to be good.
You know what I mean? So
it's going to be good, man. You want to see best on best.
I mean, you're looking at. I don't even know if it's arguable, but they got the best receiving core in all of college football, top to bottom. They got the best offensive line, according to the award, the Joe Moore Awards, the best total offensive line. They won that award. I believe that they've got the best quarterback in college football, and I think anybody that has him outside their top three is crazy. And all of that versus the best defense in America.
Yeah, I'm anxious to just see a little bit of controversy made here. If Michigan's able to win on Monday night, can you imagine the hate? The hate that is going to be delivered and felt throughout college football after the cheating scandal and that controversy this season. That's what I'm looking forward to, really. That's going to be something to see, though. Should be a great, great game. Monday night, NRG, January 8th, right here in Houston, Texas. Coming up next, which scenario would be the best possible thing for your Texans, assuming they get to play extra football beyond Saturday and beat the Colts? Which scenario would be the best thing? We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. Clint Stoerner here, along with T-Mill. 713-572-4610 if you want to be a part of it. Would like to hear from you. Which scenario would be the best thing for the Texans? Question Clint asked yesterday. We didn't really have an opportunity to get into it. We talked so much about the game that was this past Sunday at NRG, the victory over the Titans, but it's now a win or go home against the Colts. Saturday afternoon, or evening, rather, in Indianapolis, 7:15 kick in primetime. If the Texans win, they could be the 4th seed, they could be the 6th seed, they could be the 7th seed. It all depends on how things shake out between two other games, Jags and the Titans and the Dolphins and the Bills. Quite simply, if the Texans win, they'll be the 4th seed if the Jags lose to the Titans. It's probably the least likely of all of these scenarios, so don't hold your breath if you want the Texans to host a playoff game against the Browns. The most likely is the 7th seed scenario, where the Texans would face the Bills in Buffalo. That would happen if they beat the Colts, Jags beat the Titans, and the Bills beat the Dolphins. They could be the 6th seed, Clint, and they'd face the Chiefs in Kansas City if the Texans beat the Colts, Jags beat the Titans, but Dolphins beat the Bills. Which scenario would you want the Texans to best be in? Think about it. What do you want to see? Where are they most likely to be successful? Is it at home hosting a playoff game? That's the least likely. Would it be on the road? And what's funny about these is all three of them, whether it's big or small, Clint, come full circle in more ways than just one. If you think from a city of Houston historical aspect, Oilers, Bills, 1993, which, by the way, it's the 30th damn anniversary of that. 35-3 this football season. Texans did beat Josh Allen and the Bills in the 2019 playoffs, overcoming a 16-point deficit in the third quarter to do so. It'd be nice if you give the city of Houston some retribution, vengeance, and beat the Bills at their place. This time, if you have that opportunity for just the third time in franchise history. Is that your favorite? Do you like that?
Buffalo in January?
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen seems to be getting things together. Joe Brady calling the shots. They're running the football better. You still got Diggs out wide to deal with. Kincaid, that tight end they drafted out of Utah, is coming along.
Yeah.
What's the other big catch name? Gabriel?
Yep.
What's the other receiver's name? Is it Gabriel?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's Gabriel. Yep.
Number 13. Yeah, I don't want no parts of the Bills right now. The Bills at their place, Buffalo, New York in January.
There's Gabe Davis, huh?
Gabe Davis. Who the hell was it? Gabriel?
He's right. Close.
Short.
Close.
Yeah, wrong name. Anyway,
Great Angel.
Who?
Great Angel. Yeah. Gabriel.
Yeah. Either way it goes, Gabriel or Gabe Davis, whichever it is. I don't want nothing to do with Buffalo in January at their place. Not right now. They're rolling, and Josh Allen scares the hell out of me right now.
Cleveland Browns, least likely scenario. Just got your ass whooped by Flacco and the Browns a few weeks ago, 36-22. A whole storyline with Deshaun Watson. The draft pick between these two teams. You own their 24 first-round draft pick. It's not going to be that great. Browns, this is what I don't want, to be a part of a historical storyline. The Browns have one road playoff win since 1969, beating the Steelers back in 2020. I don't want to be the third.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the third if I'm the Texans.
I'm going to tell you what, I would rather not win the division so I don't have to see the Browns.
And they say no.
So you haven't changed your stance on that. This is probably my favorite scenario.
The Browns are nasty.
I know they are. They were nasty against you a couple weeks ago when you were not even close to being up to full strength. And you may not be this weekend, against the Colts, but we're talking about a couple of weeks away. Opportunity to get even that much healthier, Clint. You'd rather face the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City, a place that you'd have to revisit the crime scene of 2020 when you blew a 24-0 lead. I know that had nothing to do with this team, but still, if we're talking about historical elements, that's one. Patrick Mahomes, for me, enough said. And, oh, by the way, the Chiefs, They tend to just be able to turn it on, especially at home. They've won some blowouts. They've won some close games. They've come back and they've won. They're 9-2 since 2018 in home playoff games, beating 8 different organizations during that stretch. And oh, by the way, the only bright side, silver lining to this is, the only reason you want to host the Chiefs is because it sure would be nice to be that first team in the Patrick Mahomes era to knock them out of the first round of the playoffs.
Say hello, Kermit the Frog here.
That would be great, but...
Nah, I'm going to tell you why I would like to get the Chiefs. One, Patrick Mahomes is not playing good football. Not even remotely close to good football.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't have the supporting cast that he typically has. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have the defense that he had early on in the year that was carrying the squad. The Kansas City Chiefs right now, they're nowhere near, to me, as scary as the Browns and the Bills are. And I would much rather go to their place with DeMeco Ryans calling the shots defensively and see if I can't knock Pat Mahomes off the top. That's where I'd be. No question about it. It's not even close. I'd rather go to Kansas City and face the Chiefs right now than stay at home and face the Browns.
I get what you're saying. It makes football sense, right? I know what the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes look like right now. Right now, They're going to the postseason. They're in, and they get to host the game. And you got to go to their place on the road in those elements, potentially a place where Patrick Mahomes in this era of Kansas City Chief, coached by Andy Reid, does work against anybody. Doesn't matter who goes. Could be the Bengals, could be the Titans, could be the Ravens. They've done work against all of those teams in the postseason at their place. I don't like the Texans going on the road, if need be, against anybody. Give me the home playoff game every single time, especially against a team that you have recent familiarity with, right? And I know you just got your teeth kicked in, but you were missing significant pieces defensively. You were missing a significant piece offensively in your quarterback in C.J. Stroud. He's back. Presuming JG by this point in time is back and healthy. Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, all of these guys. And I know you got to play a game between now and then, okay? So you don't know who you're going to have. But if you give me a Texans team as close to possible at being at full strength at home against a team that you're most recently familiar with, I'm going to take that every single time. Every single time. And maybe this is short-sighted, but I think there is something to it in that you just faced a Tennessee Titans team for the second time in 3 weeks. And Mike Vrabel, a veteran NFL head coach, who I think we talked about all week long. Now, I heard Seth Payne say this the other day, that the Titans looked like a team that just quit. I don't know about that. I don't know how to identify that. I didn't see it. I figured a coach like Vrabel would have his guys ready up to play spoiler. You have 2 opportunities in 2 weeks if you're the Titans to do it. Your first came against the Texans. You got your teeth kicked in. They got an opportunity to do it this weekend against the Jags. Hopefully they take care of business for the Texans in that regard. But you did that against them after winning one by the skin of your teeth 3 weeks ago in overtime. You needed all 70 minutes to do it. Because they did that, I like the ability by Slowick, by DeMeco Ryans to work with, less chips at their disposal, at their fingertips, right? Like, they had to get creative. They had to get contributions from guys they typically wouldn't get them from, guys that have only been a part of the team for 2 weeks. Derek Barnett, Adrian Amos, you can go on down the list. DHC, hell, Case Keenum, you kidding me? Dalton Schultz makes one of the plays of the season. Because of that, I like my chances against the Cleveland Browns.
I wish I could understand where you're coming from. There ain't nothing about the Titans. There ain't nothing about playing the Titans
You don't win that game, you're not in this situation.
No, I understand that, but we're talking about the Browns. We're talking about the Browns at this point in time. Mm-hmm. There ain't nothing I can take from the Titans game that makes me feel any way, shape, or form about the Browns game. I mean, that team was terrible.
It was.
And the Browns.
You did exactly what you're supposed to do.
The Browns overall are one of the better teams in football. When you talk about top to bottom, they're one of the better teams in football right now.
But you telling me right now, if you've got all of your pieces back in 2 weeks that you didn't have 2 weeks ago when they beat the Texans' butt, you telling me that if they play that game again, the Browns win 36-22?
No. But I know they're going to have one of the better defenses in the game, and I know their offense is going to have the potential to have a receiver go for 250 and potentially score 30 points. I mean, it's not just based off of what they did against the Texans. They scored a boatload of points, and Flacco's been absolutely on fire versus everybody since he's put a Browns uniform on. Versus, and I know Pat Mahomes, the name carries a lot of weight, but when you look at like Pat Mahomes and his supporting cast, I mean, it pales in comparison to what Flacco's got out there.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, Pat Mahomes, they've struggled to score points. I know that's crazy to think, but they have struggled to score points.
He's taken possessions away from their offense. I mean, he's
no
throwing
doubt.
He's throwing interceptions. They're shooting themselves in the foot. Like, to me, those are correctable things.
Sure, they are. I mean, hell, we're talking about Pat Mahomes. It's correct. I'd rather roll the dice with Pat not correcting his stuff than roll the dice with a team, the Bills or the Browns, that appear to have things corrected and be in rhythm. That's where I'm at with it. I would rather not win the division, get in the wild card, and go to Kansas City than win the division, stake claim as division champ, and have to play the Browns in your building.
713-572-4610. You can text in your best case scenario for the Texans, assuming they beat the Colts on Saturday. Coming up next, 5 o'clock Fire, brought to you by Regions Bank. We've got the Texans' latest news from the practice field today, and the Rockets doing some good things, and a big player on the move. Texans, the ability to go up and nab them. Will they do it? We'll talk about it next at Sports Radio 610.
Andre Johnson is officially a finalist for the 2020. access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
Time for the 5 o'clock fire. Sean Bajani with you, in for Ron Hughley today. He'll be back tomorrow and complete the circle. The guys will be back all together again. Clint Stoerner here, T-Mill here, doing their thing. Glad to be in with you guys. We've got the latest from the Texans and a practice field report today. Very different situation this week because they've been flexed to a Saturday start. 7:15 is the kickoff, their first primetime game of the season. So the week leading into it, very different. It's a Tuesday, but in their minds, it's really a Wednesday. And the injury report looking very different, yet some familiar names on it, if that makes sense. 8 guys showing up on the injury report today. Will Anderson with an ankle, Andrew Beck with a calf, Noah Brown with a back, Malik Collins with a hip, Jonathan Grenard with an ankle, along with Sheldon Rankins. Rankins has an ankle as well. Laramie Tunsil has a groin now. The knee hasn't gone anywhere, though, but they put the groin there. Maybe that is a good thing. Robert Woods with a hip. All DNPs officially, according to the practice report today. And reading the fine print, the injury report is only an estimation of a player's participation if there was a practice.
Yeah, but look, when your estimation includes all 4 starting defensive linemen in a 4-3 defense, Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, and Malik Collins, when that estimation includes those guys for any reason to any degree, there's some concern there. Now, look, I think Sheldon Rankins, we had him in the post game. I think he's fine. I think this is more of a veteran day. I think he'll be fine. Will Anderson, I would imagine Will Anderson is going to be fine and have an expanded role beyond 12 plays. The question here is, do they get Malik Collins back? Do they get Jonathan Grenard back? Those 2 guys on that defensive front are gonna be needed in a big way this week against a really good football team. Regardless of who's healthy, who's not healthy, they've won 9 ball games on the verge of winning 10 ball games for a reason. They're solid across. They run it, they throw it, they play good situational football. When it's all said and done, you're going to need Jonathan Grenard clearly in passing situations, and you're going to need Malik Collins in that rotation as well.
Yes.
You got to get those 4 guys, your 4 starting defensive linemen, off this list as soon as possible.
Best I could decipher from Cody Stutz's practice field report earlier on Twitter, Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason not dressed out, but at least present. Jonathan Grenard was present. Nico Collins looked good to go. Will Anderson present, but obviously a DNP according to the official report. Noah Brown not seen, nor was Robert Woods. Those 2 guys are big ones to me because we know what kind of success they've both had and what they've both meant at various times to C.J. Stroud in this offense.
Yeah.
Woods was, along with Dalton Schultz, at various times this season, Mr. Go-To on third downs. Noah Brown, his big playability. If you can have him opposite Nico Collins, somebody to take the top off, somebody to hit the crossers, and both can catch through contact, that would be huge on Saturday and just going forward, period. Because this depleted receiver core, it is what it is. It's been severely hit with no Tank Dell, and if you can have those guys available to a severely depleted secondary by the Indianapolis Colts, that would be a win in the battle amongst the war that is to take place Saturday night.
Yeah, look, I'm right now, I'm not going to let myself get worked up, and really I'm not going to pay much mind to this report from a negative perspective until tomorrow. I want to see what tomorrow looks like.
Big day tomorrow. Yep.
Big day tomorrow because you figure out who was resting today versus who was truly injured today. We'll find out tomorrow. I think several of these guys, the status could change tomorrow. You mentioned one name that's not on the list that appeared good to go today, that as long as that's the case, then I'm not going to get too worked up about Noah Brown, and I'm not going to get too worked up about Robert Woods. That's Nico Collins. You give me Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, I believe C.J. Stroud can do work. Now, you'd like to have those 2 guys because you made some very, very valid points. I mean, Robert Woods has been your go-to guy on third down, clearly has great chemistry and a great understanding of the offense, and then you look around at at Noah Brown. Hell, he's gone for $150 in a game this year. So, I mean, you got a guy that is a big-time contributor and an impact player when the opportunity presents itself. But Nico Collins not being on any of these lists, Dalton Schultz not being on any of these lists, C.J. Stroud not being on any of these lists, yeah, I like our chances.
5 o'clock fire.
No, we didn't finish the last 4 minutes of the game. We had some opportunities to get them stopped on defense. We could have drove the ball down and scored a touchdown, and we just didn't finish the game, and they kind of got the momentum. And, so we're all disappointed. Players are very disappointed. But I told the players, look, you had an amazing season. This team has come as far as any team as I've ever coached in terms of how they improved to put themselves in this position to win the SEC championship. So I don't think you can lose sight of that either.
That was obviously head coach Nick Sabin after the game yesterday when Michigan stopped Bama in overtime at the Rose Bowl. 37-31 the final. Michigan stamping its ticket to the College Football Playoff Championship right here in the city of Houston, coming up January 8th at NRG. Washington, Clint, of course, topped Texas in the Sugar Bowl for the nightcap last night. That was another really, really fantastic ball game. 27-20, by the way, was the score of the Bama and Michigan game. 37-31 for the Washington victory over Texas. Both fantastic games. I think you got the best matchup you possibly could have hoped for. Yeah. Wasn't the teams you wanted, but I think you got the best game, the table set for the best game. Right?
Yeah, I think you got the two best teams in college football right now. I think they did a hell of a job of arriving there. Not the two teams that I would have claimed were the best two 24 hours ago. I had Alabama and Texas winning these games. But when it's all said and done and the games have been played, I firmly believe that you got the two best teams in college football as the game tells us, right? And look, we can start with the Michigan-Alabama game. We can save the Alabama, this team's come the furthest, that whole feel-good story for Alabama. We can save that for an SEC story documentary down the road. Bottom line is Sabin's in trouble. I mean, look, when we're talking about Sabin, you're clearly, you're really in a league of your own in college as it pertains to history. But when you start looking at kind of the direction, it's the first time that they've ever gone 3 years under Sabin without winning a national title. You look at what's going on offensively. Tommy Rees is not the answer at the offensive coordinator position. It was a struggle all year long. He brought a quarterback from Notre Dame with him. That quarterback flopped. They end up going with Jalen Milroe, and Jalen Milroe's athletic ability really is what kept them alive and was carried them ultimately to a college football playoff appearance, and let's be honest, it took some teams ahead of them having some misfortune and losing some ball games in order for them to get in. I don't know what Nick Saban's going to do at the offensive coordinator position, and I don't know what Nick Saban's going to do at the quarterback position. Jalen Milroe has a lot to learn. The athletic, winning with just athletic ability is only going to take you so far. I think they were exposed offensively against Michigan. Michigan was a really good defense. Tommy Rees is out here calling pass plays and putting Jalen Milroe in a position where he's got to distribute the football and process a bunch of stuff pre-snap and immediately post-snap, and that's not a recipe for them winning games. In fact, it's a recipe for Michigan to flip your X factor, which is Milroe's legs, and flip it against you. Michigan was a better football team. I believe Alabama has got some tough decisions to make. Jump to that Washington game. Look, again, I think Washington was the better football team. Truth be told, that should have been a double-digit win by Washington if they wouldn't have let Texas back in that thing late. And yeah, I believe you're talking about the best offense in college football. I believe you're talking about the best quarterback in college football right now. And look, I think Michael Penix is the best NFL prospect coming out of college this year. I would draft him before I draft Caleb Williams. Now we're splitting hairs here. I wouldn't be disappointed with either one of them, but I believe it's going to end up being the Penix and Caleb Williams lottery here. Well, I guess they already know who the number one overall pick is going to be in Chicago. But those two guys to me are in a league of their own. Those two guys to me are the best in football, and if I had to pick right now, I would take the older gentleman in Michael Penix. The way that he plays the game, the position. I mean, I'm talking about this is an elite combination of arm strength, arm talent, and quick release. Like it's elite. There's very few that have had it. I mean, he is one of the stronger arms that I've seen at the college level. It's really, 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 really impressive. And then you look at, with all that God-given ability, he chooses to play the game 99% of the time on schedule, on platform, in rhythm, and within the system.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful
How's
thing.
Michigan going to try to take that away on Monday? That's going to be interesting. I do know this, too. You've got one of the biggest controversial stories in all of sports coming to town, too, with Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines with the cheating scandal. So that's going to be an interesting follow all week long leading up to the game.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. This one just coming down moments ago from Tom Pelissero via Twitter. Of the NFL Network, the National Football League today fining Carolina Panthers chairman and owner David Tepper $300,000 for his, quote, unacceptable conduct in Jacksonville during Sunday's game, end quote. The league announced all NFL personnel are expected to conduct themselves at all times in ways that respect our fans and favorably reflect on their team and the NFL. That a statement from the league in a rather lengthy statement that they released with the fine, but $300,000.
It's an expensive drink, wasn't it?
I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest with you. I mean, you were going to get a fine that was basically a slap on the wrist, a tip to your limo driver if you're a multi-billionaire, like whatever. But I feel like there's probably got to be, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I mean, an owner can't do that. An owner cannot do that ever, especially in that setting. I know Mike Florio. I watched a video of him yesterday, of Pro Football, talking about, look, he's just going to get a fine. You need to suspend him or do something. How do you suspend an owner? I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. Are you cool with $300,000 a fine and that's it? You wash your hands with it and move on?
No, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, $300,000 is $300,000. I don't care if the guy is a billionaire. To fine a guy $300,000 for throwing a drink on somebody is absolutely stupid. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what the proper fine is. I mean, to me,
well, you think it's too much?
Yeah, it's too much. $300,000?
Wow.
You think it's too much?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
This is interesting.
Nah, he's a multi-billionaire.
I don't
Come
give
on.
a damn. It doesn't matter. Like, so should we fine Laramie Tunsil more for the same action that we fine Charlie Heck for because he doesn't have as much money as Laramie Tunsil? You got nothing to do with how much money the guy's got. It's absolutely ridiculous.
What's the action?
The action is...
I want to know what that hypothetical action would be, because an owner, throwing a drink on a fan, I don't give a damn what they said to him. Like, you have to be better than that.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But fining a guy $300,000 for throwing a drink, no, I'm sorry. I'm not ever going to. I'm not. That's stupid.
I don't know. What's the equivalent? What's $300,000 to a guy that's worth $8.4 billion, and that's a hypothetical number. I have no idea.
Okay, so to your point, which I disagree. To your point, though, if that is the point, like, what are you accomplishing?
I don't.
If it's pennies to him, what are you accomplishing? Like that
was my main point. I don't know.
I'm an end result guy. Like what if I were the NFL? I would address the problem in Jacksonville. There is clearly a problem with ownership, suites in general, with anybody of any celebrity level, if you will, where there's no security in your box to keep the fans who by design are way too close to the suites to keep this from happening. So David Tepper, here's what you're going to do. Take that $300,000 that we're going to fine you, hire you 2 security guards for every single home game, set them in the seats in the front row of your suite, or stand them on the wall in front of your suite, and make sure everything that is on record, what happens. And if the fans are unruly, anything that would lead to you throwing a drink on somebody, get their ass up out of the stadium. Then boom, problem solved.
Or install a damn window.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I told you yesterday, to me, that's the bigger thing here, is if you're an owner and you're under those circumstances where it's a mess, and clearly this wasn't the first time that these guys yelled at David Tepper, the owner. This ain't the first time that this has been a problem. Right? I mean, like, you put yourself in a situation, like, those are the things I'm more concerned about. Finding a guy $300,000 and moving on. I mean, that's to your point. Finding a billionaire, any amount of money really is you're not accomplishing anything.
Right. And
so are we into into what's your end game, or are we just into public perception? I got to do something. Got to do something. Let me slap this guy on the wrist. Can't look like I condone throwing drinks on people.
Yeah, I don't know what the proper punishment needs to be for an owner, a multi-billionaire, when you do that to, one of your fans. And I'm not excusing what the fans said, but I also don't know what the fans said.
I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, I think we are way too easy on, like, and this isn't just football in this situation. It's in general. Like, when somebody constantly runs their mouth or acts in a certain way that pulls a certain reaction from somebody, like, that person needs to be held accountable. And in that situation, anybody that's turned around, MFing an owner of a franchise or talking in that manner to anybody in a suite, much less the owner, their ass got to go.
Right. But there was nobody to make that decision, to your earlier point. Where was the security?
Now we're getting to a point of, like, hey, let's require all owners on the road and at home. Like, you got 2 security guards that are either standing in front of your suite or in the suite with you to handle those situations.
Just ushers, place them better.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, earlier this afternoon, it was announced the New York Jets have waived running back Dalvin Cook. Cook's had a disappointing season along with the rest of his Jet former teammates now. 4-time Pro Bowl running back, waived with just 1 game remaining, is going through the waiver process as we speak. Move mutually agreed upon according to reports or sources. It's going to allow Cook to catch on with a playoff team, presumably. He also restructured his contract to forfeit remaining guarantees, according to a source telling ESPN's Adam Schefter. His contract, by the way, 1 year and just over $1 million. The Texans, I think, should have the number 2 slot in the waiver claim. Whether they put one in, I don't know. They should get it if they put one in because, well, the Carolina Panthers would be the team that would be ahead of them. They're not going anywhere. The Texans should be awarded if they put a claim in. I don't know that they did. We asked the question earlier, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on in the show when we have a little bit more time. But do the Texans need to kick the tires on Dalvin Cook? That is a question. If you'd like to weigh in on the text line, 713-572-4610, you're more than welcome to do so. Keep it in the holster, Clint, because I want that to marinate with you. We will get back to that a little bit later on in the show. Coming up next, though, what matters more?
You can't keep this in the holster, Chief.
You don't want to keep it in the holster?
I mean, you just can't keep this in the holster, man.
Right. Well, we can talk about it next if you want to.
No, I'm good. Whatever you want to do, man.
I want to talk about what matters more.
You can't put your boy in the holster.
Going into this Texans and Colts game. You think about it. From a football perspective, what matters more? We're going to look at both sides. Colts, Texans, the matchup that will be Saturday night on the road in Indy. A very difficult place historically. It's been for the Houston Texans to get a win. That's next.
All right, Clint.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The running game of these guys. They ran the ball well versus us, but now getting Jonathan Taylor back, I think that's where they're gonna lean heavy. They're gonna run it. They probably run it more than anybody in the league. So we have to do a really good job of stopping the run. And the quarterback, I think he's just been so efficient. They don't throw it deep a lot, but when they scheme up some shot plays, they're wide open and they're able to make those plays. But they're very efficient throwing the ball under 10 yards, getting the ball into their playmakers' hands. About Pittman, right? And he's able to make some big-time plays for them.
Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show yesterday evening on Texans Radio. You heard it right here on Sports Radio 610. In for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you, Clint Stoerner, T. Mill doing his thing. If you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. Be a part of the show that way.
I think I need to be a part of the coach's show.
Why not?
I like it.
Why not? You can call Vandy. You know Johnny. Get you in.
Nico minutes.
They could use a third wheel.
You think I'm BSing?
No, I'm not. You can do it. You're Clint Stoerner. You can do whatever the hell you want to.
I'm dead ass. I think I need to be a part of that show.
Why?
Well, I mean, I don't know why. I just think I need to be a part of it. God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
You get your own football at 4 every day, Monday through Friday. I imagine they could work you in for a 10, 12-minute segment, once a week on the coach's show.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just think I'd be really good on that show.
I think so too. I think you might have a future in radio too.
Possibly. We'll see. I don't know how long of a future it's going to be, but I'll see.
Look, he talked about the run game. He talked about deep threat ability by his quarterback, Gardner Minshew. The ability to manage a game well, hit what's given to him, what the defense gives to him. Take some conservative shots, in the underneath. I'm looking at it like this, man. What matters more to me is for the Texans, having C.J. Stroud back in the fold and being able to take advantage of an inexperienced Colts secondary, which has not been up to snuff in terms of its most trusted and experienced personnel really since the very early weeks of the season. Right now, they're 5 primary defensive backs. One of them is a converted linebacker, and the other 4 have a grand total of 21 career starts in the NFL. Juju Brents, Jalen Jones, Chris Lamons, and Nick Cross. All of those guys. All 5 of those guys were not even week 1 starters. You got a couple practice squad dudes back there. Granted, they're making some plays for Shane Steichen, Indianapolis Colts. But if you're able to go with a healthy Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz on Saturday evening in Indy, I got to believe that Bobby Slowik is going to dial something up pretty nice with C.J. Stroud having a full game under his belt coming back from a 2-week hiatus with a concussion.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've been middle of the pack in terms of pass defense. We'll see how the injuries have impacted them and what they are or are not able to do. But to your point, the Texans have been able to win ball games, and ultimately the one part of offensive football that they can lean on is C.J. Stroud's ability to produce ultimately. Because look, whether it's last week just getting the ball out quick, nickel and diming them, and 10, 12 play drives that are in and in field goals a lot of times, or it's over the top, the explosive plays. At one point, they were leading the league in 20-plus pass plays or 20-plus plays, whatever it may be. We know it was pass plays because, hell, they didn't have no 20-plus runs until last week. But, yeah, look, I think it's going to bode well for the Texans. Again, as long as your top-end guys are there, Nico and Dalton Schultz, I feel like the Texans are going to have a really good chance to put up some good numbers and produce some points against the Indianapolis Colts secondary.
You may not – you're going to have to find a way to stretch the field, but the other way I'm looking – you have to have the time. We asked Seth Payne earlier when he joined us, that's got to be a part of the game plan. You've got to go out and execute it. Is C.J. Stroud going to have the time to get the ball down the field? He said 2.2 seconds, baby. Yeah, that's all you need. And I'm looking.
Indianapolis doesn't I mean, they're good, but they're not a team that you go, man, you just can't hold the ball at all. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like I don't know how concerned I am about the ability to drive the football down the field, to hold the football one extra tick to get it down the field. And on top of that, Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud have been really good at those mid-range shots.
They have
the deep crosser, the seams, the shots, really not shots, but the chunk plays to the sideline. They've been really good, man, in that category. And so I don't know. I feel strongly about the Texans' ability. Again, as long as C.J. Stroud's healthy and his top two targets, not named Tank Dell, are healthy, I feel really good about this team's ability to run their entire offense.
See, I'm nervous because I go back and I look at the Titans this past weekend, and I know you destroyed them top to bottom, start to finish. But what's one thing you didn't really get to see from C.J. Stroud in this offense? Now, maybe it was more because they could lean into the run and they could control.
They could be ultra-conservative, both with play calling and quarterback play against the Titans and still get out of there with a win.
Sure. Is it more that, but is there any element in which you saw the Tennessee Titans take away the ability for C.J. Stroud and the Texans to stretch the field?
Oh, yeah. No, there's no question, and I hadn't watched the All-22 yet, but I know it from the TV copy and from being at the game. I mean, they were hell-bent on taking away, really, sure, the explosive over-the-top, but what it boils down to with the Texans, they're not a big over-the-top, deep ball-throwing team. It's the mid-range game.
Yeah.
It's in front of the safeties, over the linebackers, where they are just absolutely deadly.
Yeah. And Nico's gotten a lot of yards after the catch. Yes. Dalton as well.
Yes.
Noah.
Yes. And there's no question about it. The Titans absolutely overcommitted to taking that away.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I said that because I just wonder if the Colts are looking back at that game, and teams have been able to do it against Stroud or just even the Texans offense at times this season, take away that ability to hit Nico on those crossers, to get the ball quickly to Dalton or Noah, and how Bobby can kind of negate that, counteract that, find a different way to get those chunky plays, because the Texans, for the first time with C.J. Stroud all season long, I think we're just held to two chunk plays in a game that they won, and they won handily. You got a great contribution defensively, the scoop and score with Rankin, just swarmed the quarterback all day long. You stifled 17 plays, 72-yard drives, and it was almost an essence of complimentary football, which we'd seen against the Steelers. We saw it against the Jaguars. And, at various times, in games that they even lost, like, they just weren't able to make certain plays. But I am intimidated by that Colts defensive line. Guys like DeForest Buckner and Ebicam and Kwity Paye and even their backups, they're getting to the quarterback. And I know Seth said, well, they tend to do that more with a lead and kind of a step on the throat sort of situation. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I know it's the game within the game, but that makes me nervous.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of things here. They're a better front. They're going to rush the passer better. They're going to create chaos around the quarterback. They're going to hit C.J. Stroud, without a doubt. I think the Texans are going to struggle to run the football. But when you look at, like, the ability to throw the football down the field, like, the only way to take away, like, legitimately walk in and take away someone's chunk plays, because they're not shots, they're not over the top, they're that mid-range. The only way is if you've got man-to-man, that, like, an advantage from a man-to-man player perspective. Their cover guys are better than our receivers.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got real problems, because now the secondary's buying time for the rush to get home.
Right.
I don't think they have that. They don't have that luxury.
It shouldn't be the case.
So whether they play zone and take away the chunk plays, C.J. Stroud's shown the awareness and the ability to just take the check down, the patience to take the check down, take the underneath stuff, or they decide that they want to cover down, and now you got some man stuff that's great, that, with Nico and hopefully Dalton Schultz and hopefully Noah Brown and Robert Woods creating a little separation, and then you're playing that game back and forth. I just don't think I don't believe Indy's has the ability to cover down and take things away from the Texans. They're not that good.
713-572-4610 texter asks if we're concerned about the inability to score as much in the red zone. I looked the numbers up yesterday. They're bottom half of the league, Texans are 17th ranked in the entire league. They score a touchdown in the red zone just under 53% of the time. I am a little concerned about that. They're worst amongst potential playoff teams at red zone success. I'm also concerned about third downs. And what the Texans, were unable to do even this past weekend against the Tennessee Titans, not able to finish drives because they didn't have success on third downs. Just 3 of 12, 1 of 3 in the red zone. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in. Coming up next, we'll get to a little bit more Texans, but I've thought about this a little bit, Clint, in regards to Dave Tepper, and I'll tell you exactly what needed to happen on the other side. That's next. It's Sports Radio 610.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from Mulcairn Law Firm. I'm talking about one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, and folks, they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston. Not only are they right here in our backyard, man, they're one of us. I'll put my name on it. Heck, I drank a beer.
sign it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you. Clint Stoerner, T-Mill. Ron will be back tomorrow. I couldn't help. Go ahead, man.
Hey, tell these boys how hot your boy been on that old bookie lately, boy.
You ain't kidding, man. You text me a parlay at this point, it's like guaranteed it's gonna hit.
Dude, you're always like that.
Hey, we talking about me,
Clint.
bro? We talking about me?
That stack of cash I handed him earlier?
His ears working? His ears working?
It normally is me that's on the heater.
I ain't stuttering.
You are. I feel like you win 70% of the time.
I ain't stuttering and your ears ain't flapping. We talking about me, Chief.
He ain't wrong, though. I am hot.
I didn't know you got down like that until earlier today, to be honest with you.
2 4-team parlays and a 3-team parlay. And Alabama got me. That was the only one that's got me.
Damn.
So you bet on 11 teams, 11 outcomes, and you got
12 counting the rushing total from
12
last night.
Yeah, you bet on 12 college football outcomes, and you got 11 right. That's pretty damn impressive.
That is damn good.
Heater.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Strong.
Heater.
Tip my cap to you, sir.
Thanks, bub. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Trying to give Tyler all my credit.
Well,
just because he's a
Tyler kills it. Like, I feel like every week he's tweeting something out. I'm hitting on 73% of my picks this week.
Yeah, you know.
Like, damn, dude, if I had any kind of money, I'd be tailing your ass.
Slight work, you know. Just another day in the life.
Hey, just pitch him a couple hundred, man, and get it started.
Did you hear what I said? If I had any kind of money, I'd be tailing your ass.
Well, rat hole a couple hundred and get him over to Tyler, and he'll have that thing up to $2 grand.
Rat hole nothing. I'm in the rat hole.
You are the rat, huh?
I am the rat.
I'm
trying to fix that.
We're only 2 days into this new year, and I am very much in the green. I like that.
I'll tell you this much. Anything I can scrape together, I'm going to throw your way and be like, T-Mill, put it on something, man.
I got you, bro.
Put it on something. Look, I've been thinking about this for a segment and a half now. You got to suspend David Tepper's ass. You can't fine him just $300,000 if you're the NFL. You got to suspend him. And how many? What's good enough? 2 games at least. You got to suspend him 2 games next season to start the year. 2 home games.
So what? And I'm asking. I'm genuinely. I'm not being an ass. I'm asking. What is that accomplishing?
What
suspending an owner? What does that consist of? Not going to the game?
Not going to the game. You can't go to your own stadium
for 2 games.
For 2 games. I mean, what's ever going to be good enough for a multi-billionaire? Somebody that theoretically can do whatever they want whenever they want.
Nothing. You're not going to fining a billionaire or
it'd have to be something humiliating. That's the only answer.
Well, talk about
like a swirly or something.
Humiliation, Tyler. What a freaking concept.
Make them go to the game.
Humiliation.
Make them go to the game shirtless.
Hold on. How about this?
Or naked.
How about just take it upon yourself to suck
Banana
it up?
Hammock.
The NFL said, all right, pay us $300,000. It's going to go to charity. Some really deserving charity, I'm sure. But David Tepper released a statement this evening. In fact, just moments ago. And in it was not one single solitary I'm sorry.
No apology at all.
Not, I apologize. Here it is. Quote, I am deeply passionate about this team and regret my behavior on Sunday. I know a lot of people are going to say, well, he regrets it.
I'm just passionate, man.
He continues,
I was just fixing to do that.
I should have let the NFL stadium security handle my issues that arose. I respect the NFL's code of conduct and accept the league's discipline for my behavior. The discipline, in case you're just joining us, $300,000 for tossing your drink on a fan and then bolting afterwards.
That statement is straight up just Tepper doing double rods, man.
It is.
That's all it is.
Which, by the
exactly
way,
what he should do.
A texter pointed, what?
Exactly what he should do.
Double rods?
I can't keep up with Clint's thinking on this. I keep thinking, I'm like, wait, I'm with you.
It's driving me crazy.
Because it's like
$300,000 is too much for a multi-billionaire.
It's too much to find somebody for getting straight trash talked to their face up into a suite and throwing a drink on. Yes, it's ridiculous. And then on top of that, it's 0.00015% of his net. You're $20 billion. What is the end game? What are you accomplishing?
That's my point in just fining him. So you've got to punish him commiserate to the the action, right? So what is it? You can't go to your own team's games at least 2 games next year.
How about we address everybody involved? How about we address the idiots that were in the stands that were turned around talking trash to an owner,
right?
That put him in a mind state of where he needed to throw a drink on somebody.
I don't know if I would ban those fans for life.
You don't?
I don't. But I know
I damn sure do.
I know I would suspend them. I know at least for a season.
Anybody in that environment, in an environment where there's I don't know how many people are at a Carolina game.
There's about $3,000 a few weeks ago.
We've seen social media. We've seen all these fights at games. Like anybody, whether it's the owner or not, anybody that's willing to push the envelope in terms of talking trash to somebody, inciting any kind of fight, altercation, their ass don't deserve to go to a game.
You're a turd.
Period, point blank. Now you add the fact that it's somebody in a suite and it's a fan that's sitting below and you're turning around and you're talking trash to the owner to that degree?
It will not be a good night.
I mean, it's like, there's pictures out there of fans turning around and double rods at the owner's box.
Okay.
Like for what? That guy should have been kicked out a long time ago.
For giving double rods?
Yes. I'm gonna tell you
that
what.
Escalated quickly.
If I'm at a game and somebody turns around and throws double rods in my face, we won't have a problem. I'm going to be the asshole.
I don't doubt that, but you have to handle yourself accordingly.
No.
You're an NFL owner.
You ain't. You're missing.
I'm not missing the point. It's not me and you at a bar and you talking trash to me and giving me double rods and not expecting me to do something in retaliation.
What's the bigger problem here? The biggest problem here is not owners throwing drinks on people, right? The biggest problem here is that you got idiots that do stupid stuff that incite altercations and problems, and then the NFL protects them. And then, there's no security to get them out. And now, to this point, look at the NFL. All NFL, this is their comments, right? All NFL personnel are expected to conduct themselves at all times in ways that respect our fans. Respect your fans. Your fans were turning around MFing the guy.
Okay.
Your fans were crawling up on seats trying to get in his suite.
Sure.
For what? Like at some degree,
I'm sure they're going to be dealt with.
It's not about a guy that's his title and how much he's worth. At some point, you got to look at it and go, hey, if this idiot wouldn't have turned around in his seat and said God knows what to the guy, then none of it would have happened.
Well, which we don't know what was said. Okay?
Wash your mouth out with a little bit cooler.
You're right. I'm sure he turned around and said, hey, Mr. Tepper, you got the number 1 overall pick wrong. Your quarterback sucks. And Tepper threw a drink on him. I'm sure that's what.
I don't know how thin or thick David Tepper's skin is.
Come on,
but
man.
I'm kind of inclined to believe that it's pretty damn thin since he threw the drink and ran away.
Like we need to ultimately the right thing to do is to make owners and make NFL management, the commissioner if he goes to a game, owners, general managers, if they're in any way, shape, or form, if they're in a spot for an extended period of time where they can come in contact with fans,
protect them.
They need to be required to have extra security to make at all times.
Don't disagree with that at all.
And that stops the problem. That solves the problem. The money we're talking about and making him stay home for 2 games, and I mean, like none of that's fine. If you just want to make a public statement that you're holding him accountable, that's cool. But you're not accomplishing anything. Now all you're doing is them same fans are going to do it again. And next time it's going to be louder. And then somebody's going to end up getting hurt. And then we're going to wonder why the owner threw something in their face instead of why you allowed the idiot to continue doing what he was doing.
You've got to lay the hammer down on those fans that were involved. And I'm sure that they will. But
they're not. We got to treat all fans with respect.
Come on.
We got to treat all fans. Oh, man. Those fans don't deserve respect. Those people, let's be honest, they don't know the fans.
What we know
those people don't. They deserve to get the piss slapped out of them.
You're going to see the equivalent whenever the news breaks that fan or fans has been dealt with. You know, that type of action is not acceptable, in our stadium, and they're going to be dealt with accordingly. If it's a lifetime ban, it's a lifetime ban. I don't know. And in fact, you're probably right. The damn guy tried to climb up into the box. So, yeah, that can't be tolerated ever. That individual, I would not have a problem with banning for life in any NFL stadium or any sporting event going on in Charlotte, Carolina to begin with. I had no problem there. It's about the owner. It's about the owner in his reaction. How many of the 32 or 31 other NFL owners would have done the same thing? I don't know. But I can tell you this, Cal and Hannah, they've suffered their wrath, over the course of the last 3 years with some of the boneheaded moves that they'd made and allowed to have happen in their organization, and they didn't react to that.
Does this count as us being on your show?
The most egregious thing that I've seen from them at any NFL stadium. No, I'm just saying, the most egregious thing that you could say that they've done at any NFL stadium is that one picture that somebody snapped of Hannah dozing off during an NFL game a couple of years ago. That's
tired,
it,
man.
They're not. Yeah, they're tired, but they ain't shooting double rods and throwing drinks at people. And I guarantee you, they've heard plenty of FUs your team sucks. This, that, and the other thing.
Fine. That's fine. I just to find one guy $300,000 or suspend him for 2 games and then we're going to protect our fans and respect them. No, you need to respect the owners.
You got to respect the owners. But when your owner does that,
as a fan,
you've got to be held accountable.
Look, I'm the owner. You're coming to my house to watch my team play.
I don't get to throw a drink in your face.
Correct. That's it. What?
I don't get to throw a drink in your face. If I'm the owner and I'm in my house, I don't get a chance to throw a drink in your face.
No. Here's the deal. You talk to me some kind of way. You disrespect me. You get whatever you deserve. Whether it's a slap, it's a drink, it's a kick. It don't matter what it is.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the way of our world.
But you're also going to suffer the consequences. You can't agree on that? You're going to suffer the consequences.
No, I've not disagreed with that. I simply said I think $300,000 is silly.
It's too much.
Yes, I think it's ridiculous.
You think it's too much?
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous amount. I think it's pointless.
So what should have happened?
We've talked about this 15 times. I think he should be forced. That they should be proactive. That it doesn't happen again, and be forced to hire security in every stadium where the owner's suite is accessible.
That's addressing the potential of that happening in the future. It's not addressing the situation from happening now. Again. Yeah, but you have to address what happened now. You're just saying,
the way to address what's happening
we're just going to make sure this doesn't happen again.
It's a strong finish, boys. I'm getting fired up in here.
My overall point is that when you disrespect folks, you deserve to get the piss slapped out of you. Period. That's it. I mean, I don't feel sorry for the fan that got a drink thrown on him. I don't feel one bit sorry for him.
You know what?
And neither should the commissioner.
I ain't going to throw this drink on you, but I'm about to take a pull from this MD 2020.
I don't necessarily have to rip your head off.
That's where I'm at right now at 5:54 on a Tuesday evening. Ron Hughley will be back tomorrow with Clint Stoerner, T-Mill. They'll do their thing the rest of the week. Clint, had fun. Appreciate you having me. Thanks for not kicking my ass this last segment. I love you, brother. Have a great night, everybody. Texans Radio's up next.
One look at you, and I know it's gonna be.
I think I got to take a dump, man. Let me go sit on the toilet for 30 minutes.
You got to go now.
I got to find a toilet. We're puckered at least. We may be cramping at that point in time. I got to find a bathroom. Y'all are some nasty sunbucks, man.
Payne and Pendergast.
It's a big game. The Texans have played in a lot of important games because that's the nature of the NFL.